shop, so they found me. Too high, can't ground me. Purple haze surround me. So open up them windows and feel the way that wind blows. I gotta keep that tempo. That ain't that simple. Come on. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. All the way. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. Higher. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. All the way to the top. Right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series Qualifier number 2 for the Oceania region. My name is Kyle Walker and we are here, Championship Sunday. Yes, someone will be crowned champion of the Oceania region. And joining me for today, it is Mike LaBelle. And Mike, I've got to say, there's no one I'd rather be spending Valentine's Day with. Plus, we're going to see a champion for the Oceania region.
Well, thank you. I don't know if I was going to say you're my first choice, but I'm happy to share Valentine's Day with you. And today should be full of a lot of action. I think this is going to be a day that I don't want to get ahead of myself, that we see the old guard making an official return to this region. And I feel that Marco is just poised to make a run.
Wow, I'm not your first choice. Okay, all right. I'm married to FIFA anyway, so what does it matter? Anyway, we are here. It is Championship Sunday, day number 2. Well, let's have a recap on everything that happened on day 1 of the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2.
Most definite, better be weird. Down for the count, but I bounce back with a vengeance. I'm bad, no filler. Break records like Thriller. Top biller, they call me the Thriller from Manila. I'm boss, ain't something you wanna cross. I'm getting lost in my fate now. A superhero cause. You can set me on fire, you can't hurt me. I'm on. I'll be back in my stride. That's how we design. One thing I know, no back is against that wall.
It's a little bit too close to call as Jazz running fake shot, cuts it back and right on cue.
Undefeated air, been this way since I was born. Exhibiting the true mark of the champion. One thing I know, no back is against that wall. And man, we'll be coming back, that's how we roll. Go renegade style, but we don't stop. Time to break.
Take comfort in the fact that he has created chances and created opportunities for himself to score, but that is a lovely tiki-taka piece of play from Marco, and he doubles his advantage. 2-0 to Marco.
Yes, that was day number 1. But like I said, we are here, Championship Sunday, day number 2, and we'll find out who will be crowned champion of the Oceania region for this second qualifier. Mike LaBelle, if you could sum up day 1 in 3 words, how would you do that?
Putting me on the spot here. Unexpected, entertaining Valentine?
Oh, okay,
I'll try to throw it all together today.
We'll see. We'll see if day 2 can be any more exciting. And maybe at the end of day 2, I'll give you some time. I won't throw you on the spot. I'll ask you to sum up the day in 3 words. Now, if you guys are at home and you're wanting to get involved in some of the competitive action as well, you can do with the PS4 Tournament Open Series. Yes, these are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Now, those of you who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off your skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. All you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, show them how it's done.
It's easy street, lock in, everything's integrated internally here within the console. When you get on the PlayStation, it's kind of your one-stop shop. The tips, the tricks, you want to get yourself into the competitive scene, even a grassroots look. A lot of people get their opening opportunities to see where they really stand, whether you're a beginner, intermediate, advanced player, by getting involved with the Open Series. And there's a tournament actually for a free PS5 to go with free EMLS customized kit, top 64 get FIFA points, free to enter. I repeat, free to enter on Monday, February 15th. That's the best way to follow up Valentine's.
Make sure you get involved in all of those tournaments right there. Free stuff, who doesn't want that? We also want to hear from you in this Championship Sunday, all right? So make sure you join the conversation, all right? Jump on Twitter and make sure you use the mention at EA FIFA Esports and use that hashtag right there, FGS21. That's FGS21. We want to hear from you, not just in the Twitch chat, but also on Twitter as well. Now, something else that we've got that is super special for you, it's called FIFA Face Off. This is an opportunity for members of the community to get the chance to participate in a FIFA-themed game show, and we've got this short video that tells you all about it.
What's up, FIFA community? Castro here, and listen up. The FIFA Global Series Face-Off will team up FIFA pros, celebrities, and community contestants against each other for a $25,000 prize pool. And we want you to join us.
Cheer on your teammates, because each win earns you cash.
Prove to me and the FIFA community why we should pick you. From February 4th through the 19th, go to the URL and submit a video telling us why we should choose you. Community leaders will choose 4 contestants to join their teams.
Do you have what it takes?
FIFA Global Series Face-Off streams March 19th and March 26th on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA.
So make sure you submit those videos. You've not got long left, all right? Get it done as soon as possible. What, 5 days left to get them submitted? You can come up with a good idea. You can get it edited. You can get it sent across in those 5 days. So make sure you get that done as soon as possible. Go to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. Remember to submit your videos for a chance to become a contestant. And also, you get the chance to play with FIFA pros, celebrities, and your chance at a $25,000 prize pool per episode. I mean, Mike LaBelle, that's enough to tease anyone into doing it. What would your reason be?
I mean, sign me up. I'm just going to be transparent here. The opportunity to make some money on the back end playing FIFA. I've put a lot of time into the game. I've competed in the game. Now you're telling me I get to hang out with my friends and we can get some wins? I'll probably be the one guy that takes it too serious, though. I won't lie. You're building your squad. I'm like, guys, don't mess this up for me right now. We got an opportunity, okay? I want a showcase.
We need that. We need the one person who's going to take it serious while everyone else is having fun. That is how a good team works. Teamwork makes the dream work. Now, we've got something else that is super special for you as well. Yes, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards. Now, for the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest of levels. Simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on these select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. You can see them right now. There's not many left, so make sure you link those accounts. You're watching them. Tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your account, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. Now, the more tokens you earn by watching on the selected weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get. So don't miss out. Link your accounts and watch the FIFA 21 Global Series and redeem those rewards. Get it done as soon as possible. If you've already done that and you're joining us here on Championship Sunday, it's qualifier number 2 in the Oceania region. We've got something else that is special for you as well. Yes, remember, anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series action this weekend, specifically on Twitch with a linked Twitch EA account, will also receive a Resende Tifo. So make sure you get that done. Resende, well, he was crowned champion on the Xbox side of things in South America in their 3rd qualifier last night. How do I know that? Because I was there. I got to talk to him, and you could get that Tifo right in your FIFA Ultimate Team. And as Mike LaBelle is showing us right now, that celebration right there, everyone needs a love heart on Valentine's Day. So make sure you get it.
It seems fitting. It seems fitting. I might have messed it up a little bit. My execution needs to be a little bit quicker, the way he's got his throwing up the heart. I mean, Heart Gang, what's up? You should just drop a heart in the chat right now if you're watching.
Yes, make sure you are interacting with us on the Twitch chat. I've got it open because I want my reward so I can see you all right now. Now, back to the action here. Championship Sunday. We can have a look at our tournament brackets right now. Oceania is absolutely stacked. We've seen all the action from yesterday. This was the winners' side of things. DW Dillon beating Marcus Gomes in that first matchup. Then Naylor beating Mark 11. That set up our winners final, meaning DW Dillon took on Naylor, and it was DW Dillon who came out on top, and he is patiently waiting right there. We can have a look at our losers side of things as well. Now, as you can see, Jazz came through beating GZ Dillon. He takes on Marcus Gomes today, and then it was Marco who came out beating Greek Freak 6-1, which means he goes head-to-head with Mark 11. Those two matchups will be kicking off day 2 here. They'll be hoping to get through to round 3 and then to the final where Naylor is waiting for them. Mike LaBelle, the losers bracket, it looks stacked with some big names.
We touched on this yesterday, but if you missed some of the action yesterday, we basically have household names across the board for this region. When you're looking at all these competitors, there's nobody that's new to competition. You could make an argument that Mark is on the newer side, last event being his first event, but he performed well. And everybody else, we've seen at previous events, they've traveled to multiple tournaments. A lot of them have international success and international qualification. They've well known domestically, whether they're live streaming as well, and you can watch their games, or you've seen things that happen on social media. These are a lot of the guys that are definitely leaders within this region.
They are, and we can have a look at how today will unfold. Yes, let's jump into today's schedule. This is how things are looking. 10:10 Central European time. Marcus Gomes takes on Jazz in that losers bracket round 2. And then it's Mark 11 taking on Marco, a rematch of a big game we've seen before here in this region. 10:11 Central European time, and then it's losers bracket round number 3. The winners of both those first 2 matches will go through into that, and then it's on to the losers bracket final where Naylor is sat waiting patiently to see who he will face. And then it's time for the grand final. DW Dylan's got a bit of time, 4 hours until he jumps into that grand final. I wonder if he's getting his weekend league games completed, and then we'll wrap things up by hopefully talking to the winner in our post show as well. And then Mike LaBelle, that's another weekend done and dusted, another day closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, we're knocking on the door now, and you can tell with these competitors, we've interviewed them, we've spoken to them behind the scenes, in front of the camera. It's starting to get into the final stages for this region, not having a bunch of different opportunities in order to get those points that are necessary for playoffs. This is a massive event, and then the following event really decides everything. And you want to take as much pressure off yourself as possible so you don't have to go into the final event or the final qualifier and say, I have to win, or I have to go top 4, I have to go top 8 to give myself a chance in order to qualify for those playoffs, and then to have a chance again to get to the FIFA E World Cup, which is always the long-term goal.
And all of these competitors will be hoping that they can be there. And what better way to put yourself in a great position by being crowned champion of the Oceania region in qualifier number 2. Now let's talk about the action that will be kicking us off today. Marcus Gomes taking on Jazz, those two going head to head. And Mike LaBelle, Marcus Gomes, let's talk about him a little bit. Do you think he'll be feeling that pressure? He wants to make the FIFA E World Cup. He's a household name. He should be there.
I definitely think he's feeling the pressure. He hasn't won on broadcast yet, and that is kind of stressful, especially when you're coming from the winner's bracket and you're getting a double take. You're getting 2 chances to get some wins under your belt, and it hasn't happened for you. And I also know Marcus pretty well, and I'd say that he's putting a lot of pressure on himself, that he's very critical of what his expectations are, not just from a representation standpoint, but also his personal legacy. And on screen, just to throw it out there, they didn't have 25 and 20% possession. They were higher numbers, maybe 45 and 40% possession. I got you covered. There's the correction. Happy Valentine's Day.
That's why you are the expert. You notice all of those things right there. You're sharing the love and you're showing the love to all of our competitors who are going head to head. Now, let's flip it. Let's talk about Jazz a little bit as well. Now, he's coming into this one. Yes, people will be talking about Marcus. People will be talking about him as a household name, but we could see a bit of an upset here today, Mike.
Well, Jazz is also someone who's competed at the biggest stage. We've seen him travel internationally. It was interesting. We sat down, we had that conversation with him, and I asked, are you part of the old guard? Are you part of the new guard? He's like, can I make it in between? He's like, I don't know if I'm quite accomplished enough to really come from that original, I guess, Oceania region of OG, triple OG, that group. And he's also not in the brand new players that we are learning about within this year or maybe towards the end of last year. So he might be right, but he's an in-betweener, apparently, in terms of the guards. So I don't know. Is there a medium here? Let me get that medium.
Maybe he's in this medium range right there. Now, someone who sat patiently waiting, I said he's got a 4-hour wait until that grand final. It's DW Dylan, and this is the time where we all get our pens. Yes, we get our notepads ready. My pen's at the ready right there, as we've got our FIFA 21 Masterclass with DW Dylan.
Hi guys, I'm Dylan Campbell, professional FIFA player for the Dire Wolves. I'm 17 and this is my FIFA 21 Masterclass video. So today I'll be showing you, in my opinion, what the most important instructions have in FIFA 21. Getting behind, balanced width on the striker. The middle cam, I leave him on default. The wide attacking mids, come back on defense to support the defense, plus get into the box across, which as you'll see later on, is such an important instruction to have in FIFA 21. The CDMs on stay back while attacking, cover center and cut passing lanes. I'll show you why this is very, very important to have, especially cut passing lanes when combined with cover center. The fullbacks you're going to want to have on stay back while attacking. However, you can generate manual runs with these fullbacks if you wish. Okay, in this clip here, you can see why cover center and cut passing lanes on the CDMs is vital to have in FIFA 21. You can see Vieira, he's in the perfect position, covering Mbappe's run here, and that allows me to step in front of the defender by manually controlling him, intercept the pass, and create a counter. In this clip here, you can see how important the get into the box instruction on the wide attacking mids is in the 4-2-3-1. As you can see here, Ronaldo runs wide and Mbappe runs into the middle of the pitch. and I use that run as a dummy from Mbappe. I play off the pass to Neymar, and it's an easy pass back to CR7 for the finish. In this clip here, this is another reason why getting to the box across is such an important instruction to have on your wide players this year. As you can see, Mbappe is running down the wing, and as a result of having Alessandrino get into the box, he makes the run into the middle. I can cut the ball back into him for an easy finish and take the lead. Now I'm going to show you why these instructions all combined work so well together and why they complement each other. As you can see here, Vieira, who's on cover center and cut passing lanes, is in the perfect position to intercept the ball. This allows me to generate a counter-attacking opportunity here. As you can see, I played the pass back to Vieira, back to Mendy, and Ronaldo, because he's got getting behind, he makes the run in, pass it back to Mbappe, Ronaldo gets fouled for the penalty, and that creates a perfect chance for me to double my lead here.
FIFA 21 Masterclass right there with DW Dylan. That's why he is in the hot seat in the grand final, and there's other competitors that are hoping to take him on and take him out of it. But Mike LaBelle, when you see the pros creating this content, showing us exactly what it is that they do. Now, I've watched your videos. I've watched so many videos about this, but there just is a difference. That's why you guys are on a different level. I'm putting you on the same level as them.
Well, I definitely like to put myself as a tier 1. I wouldn't say I'm as good as the guys that are now competing on these broadcasts, but that's my background, that's my backstory. And it's all about finding small particulars or details that give you a competitive advantage. And that's what professional players do better. It's not just about their standard intangibles, being a little bit better at the game, but then to create separation, not only as mentality, but how can I gain some sort of advantage? Oh, does this turn work more effectively? What about this skill move? Or combining multiple skills in a certain manner, or then having different setups and being able to adjust quicker and react, and the tactical approach to the game. There's a lot that goes into FIFA. As simple as sometimes it looks when you're watching, you say, I could do that. Sign me up. I could play like him. I would make that mistake. And then once you get in the match, you can't move. You can feel the difference. We saw it with MS Desari last weekend, where a lot of people look at his gameplay and say, it looks really simple. This looks possible. But if you were under the pressure that he brings defensively, you just can't move. He starts to just take that space, take that space, take that space. And he's so dominant.
I mean, you just said half of the Twitch chat right there, who always say that they can do this, they can do that. Well, show us. I want to see you at an event right here, okay? When you get to the event, you can take on DW Dylan. That is when you'll get all the respect from me. Now, let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here. Nate, I'm coming straight to you for this one. Do you think you're the same? You're in the same bracket as DW Dylan, as Desari? Have you got the skills? Come on.
Come on, Kyle. Let's not be kidding ourselves. My time was well in the past, about 10 years ago, since I last won a major event 5-6 years ago for a minor event. These kids rising up are far better than I ever was.
I mean, that you sound like Matt Bell right now. These kids, these youngsters.
Oh, good. Here we go. You know why I dislike this? It's because Kyle's our age. He's our age, and he just makes us sound so much older than him. I think there's a year between Kyle and I, and apparently I'd be his grandfather at this rate.
I mean, I'm not saying anything, you know. I look younger. That's all I'm gonna say. All right.
The only one that can talk about being young is Treaders. Treaders, you want to talk about age? Come on down. The rest of us, we're knocking on the door. We're all lined up together. We don't get ID'd to walk into a club or to buy a drink. But Treaders, you got it all to yourself. You want to come in with that line, you be my guest.
Treaders, you're part of the new guard, let's say, right here. But the pros that we are seeing, you know DW Dylan really well, obviously, as well. And he sits in that grand final. We've seen his masterclass. You get to see all the work he does behind the scenes. And I'm guessing it's a lot of work.
It's unbelievable, the grind that Dylan in particular puts in, not discrediting the other competitors' grind at all, but Dylan, just when he's on the grind, he basically disconnects from everything else, and all he wants to do is find new ways to make himself improve at the game, whether that's taking on players that he's worse than, which is very few, by the way, or just finding new styles of attack, stretching his formation, stretching his understanding of the game of FIFA. He'll find whatever it takes to make him better.
Well, all I'm going to say is he's not played me yet. So, you know, there's very few, but there's one right here. Let's talk about the matchup that we will be seeing. Marcus Gomes taking on Jazz. Mike LaBelle, I'm coming for you for a prediction straight away. Who are you going for?
As much as I love Gomes, I haven't seen him do it yet on the broadcast. And I have seen Jazz be able to squeak out a result. He's going to be the I wish I had some great alliteration here because he beat the other Gomes earlier, but I don't have he's going to be getting the Gomes. It doesn't work. I think I don't know. I wanted something so bad, and I didn't come together for me. It didn't have the free flow. But
I've got you. GG. He's going to get the Gomes. He's going to get the GG.
I think we've just cringed this together really well. It's okay. I think Jazz is going to squeak out a result here. I'd love to see Marcus do it. I'm a big fan, big supporter of Marcus, but we just haven't seen it on broadcast this year yet.
I'm going the opposite. I know that Marcus Gomes is going to do it right here, right now. That is my prediction. Nathan Treaders, I'm going to throw it over to you, pass you the ball. You can tell us who your predictions are as we get ready for the first matchup of the day.
Thank you so much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Welcome to Championship Sunday. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Joshua Treadwell. And Treaders, it is a huge day for these competitors. I think if you look at the field today, the big names absent, arguably a bigger talking story than the ones that remain.
Absolutely. We're missing Neza in particular is the biggest name in our region. He's number one in the FIFA Global Series rankings for Oceania. And the fact that he hasn't been able to make it to this event because of the personal issues as described previously, it just opens up the field entirely and allows us to most likely see a new number one competitor rise to the top of our local rankings.
Greek Freak as well, shockingly knocked out yesterday. So that's both grand finalists from Qualifier 1 that won't be here. But Jazz, Marcus Gomes, maybe similarly on their same trajectory in that Marcus Gomes may have been at more events, but both are trying to work their way back into more broadcast events. And of course, those qualifiers coming up quick smart.
And making top four in this event, even in these qualifiers, could be the difference between, it is the difference between getting enough points to see you into the top 8 for those playoffs where the prize money gets so much higher and the stakes get raised even higher. Top 4 for this event also get themselves into the prize money. I had it up before on my other monitor, but when you make top 4, that's where the prize money starts, and that's also where the global series points starts to up itself a notch. So all of these competitors will be determined to at least this first game becomes even more crucial because winning this first game guarantees you a spot in that top 4.
Particularly when we're unsure where our national league is out. Trust these qualifiers are everything. Get those global series points. Get yourself into the playoffs. Who knows, maybe an E-World Cup spot could be yours. We start today in the losers bracket. Marcus Gomes losing 2-0 to Direwolves Dylan, who awaits in the grand final. And Jazz with that pulsating, phenomenal victory in the penalty shootout over Marcus's brother, Dylan.
Yeah, what a matchup that one was, end to end, back and forth. And I think if we're going to get into our predictions finally, we can. I think I'm going to be taking Jazz to take this one. I think Jazz will have what it takes to really disrupt the flow of Marcus. I think Marcus will be a little bit. He was a little bit underwhelming in attack, unfortunately, just seemingly happy to sit in possession and even just not registering proper. When he did register chances and opportunities to score, he was unable to convert them against Dylan. To be fair, Dylan is probably, in my opinion, the best defender in our region at the moment. But in saying that, you still, in FIFA 21, you still expect to be scoring those goals, especially if you're aspiring to get to that next level. And Marcus will know that he needs to convert those opportunities if he is to return to the status as Raul GOAT, especially with Marco. Even if he gets past Jazz in this one, Marco, not really out Mark at all, but Marco was on another level yesterday. Greek is so much better than the result showed yesterday, but Marco, that performance was so terrifyingly complete. It was just like another version of Marco that we haven't seen in competitive FIFA for quite some time. It's awesome to see him back and flowing the way that he likes to do.
I wouldn't want to be Mark versus Marco in that game that will be coming up for you a little later today, tonight, wherever you're watching from around the world. It's a pleasure to have you with us. The first game of the day, only moments away. Jazz had not made a broadcast event, getting a bit frustrated with himself. I think you called him a bit different altogether. He had been there in qualifier number 1, unfortunately unable to put it together, but as he was in that winner's bracket, he gets another shot here. And how many times, Treaders, have we seen our eventual champion rise from the loser's bracket?
Well, at least finding their way all the way from the first round of broadcasts in the loser's bracket all the way up into the winner's bracket final. I think the past few events we've seen the likes of MS Dasari just chilling and waiting in the winner's bracket final, in the overall final from the winner's bracket, and that's just a nightmare situation. But I think Oceania, because of how widespread our talent is, we'll see that we might have an eventual champion come from the loser's bracket.
Make sure you don't go anywhere. Starting off with the loser bracket, round 2, match 1. It is Marcus Gomes of Melbourne City versus Jazz FIFA. Marcus evolving as a competitor. He'll let you know that himself. Can no longer conform to the ways of previous FIFAs. It was talked about lightheartedly before we got back into here. And Treaders, we cannot overstate just how talented this crop of youngsters, as they still are to me, are. They are simply doing things in the game. They're required to do things in FIFA 21 that simply didn't exist 5 or 10 years ago.
And it's been a whole lot of adjustments, of adapting, of changing of play styles in order to suit the new way of playing the game, particularly with new skill moves and less opportunities to turn your defender. The scoop turn being one of those skill moves that in previous generations we might have seen that skill move used a lot less. In fact, we did see it quite a lot, but in the situations where these competitors are using that skill move, we would have normally just seen a manual left stick turn. But indeed, in FIFA 21, when left stick dribbling has copped quite a strong nerf, as we see Marcus through here on goal. And Jazz has given away a penalty. Referee points to the spot after a huge challenge, a huge collision in the box. The ball roll from Marcus, buying enough space to buy himself a penalty.
An excellent early opportunity for Marcus Gomes, and he makes no mistake. Ronaldo into the side netting, past Nick Pope, who gave away the penalty. Jazz not happy with his goalkeeper, won't be happy with the scoreline either. Marcus Gomes immediately bringing in Davies for Pogba, gets his pause to make the change, and both competitors, I believe, Treaders, utilizing the 5-3-2.
And I'd imagine that Jazz won't be long for the 5-3-2 after conceding first. He's one competitor who is more than happy to adjust to a more pressing play style. As discussed yesterday on the broadcast, I think that Jazz plays his best FIFA when he's playing aggressive, playing pressing style, not too worried about possession, as we see that long ball almost paying off again, but getting those yards, getting that ball up the other end of the pitch. But also, when you're playing against Marcus, you know that he will be more than happy to hold possession, to wear you down, draw your players out. And so many times when you're on the press against Marcus, he will be able to find that perfect option to escape the aggressive press.
Sticking with the 5-3-2 for now is Jazz FIFA. The apt Cruyff turn with Cruyff. Lovely ball over the top, by the way. Neymar with a very heavy touch. The ball running out of play. Jazz, once again, left frustrated by his foot items out there on the pitch. Plenty of time, of course, for him to respond. These will be best of 2 all the way through until that grand final. That format can be a little confusing to some. We'll give you that explainer when we get there. For now, it is nice and straightforward. And that is a lovely through ball. The attempted chip without enough power or dip. Nick Pope making slight amends for Jazz.
Marcus needs to be finishing those chances, because otherwise you'll find that Jazz will simply go up the other end and make you pay for not being able to finish your chances, because Jazz is so clinical when it counts. And that is a massive save. I thought that was destined for the top corner, but Marcus's Schmeichel says otherwise.
Corner taken short to Cruyff, who gets it back there. Marcus defending well. Where's the out ball, though? Reece James running into trouble. Jazz so good on the press, winning the ball back. Ronaldo. Excellent tackle again from Marcus. He is looking settled, assured. And although Jazz had used that 5-3-2 in previous iterations of FIFA, one wonders if it's his best way forward. Lovely cutback, and Ronaldo. Maybe there's an answer. Nice and early. The insta response. Ronaldo scored for Marcus. It's Ronaldo again, this time for Jazz.
And that is quintessential Jazz of FIFA. Finds the space down the wing and will attack you so aggressively and so unconventionally and at pace, winning the ball high up, getting in behind, using a running fake shot to open up enough space. And finally, Marcus left with too many options to cover, and Jazz more than up to the task of finding the correct pass in the situation.
He can create magic out of thin air. Jazz FIFA will be behind in a game by all measured metrics, only to pull a rabbit out of the hat. He's done it before at Foot Champs Cups. A famous game against Tex. He took him all the way to the end. And Tex said it was the hardest game he played all tournament. Despite Jazz only having 33% possession. Again, those attacks created on a whim. Good defending on this occasion. Needs to do it on both ends, of course. Trying the through ball down the line to that right centre mid of the 5-3-2. Doesn't give you as much width as a 4 midfielder formation. The fullbacks will be looking to push on. It's why you see Kulusevski deployed in a wing-back role. With only seconds remaining before half-time, there may well be time for one more attack for Jazz. Bruno Fernandes down the line. He is that future star's foot item to Ronaldo, and that is a simply awful finish. And I'm not pointing that out at all. From a Jazz FIFA perspective, I'm more shocked that CR7 has skewed that so horribly wide.
That should be finding its way into the back of the net. 8 yards out. And maybe slightly off balance if I'm giving benefit of the doubt. But 9 times out of 10, that's such a high percentage take. Marcus getting away with one there, and Jazz would feel a little bit hard done by. However, he would be feeling incredibly positive towards the back end of that half. I cannot recall Marcus having an attack beyond the 15-minute mark of this matchup. So Jazz really starting to grow, really starting to assert his dominance. And the benefit for Jazz is he's still asserting that dominance without switching his tactics, just simply outplaying Marcus at his own game, beating him in the 5-3-2.
Immediately after, Treaders and I point out it's maybe not his strongest formation. I'm more than happy to eat my humble pie. Jazz, another one of those grinders, if you like, puts in so much time, thought, and effort into the game. And while he does get the header from the patented kickoff move, it's thankfully for most involved straight at Kasper Schmeichel.
If Jazz stays in the tournament, I believe that we will see one of those scored by the final. He'll take as many of those as he can, as we see Marcus attempting the cutback himself. A lot of space now for Davies, but Jazz with bodies back in the way, taking full advantage of the 5 at the back. And Marcus, uncharacteristically, you have to say, rushing that final pass into the final third. Jazz starting to almost get comfortable in possession. Caught a little bit off guard by the press from Marcus. With Marcus happy to sit back for the most of the game yesterday against Dylan. Seemingly playing a lot more aggressive in defense, which is opening up space in behind for Jazz to attack. That cross slightly missing the mark, and Schmeichel for Marcus is able to collect and restore a little bit of normality.
It is Peter Schmeichel, of course. I wonder if I've been watching too many highlights of Leicester-Liverpool or just packed him way too many times in my search of a Team of the Year foot item. The icon goalkeeper. Always interesting to see which goalkeeper preferred by competitors. They fall outside of the squad building requirements. So you can choose whichever keeper you prefer. It is still 1-1 in this first of 2 legs. And there is a press of sorts again. Unable to get that ball under his control through Neymar. Marcus, happy to hold possession, plays it short. We're looking for the passes, as I'm sure you are watching on, and there are not a lot of options. Every time Jazz wins it back, though, Marcus replies in kind. Mbappe dancing still in. Nick Pope getting down well, and that's a terribly shanked clearance. Things have gotten scrappy in this second half. The lofted through pass, no good. It's getting a little helter-skelter, Treaders. We normally save that term for a little later on in the day. But with so much on the line and these systems somewhat cancelling each other out, it can't be that much of a surprise.
One thing that the 5-3-2 really doesn't put you at advantages is when you get into those wide areas, you simply have to turn back. And indeed, Marcus does turn back inside, takes the advantage back as well, going 2-1 up with a simply brilliant bit of dribbling on the edge of the area, hits the finesse and finds its way into the top right-hand corner.
Not a lot that Jazz could do about that. A lovely turn and finish. I'm getting the vibe, a lot of the Twitch chat just want gameplay. You're not too worried about the competitors. Too bad. I'm going to talk about them as much as I'm allowed, because Marcus there, quite pensive. I wouldn't say worried, but if you had to judge off reactions, Treaders, Marcus almost looking a little unhappy. Maybe he's just amazed like we are at the quality of that goal.
And it was an absolute throwback goal with the turn, with the left stick, no skill moves involved, just simply Marcus receiving that ball, switching it onto the right foot, and Jazz, I think he was attempting to cover a pass inside. Marcus more than happy with the space given to him. So many times when a competitor defends with the 5-3-2, you'll see those kind of opportunities simply get blocked. But not in that occasion, with Jazz unfortunately, controlling the centre back and shifting him out of the way and out of any potential blocking opportunities.
Down the near side, Marcus Gomes happy to bring things back. Traore, who he loves to bring on as a sub, sends the ball in. Nick Pope clears it for Jazz. And then possession right back to Marcus. Things on a loop at the moment. The first time strike. It's with Bruno again. This time, it does not hit the target. If I stand correct, it is the player of the month, Bruno Fernandes. Of course, completed by SBC. 92 overall. Still a heck of a card there, Treaders. It might not be the team of the year, but if you had the coins to do that SBC, you certainly have been rewarded. And Marcus was with that second goal.
And now Jazz just getting caught out time and time again on the press. Marcus doing really well to ball roll the keeper, and that is a sublime finish. The press from Marcus building up to that chance. So simple the finish, but so brilliantly executed.
We'll keep breaking down the different skill moves for you. The simple ball roll, exactly what's required in a 1v1 situation. And at the other end, it's just onto the roof of the net. Jazz is getting a little closer each time with that kickoff routine. Perhaps not as close as he'd like. Through ball to the player near side, it's Traore. Plenty of pace. The cross straight at Pope. And then the ball back again. Jazz simply cannot hold possession. Ronaldo, heel to heel. Still going, Marcus Gomes. Excellent sliding challenge with Varane from Jazz. He is hanging on at the moment with only minutes remaining of this first leg. After a scrappy opening to the second half, Marcus giving us some of his vintage form. If we saw it, what did you call him? Prime moments Marco yesterday. We're somewhere in that direction with Marcus early on Championship Sunday.
And Marcus will be aware that he can get even better. He's adjusted to Jazz's playstyle, has detected that Jazz is not enjoying the counter press and taking full advantage. And now Marcus settling for the final attack, and he makes that attack count. What a beautiful passing goal. The build-up perfect, and every single pass making up the goal of the tournament so far.
A simple finish, but it was all about the build-up. Prime moments Marcus, indeed, right at the end of this first leg. A little bit like that game yesterday then, Treaders, if we're thinking Marco versus Greek Freak. Sure, there was an error or two. It wasn't about the opponent that lost. It was all about the quality of the man with the W on that occasion. It's feeling eerily similar right here. Marcus with the early benefit of a penalty. Nick Pope taking out the striker. And so while that one was a bit of a gift, Treaders, Jazz got his goal, and after that, it's simply sit back and enjoy the Marcus Masterclass.
And early on, it just seemed like Marcus was playing passes that we would see work in previous editions of FIFA, particularly in FIFA 18. That turn and finish are very much a throwback to FIFA 18. But as he's grown in confidence, and I think as we go further and further into the FIFA competitive cycle, he will make the required adjustments to the FIFA 21 gameplay and the FIFA 21 meta. And he will be determined to make those required adjustments. But we saw some vintage passes turning and dragging players out. Just the passing so brilliant from Marcus that it forced Jazz to drag players out, dragging centre backs out to put pressure on the player with the ball and essentially totally removing the impact that those three central midfielders may have.
They're simply not there to help out, and when Marcus is playing with passing style like that, there is simply little anyone can do. However, it is Jazz's job in this moment, in this second leg, to come up with a game plan. We look forward to seeing what that is, to see if he can achieve victory. And hey, if you're watching along at home, you can maybe win something for yourself as well. This qualifier brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. And so if you're watching along, sure, there's tokens, there's excellent gameplay, but there is a way for you to win. That FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Follow them as it is on your screen at Turtle Beach and tweet using the hashtag Stealth600. That is hashtag Stealth600 for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. Our sincere thanks to Turtle Beach for getting behind this tournament and indeed this region, even more perhaps than Qualifier 1, even despite Treaders of the big names not available at this stage. We are seeing some world-class FIFA 21.
And full credit to the competitors who have stuck with FIFA through all the changes, through all the patches. We went from step over City early in FIFA 21 to now 5 at the back being so much more prevalent than we've ever seen in a number of years. It's credit to these competitors who continue to adjust, and full credit to Marcus and Marco in particular, who know that as long as they're there and thereabout on their skill level, when the time comes for the playoffs, when we get through March into April and those playoffs do take place, they will see themselves in the best position possible to take out the number one spot and indeed the $20,000 on the line for Oceania.
I know Mark, who will be coming up for you a little later, was maybe wishing we were still living in Stepover City, as I believe you put it, but it's no good just to be good at the start of a FIFA title or at the end. You do need to adapt and adjust all the way through, be consistent, get the points during these 3 Oceania qualifiers, get yourselves to playoffs, and then we'll see what might happen from there. Marcus Gomes is certainly playing like somebody who could see himself at those playoffs. Dare I say, even at the E-World Cup himself. There's no small matter. However, because straight away, with a varied kickoff routine, Jazz pulls one back before Marcus is even allowed to touch the ball.
And Jazz, credit to him, he always finds different ways of creating chances, of scoring goals. Arguably the man that pioneered the FIFA 19 green time finesse meta and essentially broke the game at that point. But he has the quality to, he doesn't simply only need those, I guess, game-breaking exploits. He's able to create chances of his own accord. But indeed, such is his grind that he's one competitor that will find all the unorthodox ways of scoring goals.
I've always got time for a fellow game breaker. Neymar looking for his second of this second leg. Well challenged, and you see that Pogba out. Alphonso Davies in substitution made by Marcus earlier. He'll take place in the centre of midfield. He really is a foot item that can be used all around the pitch. Marcus, lovely ball to that Davies. Mendy, who's in 150% of FIFA Ultimate Teams, there to make the challenge. And Jazz, doesn't he love a challenge? He's never been in a game situation he didn't believe he couldn't come back from. And so I'm sure a 3-goal deficit is not as big to him, Treaders, as it might seem to some other competitors.
And with his unorthodox ways of scoring goals, he simply has the X factor. The unexpected take that he might, unexpected shot that he may take, the unexpected pressure applied. It just simply keeps all these competitors on their toes, not entirely sure what to expect. There's a degree of risk involved in the way that Jazz takes on the game, but it sure is incredibly entertaining to watch.
The 1-2 pass. Will Mbappe get there? He will not. Nick Pope claims it again. That is one of the fascinating things about Marcus Gomes' play style. You may know exactly what's coming, but defending it, stopping it, is another thing entirely. Jazz altering his attacking play, this time going down the left. Brings it back centrally. Neymar to Cruyff. Gets stood up well by Walker. And an opportunity from a corner. Jazz, one of the competitors who doesn't mind playing it in. Maybe a little ambitious there. It can be a thing in Oceania to take your corners nice and direct. Or if you take them short, to try and dribble your way in, pass it back and around. Jazz loves that first time pass to the man, and then the driven pass into the area. Marcus went up the other end before Jazz gets possession once more. Through again to Cruyff. He's getting plenty of joy on that far side. The big figure of Reece James in the way.
Besides the weakness on the counter-attack the 5-3-2 does possess, when you get that ball into the wide areas with your fullbacks, there is such limited threat that if you're playing against a 4 at the back, they can essentially just ignore those additional players. And if they're playing an aggressive counter-attacking play style, they can really exploit the space left out wide by those fullbacks being so advanced. It does mean, though, that if they choose to not ignore those players, or they actually pay attention to those wide fullbacks, the wingbacks, it can create a lot of opportunities and a lot of joy when you attack straight up the guts through the middle.
I wonder if that's an Australian term there, Treaders. We might have to ask Kyle and Mike about it. Cruyff for Jazz on the right. Schmeichel gets down well to make the save. Danger not done yet for Marcus. Man falls to ground, but it was all ball, sir. And now maybe Marcus can get a bit of joy on the counter-attack. Have a look at that run being made by Mbappe. He's got 2 to beat. And Varane, Real Madrid teammate of Mendy. That link seen again once or twice. Getting it done at the other end. Marcus switching player at just the right time. And that's a lovely out ball to his left wing back. Bruno holding it up. Marcus just wants possession. The question is, will Jazz let him have it in this area of the pitch? When does he start his press? Marcus playing through it at the moment. I think that through ball was meant for the overlapping wing back. It is all in vain. The player who Marcus didn't want it to go to offside. No minutes of added time in the first half of this second leg. I'm not sure if Jazz was aware, maybe just not wanting to give it away. And after starting very well, Treaders, it doesn't get much better than a third-minute Neymar goal. He still has 2 to make up. That's why you see him using the 4-2-2, trying something a bit different. It gives you bodies all over that pitch. You can try and press that little bit higher, but he's going to need to do that manually, not just rely on his defensive shape.
Particularly against the 5-3-2, which does have that width in midfield. Once you get into the final third, though, particularly if you go very early, as previously mentioned, the wingbacks can't generate their own attacks. They need to pass back inside or indeed pass backwards. That would suit Marcus at this time of the game, but as an overall formation and indeed in most traditional footballing senses, the 5-3-2 is not a good formation. And I think with the weight of possession that Jazz was having, and indeed the weight of effective possession that Jazz was having towards the back end of the first half, I think Jazz will relish the opportunity to press Marcus and for Marcus to continue to go forward with those fullbacks, because it is so incredibly simple to dispossess them when they are isolated.
We do love talking about our different formations and strategies. It is an esport played on so many different levels. These competitors practicing all the way through until today's event, day 2 of the weekend's event, got underway. I was playing some FIFA myself, saw Jazz in some friendlies, trying absolutely anything and everything in order to get ready. A good read there by Tavernier. Plays it wide. Little 1-2 passes on, decides to hold it. All roll, Marcus in the way, and then Ronaldo wins it straight back. It's interesting how much it's felt like a similar game style, but just played by either competitor at different times. At the moment, Jazz in control. As you can see, every challenge Marcus makes, it straight back to Jazz. The cutback away by James, but will go again. Firmino, Ronaldo, drag back. That is well challenged. Maybe now Marcus can hold on to that ball.
And Marcus doing really well there to resist the temptation to just strike on the counter-attack, holding up possession long enough to get bodies in supporting areas. There's been a number of occasions where Marcus has rushed that ball forward and lost possession. And against Jazz, who can play so direct and has such threat on the counter-attack as he attempts to beat Reece James one-on-one. But the 5-3-2 can be predictable if rushed and if those passing options aren't advanced, which is why it's so crucial to recycle that ball, to get it into the midfield, and indeed get it into the center of the pitch. The moment you get too wide in the 5-3-2, your options reduce from about 4 or 5 passing options to 1, and that is so simple to cut out for Jazz. And that's where Jazz is really looking to press aggressively when Marcus goes out wide. But when Marcus is playing through the middle, it's incredibly hard to get that ball off him.
The winner of this contest will be the first competitor of the day to advance to the loser bracket round 3. The loser, unfortunately, their time is done. It is always a bittersweet moment for us. We want to champion and enjoy the success of a fellow Australian, but for everyone that makes it through, a story must come to an end. Will Marcus Gomes continue his run back on broadcast, or is Jazz FIFA about to produce a quite spectacular comeback? Time is ticking down. Under a third of this second leg left. And Marcus, as you can see, just looking for the passing lane time after time. And there it is, the extra run. Mbappe, he has that player ahead of him. And whether that's nervousness or uncertainty, either way, he doesn't try the pass. And Jazz still going strong. The through ball down the line. Walker versus Neymar. Excellent close control. And then out of play. Marcus clearly not happy with Traore. Or maybe it's just a matter of bringing everybody back, Treaders. Stay back while attacking. Please, pretty please.
And Marcus clearly unhappy that players have been making that run into the box, leaving him exposed on the counter-attack. So switching the tactics on his Fernandez and Bobby Firmino to stay on edge of the box, meaning Marcus is setting up shop, will look to hold possession, strike on the counter. He seemed to have that 5-4-1 as an option as well, which is a version of the 5-3 of the 5 at the back that can strike on the counter because of those bodies out wide. And indeed, Marcus finding so much space in behind, and that is as tactical a foul as you'll see. Customary yellow card, taking one for the team.
We've seen that from Jazz on many occasions in pro clubs. Now he gets to do it in Oceania Qualifier number 2. And with good reason. He needs to win that ball back. Marcus still going byline. Eventually, Nick Pope is called out and collects the ball. 15 minutes remaining, plus stoppage time, of course. Can Jazz send this to extra time? A lovely first time ball around the corner. Cruyff, the left foot goes near post. Schmeichel comfortably makes the save.
That angle, just not what Jazz was looking for. The direct cross. Schmeichel plucks it from CR7's head. And Marcus will look to use as much of the clock as he possibly can. And now the press. And Schmeichel sending that ball high and long. And Marcus doing really well to hang on to possession right now.
I still enjoy seeing the 5-4-1. I know it might sound bizarre. While, of course, it gives you so many players behind the ball. If you set their player instructions correctly, they will make those through runs for you. And you can be through on goal quick smart. Marcus not using it for its attacking variety. He just wants the aforementioned players behind the ball. Trying to play it in behind. Jazz with the read. 7 minutes left. If it's going to happen for Jazz FIFA, it needs to happen now. Fernandez viciously taken out off one of Marcus's players. And we go on. He intersects the space between defense and midfield. Players there for Jazz. If he moves it quickly enough, and he is. Ronaldo to Atal. Waiting for that through run. Back to Atal. He's trying everything. Here is Jazz. But Marcus just defending that little bit too well. The throw from the goalkeeper had me a little rattled. Directly over one of Jazz's players, and there's a giveaway with not much time remaining at all. As we said, it is bittersweet for Jazz FIFA. It is all over, Red Rover. For Marcus Gomes, he is proving the doubters wrong. He doesn't need this extra goal. He just wants to get it anywhere. He plays on into the 3rd minute. It stays in play. Keeper collects. And the smile on Marcus' face says it all. Jazz fighting hard, fighting very well. But that class, the passing play in that first leg particularly from Marcus Gomes, just too good on the day, Treaders.
Yeah, Jazz, the disruptor, unable to disrupt Marcus's game plan of swinging that ball from right to left. And Marcus, through the center of the park, able to find so many passes. And he played incredibly well in possession. And his patience in build-up was vintage Marcus Gomes.
Jazz able to overcome Dylan Gomes, but Marcus keeping the brotherhood strong. He progresses through to round 3, and to wrap up the game that just was, let's send it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate and Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Yes, Marcus Gomes goes straight up the guts into loser bracket round number 3. We don't have that saying right here, so that is definitely just an Australian one right there. While he goes through to that next round. And Mike LaBelle, what did you make of that one? Because Marcus Gomes, we said he's not had a win on broadcast yet, but here he is showcasing what he's capable of.
If anything, I think we motivated him. It started to weigh on him a little bit. He played well with the pressure.
We might have just encountered into some technical issues just there with Mike's mic. Makes sense, right? There we go. I think we can get into this right now. Anyway, we can see the replays from that game. And Mike LaBelle does join us right now.
I'm back, my man. I'm back.
Mike, what did you make of this? Marcus Gomes from the start of it in full control?
I think getting a penalty kicked early on helped him just to get his confidence right. I'm happy to see Gomes get the result in the game. I know that I went with Jazz. Jazz is showing more confidence on the broadcast. Also plays a very attacking style, as you see the instant reply, the rebuttal. And I will mention with Marcus here, he has more balance in his gameplay. And that's something he's always been very classic to Gomes, that he can see out a game. He has the possession. He understands the tactics, the intricacies, a lot of the ins and the outs. As you see a breakthrough there, way too much space. Walking around the goalkeeper. See ya later. Walk the dog. Piece of cake. You can't miss from there. Jazz is unhappy. And this is really big, I feel like, for Gomes, because he hadn't had that big victory yet on a broadcast. And now you start to build some momentum. You're starting to build your confidence, your composure, and you've got over the hump to a certain degree. This is done. The longer you go without a win, especially when you're coming from the winner's bracket, it definitely starts to play a factor in terms of your mental approach to playing FIFA, where you're saying, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was, or maybe I'm not playing that vintage style. And this was a very classic Marcus Gomes match. I think it's a good way of describing it. Gave you a little bit about everything. You see the gameplay there, the dribbling, the skills. Even though it didn't turn into anything, that's a more confident player and the best mustache in the scene.
He has got the best mustache in the scene. Great lighting as well right there. We can see Marcus Gomes comes out on top 4-2 after those 2 legs of FIFA 21. 56.5% of the possession, 90% pass accuracy. 8 shots, 7 of those on target. But as I said, the all-important stat, 4-2 he won, and he makes his way through to that losers bracket round 3. But before he gets there, we can invite him into the broadcast. We can chat a little bit too. Marcus, welcome, congratulations. It's good to have you here. And Marcus, I need to ask you, first question, did you speak to your brother after his game yesterday to get some tips or what you might need to do coming into this matchup?
I did speak to Dill yesterday. I watched the game obviously very closely, and Dill got a bit unlucky, but Jazz is a great player. But I did pick out some things tactically that I knew were going to be happen today, and I think it helped me a little bit, to be fair.
And Marcus, do you feel additional pressure as being, I think for many, you're the leader of this region. When people think about what's happening in Oceania, or they're thinking what's happening in Australia, they're saying, oh, where's Marcus at? How's he doing? Where is he performing? Does that weigh on you, especially with social media at all, where you have this almost guaranteed expectation to get results all the time?
There is definitely a bit of extra pressure. I think, people's assumptions of that if I'm in a tournament here, I should be winning or always winning, but like that's just, the harsh reality is that's not the case anymore. People are much, much better. The region's grown, which is a great thing. But I'm still trying to find my footing and obviously trying to chase an OCE chip. So getting that first win was pretty important on a broadcast, because I would have been 0-4 actually if I lost today as well. So yeah.
Do you feel like you have something to prove, Marcus, to everyone within the region or worldwide as well?
A little bit. I obviously had a really bad season last year, so people thought I kind of fell off. But FIFA 19 was tremendous, but that's a couple of years ago now. So there is a bit to prove that I can still play and compete at the top level here. But it's also just to prove to myself, really, that because I lost a bit of belief, to be honest, in my own gameplay last year. So I'm also proving to myself, and hopefully the results will speak for themselves if they go well.
Yeah, definitely. And final question, I've got to ask you, how can I get a mustache like that? Please, I need some tips. Give me some tips, Marcus.
I just got lucky. I grew it out from November. It grew very quickly in like 3 weeks, and then I've had to just maintain it still. It could get real bushy, let's just say that, if I didn't trim it. But look, it's hit and miss with some people, but I've kind of grown onto it now, and I'm going to keep it for as long as I want, I guess. But yeah, initially I wasn't sure, but I've got no real tips, honestly. It's just literally just luck of the draw. It literally just luck of the draw.
I love that after that win, I'm asking you tips on how to grow a mustache right there. Marcus, honestly, it's great to chat to you. Hopefully we'll get to talk to you again as you progress through to that losers bracket round 3. We'll see you later on.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Right, there we have it. Marcus Gomes makes his way through to loser bracket round number 3. He will be facing the winner of our next matchup. Mike LaBelle, something he did say there, he feels the pressure and he thinks he's got something to prove, but more so to himself. I think that shows a lot about Marcus. We've seen in his social media, we've seen the tweets when he gets knocked out of tournaments. He wants to show to himself that he can do it.
Well, he's also a student of the game, where he's someone who always watched a lot of gameplay, consumes a bunch of content, adds in a lot of the details, and FIFA's kind of cruel at times. It can be very harsh, and so can the internet. They don't remember all the work you put in 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and the success story. They might have an expectation for you, but they maybe didn't see what was happening last year. They didn't check in with you. And then this year as well. And when you have, and it's kind of wild when you think about it, when you have such a big name or you have this expectation to always win events, if you get second or if you get third or if you get fourth, for a lot of the fans, it can still come off as a disappointing result. That wasn't good enough. And that's almost unfair because there is going to be a learning curve. There's going to be an adjustment period. At the end of the day, there's only one winner.
I mean, that is so true. And I feel like with Marcus, he's come so close on many occasions, but hopefully right here is where he will prevail. We can have a look at our losers bracket. This is how things are shaping up down there in the losers side of things. As we can see, Marcus Gomes, he dropped down into that round number 2 and he defeated Jazz 4-2 and goes through into that round number 3 on the losers bracket side of things. He will face the winner of Mark 11 taking on Marco. That will be coming up very, very shortly. And Mike LaBelle, Marcus is going to be full of confidence, but this next matchup right here, Mark 11, Marco, both of these competitors are very, very good.
And I might have brewed some coffee this morning, but I want to also stir this up, brew the matchup. I would love to see the classic, original matchup of two of the most well-known Aussie-based players. If we can get Marco versus Gomes, Gomes versus Marco, that has been a pinnacle, or at least a reoccurring matchup we've seen throughout the years in this region. I might be getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I would love to see that from maybe someone who's just been around the community for many, many years. That's a classic.
Well, let's see what happens in this next matchup. Yes, losers bracket round number 2, our second match. Mark 11 taking on Marco. That's coming up after this short break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 2 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. We've already had matchup number 1 here on Championship Sunday, and breaking all the action down is myself and Mike LaBelle as well. And Mike, we've got another matchup which does see the old guard and the new guard taking on each other. Mark 11 taking on Marco. Yesterday, you were stirring the pot just a little bit with these matchups with Marco. These times, they're going head to head. Have you got that mixing spoon in the bowl ready for this one, Mike?
I'm ready to burn something. It's Valentine's Day. If you have me putting together the home cooking, everybody's in trouble. Nobody's eating. We're going out to eat. There's no doubt about it. But Marco and Mark, this is going to be a rematch. We've seen this earlier on this year, and it's kind of what put Mark on the map. It was the battle of the names, so to speak. But I was very impressed, I think as was everyone, with Marco yesterday. Not only beating Greek Freak, but completely outplaying him top to bottom. And that's got to be massive for his confidence heading into this matchup.
Let's bring Nate and Treaders into the conversation. Let's get some predictions from us all. And Treaders, I'm going to start with you. Let's do it all together this time. Who are you going for with this matchup?
I think it would be incredibly naive of me
Treaders, we've got some issues with your mic right now. Nate, yep. I'll come to you. Oh, wait, Treaders, are you there? I think you are. Treaders?
I'm there.
I'm pretty sure Treaders just said, I'm going with whatever Mike's going with. That's what I heard.
Exactly. No, I've got Marco for this one. I think it'd be incredibly naive to think that Marco's complete play style and the way we saw him play yesterday, if he's able to play even a fraction of that, I think Marco will have this one in the bag.
Oof, okay, I like that. The confidence right there. Nate, who are you going for?
Mark 11's about to roast me again on Twitter, but it has to be Marco. He has played some of the FIFA of the tournament so far.
Don't worry, I've got your back. I'll jump onto Twitter and defend you, Nate. Mike, who are you going for?
I don't like when we let them go first, because then it seems like we're just joining their cuddle session on Valentine's. But I've been
There's room for you, man.
I've been upselling. We have an extra bed in Treader's room, so you're not wrong. We can all sit on there together, I guess. It's not a very big bed, just an observation. I don't know is that you sleeping on? Who's the second bed for? Anyways, another time we're going into details. I'm getting distracted. I've got Marco. I want to see the Gomes Marco matchup. I'm in for it. I'm stirring that narrative. That's what I'm all about. You might not want the cooking, but that would be a quality, premium quality ordeal, appetizer, main course, something you can eat.
Oh, I'm definitely hungry right now as well. Valentine's meal for one for me, though. Yes, that's how sad it gets. But I'm going to back my boy Marco. I'm going to go with him today. I feel like he's got it in him. And as you said, Mike, we want to see that matchup. Old guard taking on old guard. Anyway, enough about that. Nate, Treaders, let's get this second matchup of the day started. It's over to you guys.
I think that would be a wonderful idea to get the game started as soon as possible and forget about that last few minutes. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Josh Treadwell and Treaders. It is an enticing, exciting encounter. Our oldest competitor of the competition against the youngest.
And I know I came in really hard on Marco being the favorite in this matchup, but Mark 11, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to grind the game nearly as much as he would like. He's a competitor that has burst onto the scene this year on the back of playing the game more than any other competitor in the scene. He's unfortunately under the load of completing grade 12 at the moment. I think if he can manage to stay through this competitive season, grind out, potentially join an organization looking into FIFA 22 and get that full backing as he graduates school, that's where he will come into his own. The second year Mark 11 will be something to behold. But right now, we've got Marco trying to re-establish himself at the top of Oceania FIFA.
We are used to having competitors split out by console. These are all played on PS4, just to answer a question seen in the Twitch chat. So, quite rightly, all competitors now grouped in together It used to be Marcus alone on one console, Marco on the other. It is now completely merged in the discussion about the modern FIFA esports godfather in Oceania can rage on in the chat. We're going to focus on the here and now. Mark 11, it is incredible to think, Treaders, and you're quite right to bring it up, what he has achieved, not just at this age, but being relatively new to the scene. He doesn't have the backing of an esports org at present, like Atlantide Wave. For Marco, if he can get his studies completed and the right esports organization comes on board, it is frightening to think about how good he could be.
He's definitely one to watch for the future. Again, having to lock in to complete his grade 12 studies. You only really get, unless you're some kind of unique exception, you get one opportunity to complete grade 12. So you have to make that opportunity count, especially at the young age that Mark 11 is. He will continue to develop in further and further editions of FIFA. And with the esports scene only growing, there are more and more opportunities growing for Mark 11. And if I'm any of the competitors, besides probably Dylan, I'm thinking this is going to be my thing. This is going to be my time. The scene is growing. We're getting more regional events, the return of regional events indeed, and we'll hopefully see more of those types of events in the future as well.
It does seem like quite a while ago we had those regional LAN events. Back here doing what we are able to do in the current global situation, and isn't it great to have FIFA esports regionally based once again? Very unfortunate there for Atlantide Marco. The big shot almost looked like maybe it was Top Bin's material. His fellow attacker in the way, and an offside given. So Marco striking a blow straight into the noggin of his mate. Mark 11 will get the chance to respond. It was hard for him yesterday, experiencing his first loss of the tournament so far. No one wants to come up against Naylor, but someone had to. He can put that behind him and look ahead to an E-League champion, regional champion, and a man who really does look to be on a mission, Treaders. It was pointed out yesterday, he is a more focused, narrow-minded, in the best possible way, competitor. He's blocking out all that outside noise and focusing himself on being the Oceania champion once again.
And that really shows up through the way he plays the game at the moment. Accidentally switching off that player lock, unfortunately for him in that situation. But Marco being so aggressive with the way he moves, the individual defender, it seems like when he is in possession of the ball, that he's able to exert so much focus and so much energy on reading the pitch and reading the next pass. He's one that reads and reacts to the way that the defense is presenting to him, as Mark 11 starting to string a lot more possession than we saw yesterday, and he's looking a lot more comfortable as he creates the first chance of the game, and the underdog in this matchup has taken an early 1-goal advantage.
You simply have to respect him. There's a reason he'd only experienced one loss so far in this tournament. And it's Renato Sanchez, the unlikely goal scorer, but that lovely build-up play deserved the finish. And Mark 11 deserves this early 1-0 lead.
And as always with these high-scoring matches, you'll see an 8-2 scoreline, or even in that matchup with Dasari, with a 10-goal grand final in that West Asia tournament that went absolutely nuts on social media. It doesn't always tell the full story, as we're seeing Marco using the individual players to their full capacity. Well read and tackled by Mark. But when you go a few goals down, you find that you need to pour more bodies forward. And I think for a number of these competitors, Naylor is a nightmare matchup because of the versatility that he has in attack, rather than playing against a more balanced player such as Marco, Dylan, or Marcus.
Good to see a lot of support in the Twitch chat for Mark 11. Look at that moving Mbappe to the left, back inside again. It is Mark 11 at the double just before half time. What a performance in this first half by the young man.
And he is turning it on. This is Mark 11 at his very best. The composure taking on defenders one-on-one and going into the end of the first half with a 2-goal advantage. None of the casters, analysts, and hosts predicted it, but Mark 11 proving us all wrong at the moment.
And sincerely, you love to see it. We just want the best quality FIFA 21 we can get, and boy, oh boy, Mark 11 is giving it good so far. Only the 2 opportunities in the first half for him, but he took them both with aplomb. Having a look at the lineup, that back line and goalkeeper, one you probably see in a lot of weekend leagues or a lot of other matches outside of a broadcast environment. While he has some quality attackers, of course, it just goes to show, Treaders, quality foot items will only get you so far. It is yet another reason why Mark 11 is just so good.
And the man has all the skills at his disposal. If you give him an opportunity to take you on one-on-one, particularly if you're setting up with a 4 at the back, he will create chances and he will score goals. Marco with a few decisions to make with the way that he's set up his team now, particularly if Mark 11 continues to not really look threatened when he is defending.
Plenty of time left, of course. Don't fret. Marco is built up as he deservedly has gained a loyal fan base, a passionate fan base that have seen him compete in tournaments throughout the world. Landside have picked themselves up a bargain of sorts. Left without an esports organization for a short period of time. It seemed like just a matter of time until someone picked up the old hand, if you like. Again, we talk about old hands, old guard, all that terminology. He is still young of mind, of spirit, and he has that drive and ambition. He needs to put it to good use up against the likes of Mark 11, who seems to start slowly, Treaders, in most games. It's been a feature of his qualification, and indeed yesterday, and even today, that first 10-20 minutes doesn't often go so well. He managed to defend resolutely, and then 2 late first half goals have him in the lead. Marco on the turn, though. It's one moment that can change a game, and it's 1 goal back for Atlantide Marco. Would he go inside? Would he go outside? Unfortunately for Mark 11, he guessed wrong, and Marco don't miss.
Marco building into this clash, and we're seeing him look more and more confident on the ball. You know someone's playing their best FIFA when they're comfortable in possession, no matter the pressure they are under. It seems like they have so much more time on the ball than their opponent. And the way they do that is by using their skill moves, using the ball rolls, the croquetas, and indeed the player lock, the fake shot back inside, creating space. And how has that missed? I feel like I'm watching FIFA 19 with a couple of these misses.
Good interception with Walker. We'll restart the attack for Mark 11 until Renato Sanchez is in the way again. He is, if you look at the numbers, particularly the overall rating, a foot item you don't expect to see, but the links and performing well above his ability. Marco going the same way again. Excuse me. Have we just got this on a loop, Treaders? Ronaldo again on the turn, right foot. And just like that, it's 2-2.
And that's all come about because of that decoy run that Marco created by triggering the player run from his striker, R9, comfortably sitting at cam in the 4-2-3-1. Just has that little bit of extra space, little bit of extra time on the ball. And when you get that ball to his feet in the box, indeed past the penalty area, past the penalty spot, you'll find so much joy for R9.
Riding the challenge well, one Ronaldo to another. Marco not behind for long. Renato on Renato. Mark 11's foot item winning. And then he surges down the far side, brings it back. João Cancelo, who's been excellent for Manchester City, will try and do a job here for Mark 11. You won't see him get his fullbacks involved as much as other competitors. Treaders, you'll probably be happy with that, right?
Absolutely. When you get forward with your fullbacks, your options just seem to run out unless you're in midfield. But the overlapping runs can prove so lethal. But crossing, not really a feature of FIFA 21, unless it's those low-driven crosses. Interesting to note about Marco's tactics, those wide players are not tracking back in the slightest. So clearly playing on balanced rather than come back on defense, which when competitors use the 4-2-3-1, traditionally you'll see those wide men track back and get involved. But Marco trusting his ability to read the play, trusting his two defensive mids to make those interceptions. Mbappe starting a rather useless run, but correcting it through the manually triggered run from Marco. And now Marco in possession. Watching every single passing lane is Mark at the moment. So much time in possession does Marco have. Mark makes the right read there, but is unfortunate not to get the ball there. But Mark, in the end, wins the tackle and will look to exploit the spaces that he has out wide.
How long has the poor lad had this pause queued for, by the way? He won't ever get to use it because we've hit the end of leg one. An excellent start by Mark 11. And you know what? I'll take that back. The first 20 minutes wasn't actually that crash hot. He was defending nice and deep. But as we mentioned, you get through that as Mark 11 and you can score goals like this, Treaders.
Just a little bit fortunate with that. But this next piece of build-up play from Mark, just so classy, makes that manually triggered run. Marco thinks that he's going to try and take him on one-on-one, knows the threat that Mark has when you ignore his strikers, exactly like in this situation. Marco, a little bit too slow to react, And Mark 11, such a threat is he when you allow him to take your centre backs on one-on-one. Brilliant vision there from Marco. And those tactics of using the 4-2-3-1. Apparently for some competitors, it's not the meta, but is the formation that if you're familiar with it, you'll score goals and you'll defend so solidly.
A carbon copy of the first. Obviously, the build-up a little different, but the finish and the results exactly the same. It was 2-0 for Mark 11 before it landside Marco fought back to make it 2-2 after leg 1. We certainly try and keep things calm throughout the start of the day, knowing how big the stakes are when we get to that grand final. But these games early on, Treaders, have been brilliant. And more than that, they have been very evenly matched.
And a little bit surprisingly, with the way that Mark just seems like a completely different competitor, particularly in the way that he's defending today. I think that's a little bit of credit needs to go to the way that Naylor set out to play. But I think Mark 11, he would have been on the friendlies grind last night. He would have been getting those reps, the matchups in, getting that muscle memory back to the way it needs to be. And against Marco, it's no mean feat to keep him to 2 goals across 90 minutes of FIFA. A number of people in the Twitch chat and a number of competitors will struggle to keep Marco at bay for even 45 minutes. But yet, Mark 11 holding him to simply 2 goals as we get back underway again.
Marco will no doubt be happy to have reduced and then cancelled the deficit, but there is a job still to do. He won't be happy today with anything other than being crowned Oceania champion once more. You'll know more than anyone else, though, it is one step at a time. And right now, the new kid on the block, if you like, Mark 11, he's been here before. He's here to go even better again. Good read in defense. And for a younger competitor, Treaders, he certainly has a wise head on those young shoulders when he's playing out from the back. And even in the defensive midfield area, he looks like he's been doing it for years and years.
So composed on the ball. A full credit to the way that pro clubs can develop a competitor for playing under pressure and indeed playing out from the back. You have 11 independent minds putting the pressure on you, and Mark is one of the best competitors in attack in Australia and undoubtedly in the world at playing under pressure in attack.
Lovely switch out to the left fullback of Mendy. And a driven pass into the feet of Ronaldo. It's lovely build-up. Will we see a goal on the end of it? Not this time. Walker again tracking back, and there it is. The composure on the ball in defense. You realize now that pass back to Varane was what should have happened the first time. Being played at the highest level, being on the big stage. This is as big as it gets for us here in Australia, Oceania, our regional event in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And with no New Zealand competitor making it through the early qualifying stage, it's Aussies all the way. Only one can be champion. Can Marco refine his early form? Prime moments, Marco, I'll say it again, is the term he was given by Treaders yesterday. Heel to heel before going for the strike with Neymar. And Mark 11, once again, you have a look at that clock. He's getting through this early stage. Marco on the ball, trying to respond in kind. Marco versus Mark. I think I'll stick with Mark 11 just to make sure there's no confusion. Marco's name being Mark IRL. After all, it is that man coming through. Can he take the lead for the first time in this tie? Ronaldo dribbling well. It is the close manual dribbling of Marco that has been a feature for a number of years. Back out to Sanchez, to Bruno. How long has he had the ball here? It's still with him. Dembele looking ahead. Bruno gets it away. And another long spell of possession, but Treaders, it comes to naught.
Full credit to Mark 11 in defense there. Refused to get baited into anything rash. But Marco really starting to build up some steam. Looking more and more threatening on each attack. And you know Marco is clicking when that close control is at its absolute peak. So well did Mark 11 do to stay composed in that situation. And directly from that, he's able to create a 4-on-3 situation. Brilliant passing play and a player offside. Unfortunately for Mark 11, because that build-up, that counter-attack was brilliant up until the offside pass.
Fantastic, close, one-touch passing. Player offside, ruining what would have been a brilliant goal. Marco in response, it's Ronaldo who's got two. Well, now he has three. He loves this foot item. Does it land side Marco? He uses him better than anyone else in the region. And there he is, taking the lead for the first time in this tie.
And that five-star weak foot, five-star skills enabling Marco to create the space required to hit that shot. And it forces Mark 11 to just stand off that little bit. And that goal has been coming for either of these competitors. Mark 11 has done so well to hold out to this point. But his strength indeed lies when he's playing direct, playing attacking FIFA. And Marco at the moment seems comfortable in defense and will start to manage this one out with 45 minutes in game remaining.
This will certainly test Mark 11. The 2-0 lead that he had is gone. And like all our matches today, the loser, unfortunately unable to continue in the tournament. We'll have a look at the changes being made. That mid-icon R9 with that classic haircut that I was going to say you know and love. You might just know it. Maybe not a lot of love there for it on Valentine's Day. 93 pace, dribbling and shooting. Worth, I believe, around 8.5 million coins. As said before, you've still got to be able to execute on the big stage. He has all 3 goals for Marco. 1 half left to play. Can Marco hold out? Does he seek more goals? Or can Mark 11 fight back once more?
And you have to feel for Mark 11 in attack because of the way that Marco defends. He makes you think that he hasn't actually read a passing lane, but he knows where each individual FIFA item is, and he manages his team as well, as we see. A little bit fortunate with that rebound on that attack, but Mark 11 playing a lot more possession heavy. I'd like to see him go nice and direct, take on Marco in one-on-ones, because eventually one will stick for him because of the quality that he has on the ball.
Neymar's shot blocked by Varane. He's doing his best. Mark 11. The question is his best good enough? They've played against one another on a few occasions. On no stage, however, greater than this. These are wonderful moments, regardless of the outcome in the young man's career. Mark 11 will review whatever happens today. Take those learnings. And as we said at the start of this tie, it is incredible to think how good he just might become. Marco using all those years of experience. Does he try and see it out? Does he go for goal number 4? He'll put that thought to back of mind. For the moment, it is Mark 11 pinging that ball around. Sanchez has a ball forward. He finds the feet of Neymar. And Marco puts an end to that as quickly as he can.
And when he's getting that ball into the strikers, Marco is outnumbering him about 3-1, which just forces Mark 11 to turn back, look to recycle. But there's only so much recycling that you can do when you're a goal down. And Marco being so disciplined as well with his defending, it just seems that another goal for Marco will be coming shortly. Unless Mark 11 is able to make these possessions count, particularly with the way that Marco is expertly managing those 2 CDMs.
He gets it past them on this occasion, though, does Mark 11. Trying, I believe, the fake shot to get inside the box. We'll never find out because the tackle was made. And a rare opportunity in this second half for Marco on the break. Look at that ball forward. Mbappe, the pass across. What a block on the line. Mark 11 through one. Kyle Walker stays alive in this clash.
And now, straight up the other end is Mark 11 can breathe a sigh of relief. But all of these attacks from Mark 11 will be building up in Marco's mind. The variations that Mark 11 has at his disposal by allowing him to have this space that he is. Fighting for that ball with his Mbappe. But by allowing him to have this possession, it's only a matter of time before Marco doesn't predict an occasion for Mark 11 to create a shot. And indeed, Mark 11 capitalizes on the space and creates a stunning finesse goal.
No replay for you, Treaders. That goal out of nothing. A moment of brilliance by Mark 11 through Mbappe. And we're tied up at 3 goals apiece. Yes, we will be headed to extra time if things are still level. An absolutely stunning strike. We had one a little bit far out from Marcus Gomes. Mark 11 going that little bit more. Cannot wait to see the replay. A stunning strike. Marco didn't do a lot wrong in defense. It's quite simply, Treaders, just a splendid bit of quality up front from Mark 11.
And time again in attack, Mark 11 had gone a certain direction or completed a certain pass. Marco gradually pushing those defensive mids higher and higher, attempting to win that ball back. And wow, just stunning. Mark 11 using the scoop turn to create the space on the right and is indeed brave enough to take that shot on. Full credit to the young man for taking it on. A number of competitors would wait a little bit, but Mark 11 knows this game, has played it enough to know what will work and what won't. And that variation, the amount of variety he has at his disposal will mean that every attack from here on out will be a threat.
I'm not sure if we're calling it a long shot or not, Treaders. I see a bit of discussion in the chat debating it, but that record breaker Mbappe unleashing. I know he has 95 finishing. I think the long shots are down in the low 80s, however. I'll let the debate continue. One thing is for sure, Mark 11 with a bit of brilliance. Marco, after defending for so long, now needs to find an attack of his own. 5 in-game minutes remaining. Will we have extra time, or will we find a winner? There's an overlapping run being made. Marco does not want it. Heel to heel, Ronaldo in the area. Excellent challenge with Varane for Mark 11. And up the other end we go.
And Mark 11, even though he's young, he will want to hold onto this ball for final attack. Last tournament, last qualifier, he was coached by Andy, a long-term seasoned competitor who has got a little bit unlucky, to be fair, missing out on each of these qualifiers by the final game. But his coach will be in his ear, coaching him to take it on in the last attack. And Marco, looking for the long ball, misses out, and we go to extra time.
Take a moment, just like our competitors, to have a sip of your favorite beverage and get ready to go again. The stakes are high. The loser will depart. The winner through to the loser bracket round 3. It feels like one goal, one more moment of quality will be the difference. The question on everyone's mind is, will it be Mark 11 or will it be Marco? Quite right of you to point out Andy Akpo as well, Treaders. These competitors not going in alone. Maybe there's a good future there for Akpo. As a coach, can never have too many good people by your side. Marco, it is getting play back underway. Kulusevski representing his favorite team on there and running at pace. Ball roll, brings it back inside. We'll use Mendy. Renato Sanchez. Bruno, ball inside. Ronaldo. And the brick wall that is Varane is there yet again. Marco wins it back once more. Early on in extra time. There is one man dictating proceedings. Mendy to Sanchez. Marco surveying the scene. Mark 11 with some disciplined defending thus far. The CDM slightly out of position. R9 forward. And then the other central defensive mid. Tracking back well. And what about that for an outball? Mark 11 is a 3-on-3. Ben Yedder gets past the first man. The pass to Mbappe. And it sneaks in at that near post. Marco cannot believe it. But it is a stunning counter-attack from Mark 11.
Wow, what a finish right there from Mark 11. The through pass enabled by the player lock. I thought it was slightly overhit, but it found its way to Mbappe's feet. And Marco, understandably, a little bit annoyed at his goalkeeper for not saving that near post. Still the wave. And when you get into that position, you run out of options. You have to make something happen, take on the shot. And Mark 11 will look to establish a final attack on the counter-attack.
I think even more than the save not being made, it was that perceived overhit pass where the keeper stayed on his line, did not come out to claim it. The resultant dribble and shot with a goal, and that is the difference between the pair. Marco with 15 in-game minutes to try and level things up once more.
And Marco undoubtedly has what it takes to get this result. But Mark 11 will look to hold possession. He's been so efficient, effective at holding the ball so far in this matchup. And it's slightly uncharacteristic to the way that we've seen him play, preferring a more direct play style. But it has paid off for him so far, being patient in possession and controlling what he can control by controlling the ball.
A collision between teammates, but Mark 11 still with that ball. He will look to hold possession where he can. Marco with two strikers, his midfielders all getting involved. And that pass back to Ronaldo could be a crucial moment in this game. Kulusevski inside, first time ball. Mendy down this near side. Marco, does he have the end product? He does not get the opportunity. Renato in the way, corner taken directly. The punch by Pope, who's actually fallen over in back play. It won't be a factor, but here comes Marco again. Mbappe, pass inside, goes for that 1-2, and then the keeper clearance into the player. Oh, I think you're nervous watching this. I'm nervous calling it, and these competitors clearly feeling it. 5 minutes remaining. Mark's header. Mark 11's header. Not going to plan, he gets it straight back. The absolute scenes, Treaders. Mark 11. A 5th goal would surely clinch it, but that's not on his mind right now. The through pass. Kulusevski. In turn, who gets there first? Theo does. Mark 11 does. But we're back again. Will this be the final attack? 1 minute remaining. This is it for Marco. Mendy. The pass back to Ronaldo. The heavy touch is done for a reason. But in hindsight, maybe some classic Marco manual close dribbling would have been what he was looking for. Shredders, once again, the emotion of these contests certainly getting to me, as I'm sure it is you, but no more than the competitors. And Mark 11, what a brilliant performance.
Outstanding performance from Mark 11. Marco, condolences to Marco. He performed genuinely quite well, but Mark 11's game plan of slowing the tempo of the game down played out exactly the way he wanted it, and as helter-skelter as it was towards the back end, I think that's so much valuable experience for Mark 11, and particularly against an opponent of the caliber of Marco. Credit to Mark 11 for the way he attacked, and condolences for Marco getting a little bit unfortunate, but in the end, Mark 11, the deserved winner.
Yeah, it's not just experience, Treaders. It is a massive dub. He moves through to the loser bracket round 3, and that counter-attacking goal will long live in the memory. I want to see it again. Please, Kyle and Mike, bring us these highlights.
Yes, indeed, we will have a look back at those replays right there of that matchup. Mark 11 making his way through to the next round of that losers bracket. He will face up against Marcus Gomes. And Mike LaBelle, talk me through this one. What did you make of it?
Well, it had a little bit of everything. It was back and forth. We had the opener, we had a rebuttal. It was a matter of the battle of wits, especially when it got late and it got great. It comes down to those massive moments. And even that last goal, a little bit of some debate. We're going to see the highlights, but I was really surprised that Marco's goalkeeper didn't come out and grab it. But fair play from Mark with the finish. It was very impressive as you're going to watch back some of the opportunities here.
We are indeed, and we can see just here that opening goal right there in that first matchup went to Mark 11. He was in full control that first half of that first leg, managing to make it to doubled his lead right there. But it was in that second half that we saw everything come back into play for Marco. He took his time, he bided his time, and it was that first goal that brought him back into the game, filled him with confidence, and allowed him to keep on making his way back into the game. Slowly but surely found that second goal, making it 2-2. And I can't repeat what I think Marco said right there live on the broadcast, but he managed to bring it back to a piece. Deep into that second leg, it took a moment of special FIFA 21 skills, but it was Marco who then pushed it on. He brought it back, made it 3-2.
This is at that point, Kyle. That's what I was gonna say. This was at the point where we thought the game was done. Once Marco completed the comeback in its entirety, you thought it was done. But you see that finesse shot, smashes off the post, and this is the goal I was talking about. You see the player lock, not necessarily done perfectly. Right here, what's the goalkeeper doing? Come out, grab that, make a confrontation. And I think Marco's saying similar to what I'm saying in terms of that goalkeeper kind of letting him down. I'm not sure if he pulled him out, if he didn't pull him out. It was one of those games of cat and mouse where he slightly goes and slightly pulls back. The thing that you never want to see from any goalkeeper, whether it's real life, whether it's on the virtual pitch, you want someone who's going to be confident. If you're going to be the sweeper keeper, help us out. Go do your job. If you're going to sit back deep, so be it. But that one, he gave a little nudge as if he was going to go. Then he tracked back. And because he had kind of went slightly forward, I felt like he also opened up an angle for Mark, who used that ball roll and then battered it home on near post.
Right, we can speak to Mark 11 right now. He makes his way through to that next round. He makes his way through the losers bracket. Mark 11, welcome to the stream. Congratulations, we've got to say. How are you? All good. I like that the smile is back.
I'm shaking right now. I can't believe it. Honestly, I can't believe it. I don't know what to say.
I mean, what is fueling that nerves then? Is it just coming up against Marco, a competitor like him, the win in the way that you did? What is it that's making you so nervous?
Like, I played Marco like a few days ago in friendlies, and he was just like very good on form. And then he played Greek 5-0 there. That's just a great result. And I was just very worried at the start. And then I got into a lead 2-0, and then I thought I was comfortable, and then he pulled it back, and the nerves started to kick in, you know. And there we go.
And Treaders and Nate mentioned how you're no longer able to practice during the week. Is that true? Because sometimes their facts are wrong. I got to fact check them. And two, if it is true, how has that impacted your scheduling of having to cram everything in?
Yeah, it's very difficult. I got U12, and then mum and dad didn't let me play through the week, so I can only play Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So friendlies Friday, Saturday, and then the games go on. So it's difficult to get all the friendlies and practice in, but yeah.
And I just saw someone in the background. Was that mum right there? Surely, you need to get them in and show them exactly what you're doing, because you're one of the best at this game in this region right now. You're proving it. Surely they want to be able to see that.
But they still want to focus on school.
I'll tell you.
I completely get it. Go on, Mike.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that all transitions. Wait for it. Once we go back to regular times, Mark, and you get your first free trip out of the country, and you bring a +1, bring your mom or bring your dad, then everything shifts. They're saying, all right, it's good to go. Mark, you're right. This FIFA thing is really coming around. We believe.
Yeah, hopefully.
Going back to the game, Mark, just a quick one. What was going through your head in those final few minutes when you've got a player of Marco's caliber chasing you down for an equaliser? What are you actually thinking?
I knew he was going to be on constant pressure as soon as the second half of extra time started, so I had to be careful with my passes and look at the mini-map wisely. And then I had to go forward because I obviously couldn't go backwards because they're all marked, so I just had to go forward. Lost it a few times, got a bit scared there, but luckily got the win.
Luckily got the win indeed. Honestly, it's incredible. It's nice just to see you smiling, even though you are super nervous. We'll give you some time to relax, to calm down as you face up against another of the region's GOATs right now, Marcus Gomes. I mean, looking quickly ahead to that game, are you still as nervous thinking about that?
Yeah, of course. That's like, what, after that winners losers bracket final, it's getting into big stage now. It's going to be difficult.
Well, good luck for it. All right, we'll see you a little bit later on. Congratulations, Mark 11, that winner there of that losers bracket round 2. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Mike, it is lovely to see how much it does mean. I think sometimes you do forget it. We've seen within the community recently, Anders going so well in Weekend League, and it feels like there's so much pressure on these youngsters. But when you see them smiling, when you see them having a good time, no matter how nervous they are, it shows that FIFA can change your life.
Well, that's kind of what it's all about. Nobody got into FIFA usually with their first mindset even being competing. A lot of times you're getting in because you're playing with your friends, maybe locally, maybe online a little bit. Y'all are connecting on some community outlet. And then from there, it builds into, I want to take my commitment level and I'm going to invest more time. Oh, I actually think that I'm pretty good at this game. I wonder how good am I? I remember getting into Ultimate Team, for example, and at least for yours truly, because a lot of the competition was not an Ultimate Team. Nothing actually was an Ultimate Team yet. It was all still in traditional head-to-head. So when you'd have the likes of a Barcelona versus Real Madrid, but I really enjoyed the squad building aspect of Ultimate Team, where you could start to get very creative. You had hybrids, and back in the day, it used to be a really major inclusion of bronze players and silver players and gold players. We didn't have nearly as many promos, which I'm happy that we do have the promos now because we have so much more content, but it was a different time period. So you would really try to incorporate some of your favorite players from real life, and how did you get them onto the pitch to make some sort of creative hybrid? And that's how I believe a lot of people got started in Ultimate Team, was some sort of squad building element.
And it is just nice to see how much it means to these competitors, especially the younger ones right here. That was Mark 11. He makes his way through to that next round. He comes up against Marcus Gomes. We can have a look at our losers bracket. This is how things look currently right there. Yes, it means, unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Marco, Jazz as well. And next up in round number 3, it is Marcus Gomes from Melbourne City Esports taking on Mark 11, the player who's not allowed to play Monday through Friday. He's got to make sure he can do it all on the weekend. But it is the weekend. It's Championship Sunday, and that match is coming up for you very, very shortly. So make sure you do stick around. Marcus Gomes taking on Mark 11. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. We'll see you then.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 2 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It's Oceania Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker. And wow, we're deep into Championship Sunday. We've already seen some players go home. We've seen some players progress. And Mike LaBelle is here to break it all down. Mike, I feel like we need a clinic at some point. It's probably that right time right now. Mark 11, what a performance it was from him, taking on Marco. He said that as soon as Marco was chasing that equaliser, he knew exactly what he had to do. I would not like to be in his position when you've got a player like Marco chasing you down.
And he brought up something that's so important, especially at the higher levels, is micromanaging, where he was able to use the mini map that's at the bottom of the screen, also known as the radar. And the reason he's glancing at that is because Marco was bringing all this additional pressure. You've got to look very quickly. Do I have an outlet? Is anybody open? Is there any space? Because I might have to send this deep, because you just don't want to give away the ball within your own area, your own final third. So you've got to kind of send it, boot it, and make sure that Marco had to generate an attack. It was chaotic. It was last-ditch defending, but he got the job done. He got the result. Very entertaining matches. Both the games today thus far, where we had Jazz and Gomes 4-2, 4-deuce. That was good material. And then we just saw an extra time affair, of course. If you missed that game, you should watch it back. Great quality. We had an initial comeback from Marco. Then Marco was ahead, and you saw a finesse shot that was heavenly, straight from the clouds. Let me paint the picture. A ball roll hits the near post. The power was on point, and he sees it out in extra time. And everywhere that I go is the wrong prediction today, it seems like. Maybe I'm just calling it wrong. When I go young, it goes old. When I go old, it goes young. I don't know.
Well, we'll see what happens in that next matchup. Mike, I believe in you. I know you're going to get at least one right today.
Oh, cheers. Thank you so much, Kyle. So much belief.
Right, for you guys at home, we have viewership rewards ready and waiting for you. Yes, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards, though. For the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest level. And all you've got to do, simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on these select weekends, and you'll receive one FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. Now remember, tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your accounts, and these tokens are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. Remember, the more tokens you earn by watching on the selected eligible weekends, the more flexibility you will have to decide which rewards to get, so do not miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series, and redeem those rewards. Your rewards. Make sure those accounts are linked right there. Something special we've got you for this weekend only. That is it. After Championship Sunday, you'll never get this one again. Anyone who watches more than an hour of FIFA Global Series this weekend on Twitch with a linked Twitch and EA account will receive a Resende Tifo. Yes, the champion on the Xbox side of things on the South American Qualifier number 3 in the FIFA 21 Global Series. You can have him in your FIFA Ultimate Team. Right, let's have a look at something else that is special for you guys. It is called the FIFA Face-Off. Yes, an opportunity for members of the community to get the chance to participate in a FIFA-themed game show. And we've got this video that tells you exactly how you can get involved.
Hey, what's good, FIFA community? It's Castro here, and listen up. The FIFA Global Series Face-Off is about to launch, and we want to know if you...
Me?
What, me? Yeah, you.
And we want to know if you have what it takes to participate with FIFA pros and celebrities.
For a prize pool of up to $25,000.
Team up with FIFA pros and celebrities in a brand new game show.
FIFA Face-Off.
Teammates, because they're playing to win you money.
Really? What are you waiting for?
I'm bringing all the smoke. You ain't ready for this?
Nah, come on. It's about to go down.
You ready? Click on the URL and enter for your chance to participate and win.
Yes, make sure you head to that URL right there. Make sure you get involved and make sure that you sub your videos in. Yes, submit them by February 19th. 5 days to go. Everyone's talking about Valentine's. Who cares about Valentine's Day? February 19th is the biggest day in the calendar during February. So make sure you get them involved because you could be teaming up with FIFA pros, with celebrities, and get the chance to win a $25,000 prize pool per episode. Make sure you get that done. Right, Mike, back to the action here. For Mark 11, we saw how nervous he was in his interview. He's overtaken Marco in this competition, and now he's only got the small job of beating Marcus Gomes, another one of the GOATs in this region.
Yeah, what a reward. You go from one OG to the next OG. And Gomes is the last one left in this competition today. That has a chance to still go on a run from some of the original Aussies or the original Oceania competitors that have really put on for this region and kind of put on for the culture.
Yes, indeed. We can see how these two line up against each other in their games. Obviously, these stats right now are an average. You can't have 5.5 shots for Mark 11, but over the average of the games that he has played, that is how many shots he's had. So I'm guessing, if it's just from today's stats, he had 11 shots in total during those 2 legs of FIFA, 7 of those on target, but on average, it is 3.5 shots on target. We can see his possession right now, 45.5%, and then shooting over to Marcus Gomes, 8 shots, 6.5 of those on target, and also looking at it right there, 53% of the possession so far. Mike, when you're looking at these two going head-to-head, do you think that their styles will produce some goals for us today?
I could see this being a balanced game. I don't think we're going to see a clean sheet, but both of them like to have the ball. We saw Mark utilize some possession in order to open up space against Marco. I know that Marcus Gomes would prefer to have more of that structured approach to playing the game, methodical in many ways with how he likes to build up, how he likes to control a matchup. And that's been a theme. And whether he's been winning or losing, he's definitely had plenty of the ball.
Now, when we do look at someone like Marcus, we did speak to him as well. And that pressure, you'll understand, you'll know what that pressure is to perform, maybe when you've been in the scene for a few years as well. Mike, talk us what it's like as a professional player when you've maybe not got a win in a while. He said that he would have been 0-4 on broadcast if he wouldn't have won that first matchup. That's a lot of pressure to handle.
Well, it's a blessing and a curse. And I say it's a blessing because you've built a big audience. People have expectation. You've got certain fans and supporters that they want to see results. They want to have something to cheer about. They want to interact with your community, the chat. They want to talk to you on social media. So therefore, that's kind of a blessing that people care, is the reality. But the curse is if you do not reach this place or make a run that way, then people say, well, maybe he's washed. Maybe he doesn't have a career path anymore. Maybe he's not as good as he once was. And now you have to deal with that type of backlash that you also receive on social media. And I talked about it earlier, but at the end of the day, FIFA can be harsh and social media is very harsh. People have no problem from a profile that has a picture of a cat or a dog, so you don't even know what the person looks like, firing off on you and saying, I don't like the way that you've been playing. I've been disappointed, been following you for years. What are you doing right now? And you're saying, hey, settle down. It's just FIFA. I'm trying my best. I came with the package. It didn't work out.
Now, someone who knows all about that, Nate, and we're going to bring him into the conversation alongside Jay Treaders as well. Nate, you said and you mentioned about people on Twitter before, Mark 11 on Twitter before. I mean, he's gone through. What are your mentions like? How's it looking?
We're pretty clear so far. It's wonderful to see young talent succeeding on the big stage. You can dish it out as much as you like. You got to back it up with results, and Mark 11 is doing that, taking down Marco. Having a quick look at the Twitch chat and whatnot, a lot of people are quite rattled.
Oof, I like that. We want rattled people in the Twitch chat. Get talking. If you are rattled, let us know right now. I want to see rattled. If you're pretending that you're not rattled, well, stop lying to yourself, all right? Because you definitely are rattled. I know that you guys are, okay, that you are watching this. Treaders, when we're seeing Marcus taking on Mark 11 right here, do you think it's going to be a balanced game? Do you think they'll cancel each other out, possibly?
I think Mark 11 might go back to a more direct kind of play style, particularly if Marcus sticks in that 5-3-2. You get forced into playing so much more direct. And Mark 11 does have what it takes, as we saw with that final attack of the game. He has what it takes in his formation, the 4-4-2. So brutal is it on the counter attack. Those two strikers can occupy your three centre backs so well. And Mark 11's also brave enough to use those central midfielders to assist in his attacks.
Well, we'll see what happens. These two going head to head. Mike LaBelle, you asked for it before. You get to give us the first prediction. So no one is copying unless we're all going to copy you. Who have you got in this one?
I'm coming in strong. I'm even giving you the total amount of goals that are going to be scored in this game. We're going to see a 5-goal thriller over 2 legs, and I've got Gomes. I'm going for the old man in the stash.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm going to join you. I'm copying you. Yes, it is. I'm going with Gomes as well for this one. I want to see him do well. Nate, who are you going for?
I'm sticking with Mark 11 now. He's taken out at landside Marco. Everyone is shook, and I hope just to see the dominoes keep on falling.
Rattled, not shook, rattled. Remember that
Bit of
one.
both.
Treaders, who are you going for?
Oh, I'm absolutely rattled, and because I thought my initial prediction, I came in so strong on Marco in the previous leg, happy to be proven wrong. So I think, as Mike said, it's going to be a bit closer, this one, a little bit more cagey, but I think the tactical battle will be won by Mark 11.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's kick off this losers bracket round 3. A place in the losers bracket final awaits. Naylor is sat there patiently waiting to see who will come out on top with this one. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Rattled, shook, whatever you like. We are there to make the predictions. It doesn't mean that they're going to come true. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Jay Treaders. And Treaders, we absolutely love it. As soon as we have that quick little 60-second break, we're in the DMs like, do you believe that goal? I want to see a replay. I can't believe what I've seen from Nick Pope. And did I see you've already got the tweet out? Nick Pope out.
I've been anti-Nick Pope, relatively on the fence, because he does a good job for me. But that goal, so costly was it for Marco, because he'd back himself to go all the way after that. I can't see how any of these competitors in their right mind, despite Nick Pope's shot-stopping ability, you get the same amount of shot-stopping ability from the likes of Edison, Neuer, even Allison to an extent. But what you miss out on is that speed off the line that Nick Pope just doesn't have. And any other keeper besides Nick Pope above an 84 rating is sprinting off that line, collecting the ball, and we're chilling. But he didn't. Nick Pope stayed back, watched the goal sail past it, and he's there to stop those shots, and he gets beaten at the near post. It's just mind-boggling to me if I see Nick Pope in any, especially in Oceania, for these competitors who just saw that. I'll be shocked if we see him again.
Not to mention the distribution as well has been pretty terrible all day from that keeper. But moving on, we do feel for at landside Marco going out in that fashion. But at the other end is Mark 11 on a mission, taking out the big names. And if they don't get any bigger than Marco, next down at the list there at 1.5, maybe number 2, is Marcus Gomes, who is back on broadcast and winning his first game on broadcast.
And indeed, Marcus will be hoping to hold possession, play up through the middle, anti-Mark 11.
It is your loser bracket round 3. Marcus Gomes has been there and done that. Mark 11, well, he's showing us he can do that. He's just doing it right now. It is Marcus Gomes on the attack, the 1-2 passing. Ronaldo off the woodwork, an early sighter. I don't want to repeat myself too much, but Mark 11 in this first 20 or so in-game minutes doesn't quite seem to switch on.
And maybe it's a little bit of a thing of his opponent's players and items having too much stamina. He might feel that he's under a bit more pressure, or it might be it just takes a few moments for that adrenaline to get flowing and for that full focus to take place. The key part of this battle will be Marcus looking to force his way directly up the middle and through the 5-3-2. If Mark 11 is able to force Marcus out wide, he'll find so much more joy than if he allows him to have as much space as he'd like up the middle. On the other end of things, with Mark 11's attacks, he will not find as much joy going straight up the middle because of the numbers that Marcus will have behind the ball. So he will need to be swinging that ball from right to left and back to those DMs if he's to create a chance, and indeed creates the opportunity, but it's well stopped by Marcus Gomes Schmeichel.
Mark 11 goes again. Mendy, Ronaldo, and it's off the frame, straight back to him. Fortuitously, volleys home the rebound. It is CR7 in the 10th minute, and Mark 11 continuing the rampage.
Brilliant attacking FIFA there. Went from the near side on our screens all the way across to the far side to finish that opportunity. Marcus's defenders drawn all the way across, not tracking that run as effectively as they need to. And Mark 11 starting in a similar way to the way he started the last matchup against Marco, bursting out to a 1-goal advantage.
If a goal like that has to come, and you're Marcus Gomes, I guess you'd prefer it at the start with plenty of time to assess and come back. You don't want any last-minute rebound heartbreakers. Lovely build-up by Mark 11. First-time strike. Almost out for a throw-in. Player off balance, but with the defender closing down, you understand why Mark 11 did take it first time.
And Marcus won't beat Mark 11 at his own game, at being aggressive and being so attacking, because of the way that Mark 11 has so many bodies forward in attack. But if Mark 11 is able to cut out those passes, make those crucial interceptions, then he will find so much joy on the counter-attack before the 5-3-2 is able to get set.
Marcus Gomes in the Melbourne City away kit, representing it in real life as well as in game. Fantastic to see competitors in Oceania rightly rewarded with support from traditional football clubs and esports orgs alike. Can't help but feel that if they've got... I'll refrain from what I was going to say. Let's say if they're watching on, they'll be very happy to see Mark 11 unsigned and in form. Ball roll straight into Davies. Playing it back and around. Marcus will be unable, there we go, to get whipped directly. Goes out wide. Cancelo. Manchester City doing it for Melbourne City. Not any support to speak of. Inside to Bruno. No idea who was going to win that. Eventually it's Mark 11. Ball inside to Mbappe. He decides the counter-attack is not on. Back to some patient possession play we go.
And he'll have all the options in the world because of his choice of formation. And Mark 11, so effective at his micromanagement, constantly taking glances to see who's available. Brilliant fake shot cancel, and a deserved goal to match. 2-goal advantage already to Mark 11, all coming from an extraordinary piece of skill.
Marcus Gomes with his hands on his head, not doing a lot wrong. It is simply outstanding yet again by Mark 11. If he continues this, I'll have emptied the thesaurus before the grand final. This is Marcus Gomes, far side with Hernandez. Back to Fernandez, Firmino. Having a look at Mark 11's defending, bringing the players central, showing Marcus the width. Mbappe gets it here, heel to heel. Pass inside, Davies! And that's why he gets played a little further forward. Doesn't matter if it's left foot or right foot. For Marcus Gomes, it's the correct foot, and he's back in this game.
Great bit of patient build-up there, and the fake shot as he received it just caught Mark 11 a little bit off guard, getting too tight to a competitor that is as speedy, to a player rather, that is as quick off the mark as Davies. And you'll find that if you give Davies that little bit of additional space, you'll find so much more joy than if you're too tight to him, because he'll take that ball away from you so quickly. But credit to Marcus, got that Davies on a manually triggered run and made the most of it, finishing with style.
Three goals already in the first half of this first leg. Your loser bracket round 3. Whether you're watching for the headset, the token, or something else, you're being entertained all the way. Oceania bringing the goals, and Mark 11 bringing a bit of sauce. Credit to Marcus there. Treaders, he composed himself. He's behind on possession, behind on shots. He just needs to take it one attack at a time.
And the one thing that I'd love to see Mark 11 change in the way that he's defending Marcus is just straight up on the counter-attack, ignoring that overlapping run from those wingbacks. Marcus, not one to push those wingbacks all the way to the byline, knowing that all it takes is a defender getting near them, and it's very simple to dispossess them because of the lack of composure and dribbling stats on that end. So if Mark 11 defends those narrow areas as well as he did against Marco, I think he'll see so much more joy. But playing against Marco might have got him a little bit in the pattern of covering those wider areas of the pitch. So he'll need to break that habit if he is to continue to defend the onrush of Marcus's players.
I saw a few GGs in the chat after it was 2-0. You might need to cool your jets there a little bit. Marcus Gomes responding in the first half. Mark again cueing a pause. He didn't get to use it against Marco. He didn't need to. Surely we'll have a stoppage at some point in the second 45 minutes. Marcus Gomes losing 0-2 to Direwolves Dylan, your confirmed grand finalist, before beating Jazz 4-2. Now he meets Mark 11, that 2-8 loss to Naylor firmly in the past. The 4-3 victory over Marco, front of mind. Possession there for Marcus. Not getting anywhere. It's not the talked about side of the game, Treaders, but Mark 11's defending is wonderful. Switching players, cutting off passing lanes. He is showing maturity beyond his years.
And he's doing exactly what he is required to do. Maybe if his custom tactics were a little bit more narrow, he'd get even more joy in defense. But as it stands, he is switching really well and covering all those passing lanes that are proving the most dangerous.
Bobbling around a touch before Mark can get it clear. So confident is he on the ball, playing out from the back, and I think Marcus might try and upset that a little bit. Sprinting through. Bruno might have been all the way through. And Mbappe picks up the scraps, if you like. Marcus Gomes held it up with the ball roll, gave it to Mbappe, and that firm, driven shot across the face of goal. One of the most high percentage chances in FIFA 21.
And straight away, Mark 11, disgusted with the stamina of his fullbacks and removes them immediately from the game. He would feel that he should have made that interception, but Marcus more than up to the task of scoring that goal. The bridge, the directional nutmeg to get him in behind, and credit to Marcus, he switched from playing a little bit more passive in defense to watching Mark receive the ball with his back turned to Marcus's defense, and he used that as a cue to press higher and win that ball back, and that resulted in Mark getting a little bit rattled and Marcus scoring that goal.
The defender looked to be in the way, but Mbappe finding the space. And the angle for Marcus Gomes. Su Twitch chat unrelenting, saying GG Marcus Gomes now. How about we all just take a deep breath and see what happens? All locked up. The novice versus the master. And the novice showing plenty of ability. He is learning on the fly. You saw that delightful interview. Handshaking, trying to explain to his family how big of a deal this is. He will need to settle because Marcus is showing all the experience of so many years of competition at the highest of levels. And it's Bruno again. He takes the lead for the first time.
And full credit to Marcus for executing his game plan. It's very obvious from us watching here at the moment. Marcus wants to draw Mark's defenders out wide as possible, get him defending those fullbacks. And then Marcus more than happy to work it through the middle, backs his decision making, backs his passing play to find his way through. And indeed, that passing play through the middle is paying off. If I'm Mark 11, or I'm Mark 11's coach, I'm telling him to narrow off. Forget about those guys out wide, but Marcus is on another wavelength right now. And that is well defended from Mark 11 in a one-on-one situation. Really under the pump in possession. Marcus putting the pressure on.
Very easy to suggest that he might have overplayed it. While that might be true on one level, he's simply trying to bait the defender, get him out of the way, and then find the strike. What a pass that is! Out of nowhere from Alfonso. Marcus can't connect, and Mark 11 up the other end. CR7 bringing out the bag of tricks. Who says step overs are gone? Neymar. Lovely move inside, and the tackle. I'm getting ready to celebrate Treaders at both ends, but some excellent defending from both competitors.
It really is, considering that Mark 11's defensive game plan isn't helping him in the slightest. But credit to the way he controls these individual defenders and reads the play. He's able to make those required adjustments. And another brilliant read from Mark 11, cutting out the attack before it got too threatening. And now he's got a 4-on-3 if he's able to make these passes count.
And yet, as we've seen consistently from Mark 11, he doesn't like to gamble the long through ball. The one occasion on which he did, he got that winning goal against Marco. Regardless, he sticks to the game plan for now. Mbappe on the right foot. Reece James in the way for Marcus Gomes. Excellent last-ditch defending once more.
And that is the strength of the 5-3-2, is having those bodies back in the way. Marcus giving up a little bit of counter-attacking opportunities by playing the 5-3-2. But indeed, when he gets back, when he gets those numbers back, if he's able to force Mark to turn back, he will find so much more joy and will be able to win that ball back and prevent Mark from getting any real threatening chances.
The first leg coming to a close. Mark 11 still going through Neymar. When we talk about how the game has changed throughout the years, you need look no further than Mark 11 bringing out the skill moves that Nate of yesteryear could only dream of pulling off. And the difference is, again, he's doing it on the big stage. And we'll need to go back to those trick shredders that saw him take an early 2-0 lead.
And this is such a well-worked goal as well from the corner. Unfortunately, the rebound not going in the first time, even though it deserved to. But he's got all the tricks at his disposal. Lovely mixture of tools there and the finish to follow. Marcus was on the ropes at that point.
It did seem to be a pivotal moment for him in the best possible way. Taking that moment to refine some composure. How about that? To get Davies onto the right foot. And then the early tackle. We said it live. Disrupt your opponent. Don't let him play out from the back comfortably. Bridge finish. Maybe Mark 11. Yep, definitely Mark 11 disappointed at his defender who looked to have it covered. But Marcus wasn't done yet, Treaders. One more to make it 3-2.
And that is the best goal of the lot. He worked that so expertly, baited Mark 11 into thinking he was going back across to the right-hand side, had sucked him back across to his right-hand side. Just had to make sure I got that one right. And worked it straight back into the middle. Really good composure and decision-making there from Marcus, stretching the defense, finding space. As I keep harping on about, we need to see Mark 11 just narrow off a little bit. Marcus isn't getting any joy through the width of his attack. All his most threatening attacks have come straight up the middle through overlapping runs and outnumbering Mark's defenders. When the joy for Marcus out wide has come from Mark 11 committing defenders to those fullbacks who possess as much threat out wide as a training cone or a goalkeeper when they're out wide in those positions. There's no threat of scoring a goal from there. The threat comes when they cut it back from you switching and sliding far too much. He needs to ensure that Marcus isn't given that free reign that he currently has through the center. And then from there, from that defense, he has what it takes to score goals in attack, but he needs to make sure Marcus isn't able to continue this 3-goal run that may well continue if he continues to slide out to defend those wing backs in attack.
Treaders is making a list of FIFA 21 things he detests, and he's checking it twice. We've had Nick Pope and goalkeeper choices. Width being succumbed to, if you like. Wing backs, you're there to stay back and do nothing else. Don't get involved getting forward. And then on the other end, don't worry about the wing backs, they're useless. I hope you watching along are learning a thing or two. maybe there's a healthy disagreement, as again, Treaders and I have so many of. The one thing that is for sure, in the loser bracket round 3, one of these competitors will be advancing through to the loser bracket final, where Naylor awaits. Maybe, Treaders, we're going to see a Mark 11 Naylor rematch, and imagine taking down Marco, then Marcus, only to face your opponent who beat you 8-2 the day before.
It's just a nightmare run of fixtures, but if Mark 11 is able to get through all of these hurdles, as large as they are, it will be something to behold, and undoubtedly the experience that he'll gain from this tournament will hold him in such good stead. And I'm pretty sure if he either wins this one or the next one, don't quote me on this, but if he wins one of these next two games, his standing in the Oceania FGS rankings will throw him all the way up to first. With A Neza missing, you've got Greek Freak not already eliminated, and Mark 11 sitting in 4th at the moment. He'll get the enough points to send him all the way to first, and if things pan out the way they currently are and Mark 11's able to qualify for qualifier number 3 next weekend, he'll find that he has his playoff spot secured.
These events are coming thick and fast. What you see on stream is only a part of it. We get to the final 8 competitors and we take it from there. But the grueling qualifying process is no joke indeed. We are moments away from finding out who will advance through to that loser bracket final. We've talked a bit about Mark 11. So impressed are we with his inexperience, his learning on the fly, his game management. What about Marcus Gomes? 2-0 down, only to come back and take it to 3-2. All those years of big events coming back to the fray.
And I feel like I just keep going on about Mark 11 because I can see the potential. I can see how good he can be. He's so young and there's so many things that he can work on, but he's already such an incredible competitor. So Marcus Gomes, he has the full package. He has his defense. He has his game plan. He's locked into his 5-3-2. And because of his experience, he will more than likely win that mental battle against you. And that's how he'll get a lot of results. Even if these two competitors were simply tasked with completing a set of drills or passing games or whatever, I think we'd back Mark 11 to get the result. But such is Marcus's experience and tactical mind that you'll see him get so many more results in these qualifiers.
It is one thing to say, I'm the best FIFA player in my household. Out of all my mates, I'm the best FIFA player. Until you do it in Weekend League and then in the qualifiers. You save those comments. We don't want to hear them. The best are not in the chat. Maybe you are. You just haven't done it yet. But the quality is here on your screen. Marcus Gomes with City Blue. A big, big save by Schmeichel early. Mark 11 straight out of the gates.
And showing that threat he always seems to have from the kickoffs. And Marcus heading straight out wide, using those wing backs to launch the attack. And very wisely turning back. That Pogba won't be on for too much longer for Marcus. Doesn't have the pace that Marcus desires in attack. And indeed, maybe if that Davies was able to start for him, we would have seen a goal scored in that instance. If Mark 11's able to keep this ball in, which he does not, and now it is a moot point, but if he was able to keep that ball in for a little bit longer, maybe he'd be able to take advantage of the lack of substitution and the lack of bringing on that Team of the Year item.
Pogba out, Davies in. He knows what he's about, Marcus Gomes. He's arguably never been better prepared. I'm sure Mark 11 will be aware what's taking place, and indeed, there is your first substitution, if I'm correct. Cancelo off early. Treaders, have we seen that before, or is that a fresh move? Never mind. We got a player lock for you, Treaders. A pass and a big save out of Schmeichel. You know what? You can pick any of those 3 talking points and run with them. Go for it.
So I think that might have been a shot, just unfortunately misplaced. If we're going up the other end, we're seeing Mark 11 playing a little bit more narrow and Marcus getting this ball out wide, but every single time he gets out wide, he has to turn back. That is a lovely through pass and a lovely and even better chip. But it's a very good save from Mark 11's goalkeeper. And now the counter-attack, the free-flowing football that we've seen Mark 11 come to love and enjoy. Starting to come out, and with that counter press as well, nearly winning that ball back very high up on the pitch.
End to end, early on in this second leg. Trying to cut it back with Theo, nothing doing. Mark 11 is playing more direct now. That pass not going to feet, but it's clear his mentality has changed at least a little bit in this second leg, Treaders. Mark 11, prone to slow, patient build-up, looking for those long, direct through balls.
And that will be such a crucial feature of his gameplay, particularly when coming up against the 5 at the back. He needs to get that ball in early, and that's a wonderful cross swung in from Marcus Gomes. And the finish, the header, so rarely do we see them go in, because in this mode of FIFA, this is in competitor mode, and these headers are manual. So that is a manual finish into the back left-hand corner of the net. Brilliant build-up, brilliant play from Marcus Gomes.
I can't remember who said it, but someone said we won't see any crosses today. Marcus Gomes is the one competitor capable of anything. He saves them for the special occasions, it feels. How big could that goal be? 4-2 on aggregate. Having taken the L against Direwolves Dylan, Marcus Gomes appears to be going from strength to strength. He says, I quite like that last time. How about another? But the ball off his player and out of play.
And as counterintuitive as it may seem, I think if you're Mark 11 trying to play direct FIFA, trying to open up your opposition, you live with the way that Marcus Gomes is playing at the moment, whipping in crosses, playing so much more direct because of the percentages. I'd much rather Marcus whip in a cross and manually score the header than him simply score a tap-in after cutting it back from striker to striker. So even though Mark 11 concedes that goal, the game plan much stronger, and indeed the gameplay from Mark 11 will be much more suited to taking the game to Marcus Gomes.
It's all about adapting on the fly. So much will be racing through the competitors' minds. Neymar drag back, good challenge again. Marcus defending as well as he's attacking. Sensibly recycling possession all the way back before going forward, making sure players are in position. The run from Theo. looked good, and the pass not quite matching.
And it's very clear that Mark 11 has gone a little bit more narrow, is living with Marcus taking on those long passes because of the percentage play. And if Mark 11 is able to get his attack flowing the way he can, and indeed he does, and that is a wonderful block from Marcus Gomes. So direct was that attack in the dying stages of this first half that I thought it was destined for a goal.
Did someone call for future stars Reece James? What a foot item indeed. The right back often slotting in as a right centre back when you're using a 5 at the back. 91 pace. Defending and dribbling to boot. On that occasion, it is the pace you feel that sees him ready to make the challenge. All being expertly marshalled by these competitors. Marcus Gomes choosing when to let the AI cover the space, sometimes even make the block, or when to do it himself. After I just said, there's a million things going through their minds. There is no point at which you can switch off. Game management crucial. And for Mark 11, it will be one final chat with the coach. One final tactical change. Because Marcus Gomes will surely look to hold possession as much as trying to score a 5th goal.
And a lot of tweaks to the instructions of Mark 11, trying to get the absolute most out of each of his players on the virtual pitch. I'd love to see him continue to push forward, continue to play as direct as he has been, because the moment Marcus gets those players back, it just becomes 10 times harder for him to create those chances against the deep-lying 5-3-2.
One half with it all to play. Adama back on for Marcus Gomes. He's got a bit of a love-hate relationship with that foot item. The cut across, Walker in the way. And Nick Pope, the best keeper in FIFA 21, Treaders, with an excellent clearance. It can be, though. Yeah, those inconsistencies, right? I believe that's where the frustration is born. He doesn't do it every time.
Surprised to see him come off the line at all there. But Mark 11 getting away with one there because Marcus had expertly dragged him from left to right. And indeed, he is really stretching the defense of Mark 11, getting so many numbers forward, still trusting that his players will get back in time to defend against the counter-attack. And that is really well marshaled by Mark 11, who is pressed off the ball. And still the ball bobbles around. The cutback, not quite there. Playing out from the back with Nick Pope is Mark 11 now.
That would be nerves, but Mark 11 trying to hold his nerve with a long, direct through ball again. Defender catching up. Marcus Gomes trying to match in kind by playing it out from the back, and eventually it does end in disaster. Marcus Gomes with a wry smile at a moment he would wish he could forget. Credit Mark 11 though, it didn't work for him at the first occasion. He came again, and you have to take them when they're given back to 4-3 on aggregate.
Just a little bit of a brain fade there, unfortunately, from Marcus. He knows he's so much better than making mistakes like that. But that's what these broadcast events can do. knowing how many people are watching, how many people care about the result you get and the expectations that you will get a result. But maybe that's a moment that he can use to motivate his additional focus as we draw into the final few minutes, the final 30 minutes. And these are wonderful ball rolls to create the space. Mark 11 jockeying really well and putting in 3-4 challenges. Now the counter-attack is on.
Even with the passes back to his central midfield players, he's doing it with a quicker intensity. It's not always the counter-attack, but that ball is pinging around. He plays it into the feet of Neymar. Mbappe, heel to heel, in space, right foot, what a clearance on the line, or just ahead of it. Marcus Gomes is hanging on to this 4-3 lead by a thread.
And that is what you pay the big coins for at Team of the Year. Davies really earning his stripes right there. Marcus looking incredibly rattled, and Mark 11, the king of the comeback in our region, will refuse to go out. The man knows how to score, plays his best FIFA, it seems, when he is behind. And he will continue to press Marcus, force mistakes, make Marcus feel uncomfortable, disrupt Marcus's game plan, and this will go all the way down to the wire.
That Team of the Year, Alphonso Davies. As you say, Treaders, worth its weight in the currency of your choice. Marcus struggling to get a Team of the Year foot item until hours before the promo was done. Amazing to think how things can change. A free kick here for Mark 11. He thinks about taking it directly. Marcus moves the player back. And so he plays it around instead. Look at the numbers in the middle. Left all alone. Bruno Fernandes. And you've called him the comeback king. The title may well be apt. We're back level at 4-4.
And this has been a clinic from Mark 11 on how to disrupt your opponent. He has not given Marcus any time on the ball, and the changes made to his defense, covering the center, conceding the early cross, made Marcus so much less reliant on his possession, and Mark taking full advantage of the additional possession and playing each single pass with so much purpose, so much intensity, and Mark 11 deservedly coming back into this game with all of the momentum behind him.
Marcus Gomes was 2-0 down to start off this tie. He responded with 4 straight goals. Now that he's conceded another 2, can he find his goal-scoring best? All locked up at 4-4. Extra time just over the horizon. Marcus Gomes will switch that mindset from holding possession to looking for another goal. Davies 1-2 passing, right foot into the back of the net. Oh, it's brilliant from Marcus Gomes. You cannot count a champion out. And Marcus Gomes is a champion indeed.
And that 1-2 tiki-taka passing, just too good for the lack of bodies back from Mark 11. That Alphonso Davies being the MVP for Marcus and best on ground in this matchup. So incredible has he been on both ends of the field. And Marcus utilizing him to the fullest capacity.
Wins it back there with Bruno. Look at the overlapping run from the wide man, Mbappe. Is there anyone in the middle? Keeper comes out. Takes out the ball and the man. Bruno with another interception. Other Bruno in the way. It is getting scrappy, tight, tense. We will try and stay with it. Varane, what a tackle by Mark 11. Neymar. Bridge straight into the defender. Adama Traore down the line. Marcus Gomes with pastures green. And his favourite foot item on the ball. Time ticking down. He looks towards the byline that is off Renato. And Marcus will watch us tick down the seconds. Calls the player short because the corner flag is his best mate right now. Bobbles to Bruno. He looks inside and Davies tries to go back to the corner. Mark 11 with 2 minutes remaining. And crucially, with the ball, it's got to go forward now for Mark 11. He's down 4-5. Neymar, Mbappe charging through. Final attack, overlapping run. Is this it for Mark 11? Traore in the way. And the referee will call it there. One of the matches of Oceania, and you've seen it live. Yet again, Dreaders, we get to this point where we have to say goodbye to Mark 11. I don't want to. I want those two to play all evening. There can only be one winner, but the loser, in this case, Mark 11, has truly made a name for himself today.
I agree with you. That was some performance from Mark 11. Just seems absurd that he has to go out in this tournament, but such is the quality of our region. We're seeing competitors like Marco, Greek Freak just drop out at this stage, but credit to Marcus, credit where it's due. Had the nerviest of moments and the nerves building up, but in the end, just that little bit of extra experience, the extra composure, and sticking to his game plan paid off, scoring that goal straight up the middle.
It is Melbourne City, Marcus Gomes, progressing through. Now he just needs to face Naylor. Let's throw it back to the Manchester City man, Kyle Walker and Mike LaBelle.
Thank you, Nate and Treaders. Wow, what a performance from both of those competitors going head-to-head. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner. Marcus Gomes makes his way through to that losers bracket final. Mike LaBelle, break this one down for me, because we had Mark in front, then we had Marcus scoring 4, and then we had Mark bringing it back, and then it was Marcus Gomes who manages to get the winner. I mean, it had everything.
I mean, you've spoiled the breakdown now in case they missed the action. You see a header as well, which is very rarely converted. I know that was brought up from both the commentators with Treaders and Nate, that you just don't see headers being scored because it's difficult from the aiming perspective. It's very different than, let's say, if you had a 1v1. Huge mistake here from Gomes. And when you see something like this happen, you start to say, well, maybe this match is going to have a real turn. You just can't afford to do something like that. Not at the professional level, not in the 60th minute, not when you're up by a couple goals. You gift wrapped a present for Mark, who doesn't need a second shot at those opportunities. Really impressed with Mark and some of the cancellations, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. I want to review some of the goals from the previous matchup as well, but this had everything. A lot of the build-up, the drama, the comebacks, the energy, the old versus the new versus the old. And another really big mistake there from Marcus Gomes. You ask, what are you doing? Why are you offside trapped in that position? There's a couple errors. He really gave this game away late, but thankfully for Gomes, Marcus is able to finish it up here. Quick feet, always eat. Post on your side. That's the go-ahead in the 80th minute, and it pushes him through to the next round, and he's still building a momentum. And at the end of the day, you're going to have a little bit of luck on your side. So hopefully Marcus Gomes is able to take those errors and eliminate them, because you will not necessarily get second or third goes when you're making such big mistakes in late game situations.
And Mike, we have seen with Marcus before that he's made those mistakes and ultimately that's what knocks him out of the tournament. But with this one, he did manage to find something in the final few minutes of the game. Does that show that experience, that wealth of experience that Marcus has, the fact that he can make mistakes but bounce back?
I'd say so. Knowing that one mistake, even two mistakes, doesn't decide a game. I think something that also was very helpful for Marcus is there was a long pause cued after the error. So I feel as if that almost allowed him to refresh, to take a deep breath, to not allow those mistakes to then become something you're overthinking the general play. And he had almost an instant response, which is always the best type of response. And then he saw the game out, a couple clearances late, and we move on. So I think Marcus will be disappointed with a few errors. He's someone that's very critical of his own gameplay, but at the same time, he'd be happy that he played a great game overall. If you took away a couple small instances, Marcus looked like Marcus, which is happy days for anyone who's been in the competitive scene for a long time.
Now, there's plenty of moments that we could have picked from Championship Sunday, but I'm eager to find out which one was chosen for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
I'd like to rewind as I do, since I have that power. This is my favorite goal of the day thus far. It's just something you don't see that often. It's not even about necessarily the cancellation, but the effortlessness of the setup, and then a finesse shot from outside of the box. And this was massive for Marco versus Mark. And Mark 11 here, as you see the close-up, you're going to see a La Croqueta cancel. Just watch the change of the direction. The defender never had a chance. He can't react quick enough. And then the finesse shot that is just gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. 75th minute. He needed it. Also just nips the side of the post on the way in. And you just don't see goals from outside the box that often in FIFA 21. There's so many AI defenders or just defenders in general that are making blocks. People crowd the space. And when I saw that, I got out of my seat. I stood up. I sat down. I went downstairs. I grabbed some popcorn. I said, this game, we got some life. I'm hoping to see some ET.
And we've got to say, let's talk about Mark 11, because what a performance at such a young age. He's got a very bright future in this game and this esport, hasn't he, Mike?
Just think if he got to play FIFA 7 days a week. He's limited right now, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're not seeing his full potential.
I mean, hopefully we'll get to see that at some stage, and I'm sure we'll see him at some live events as well. Get that +1 for the parents, and then I'm sure they'll be letting you play 7 days a week. Let's have a look at that losers bracket. This is how things have unfolded throughout today. We've been deep in this losers bracket. We've seen Marcus Gomes come through, taking on Jazz, beating him 4-2. He then took on Mark 11 after Mark beat Marco, and it was 5-4 to Marcus Gomes, and he makes his way through to that losers bracket final where Naylor has been sat patiently waiting for him. The winner of that match will make their way through to the grand final to face DW Dylan. Make sure you stick around. That losers bracket final is just round the corner. We'll be back in a few minutes time to see how it unfolds.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 2 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. We've got 2 matchups left here on Championship Sunday. Both of them are finals, our losers bracket final. Then it is time for the grand final. And what a treat we have in store for you. Helping me break this down is Mike LaBelle. And Mike, very quickly, Treaders mentioned something before. He said that we saw a clinic in how to disrupt your opponent from Mark 11. Ultimately, it didn't fully come off for him because Marcus Gomes made his way through, but how important is that during the game to disrupt what your opponent is doing?
It's all about offsetting rhythm. I talk about FIFA all the time, and a big key is not always even your execution or even being the best sometimes in the game, but if you can make it where your opponent's uncomfortable, you can change the rhythm, you can change the pace, you can dictate how things happen, it really impacts the match dramatically. We always talk about this when you're dealing with players that are very good structured or possession players, which you don't see that often in FIFA 21 actually, but those guys would slow down a game to such a degree, to such an extent that other players just couldn't get into the flow. They weren't able to dance. Their rhythm was all offset. It was like the beat drops, but then they make their move a couple seconds afterward. There was a delay. There was a lag. It's not going to be good for you. That's how it works with FIFA. It's very much so a little yin and a little yang, a little yang and a little yin. You're having these back and forths. You're trying to find the shoulder shake, the shimmy, the hip movement this way, the hip movement that way. It's important to really having that free flow and that fluidity.
Oh, you're getting my shoulders going right here. If you guys at home think that you've got what it takes to offset the rhythm of other competitors, well, you can get involved in the PS4 Tournament Open Series. Yes, these are a series of weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Show me the money. Now, those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, break down how they can do that from the comfort of their own home.
Let's go for a walk. Well, technically an online walk where everything's integrated into the PlayStation. It's really easy to sign up. It's your one-stop shop. You want the tips, you want the tricks, you want to interact with the pros, you want to compete against them, you want to see where you really stand. Casual, intermediate, and advanced players, this is the way to go. I've said it multiple times now. There's an event actually happening on Monday. It's got a PS5 for first place, MLS custom jersey. You've got FIFA points for the top 64 competitors, and it's free. And even Kyle has a chance at top 64. So I'm just saying, free entry. Kyle might be in top 64.
I mean, you might be able to see just here. Well, can I come up and point? I've already got a PS5, so I don't need one. That's why I'm not competing. It's not because I'm not okay. It's not because I'm not good enough or anything. It's because I want to share the love. Let you guys at home have a chance of getting a PS5. It's got nothing to do with my FIFA skills. Anyway, let's move on. We've got 2 big finals coming up left on Championship Sunday. First off, our losers bracket final. Naylor taking on Marcus Gomes. Mike LaBelle. Should Naylor be worried? His hands aren't warm right now.
I was going to say, if anything, that's probably his only concern is, are you warmed up? Are you really focused? Have you got that laser eye, so to speak? Because that's what's really difficult at the competitive level, is playing against the best players in the world is the only way to kind of get yourself in that proper mentality or that mind state. And if you're playing weekend league games or you're playing a friendly and the guy's maybe not up to par, you can get away with your ability being a little bit higher or your team being a little bit better. And it's not always the best warm-up because you might make mistakes that you get punished for versus someone who's of equal or even better quality at the pro level. So that's the only concern on Naylor's end. If anything, I've been really impressed with his gameplay. I've seen him play now multiple times this year. I'd say that he's in better form than Marcus. However, Marcus just came off a couple W's. He's building right now. And if he's able to cut out some of those mistakes, bring the 5 at the back package, score a couple of crosses, he's going to be able to beat anybody.
As we like to say in the UK, huge dub, boss man. Now let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation.
Is that a UK thing? Right? I think is that a Kyle thing? What is that? You just made that up. I don't believe you. I'm going to Google this right after. As soon as we're off air, I'm Googling. What did you say? Way to go, boss man. What did you say? Huge dub. Huge dub,
boss man. Yeah. Someone else that's got a huge dub is Nate and Treaders. Nate, I want to come to you. What has Marcus got to do differently? He doesn't want to give away any of these goals again. No more mistakes. What has he got to do?
I think with Marcus, it has always been a mindset thing. He is technically gifted. He has the experience. He gets to this stage of events and something takes over. I know it's something that he has worked a lot on, and he's getting better. I think that's the one thing we need to remember. He's just won that game with some of the most amateurish mistakes you may ever see. That scoreline should have been a lot more comfortable. I think if he gets himself back in that focused state, he'll be vintage Marcus Gomes.
Right, Treaders, you're going to kick us off with the predictions. Who are you going for in this losers bracket final?
I'm still just a little bit concerned by the fact that Marcus is making those mistakes. Those errors just seem to keep sneaking their way through, even at that early stage of the tournament. I think Naylor will enjoy the freedom that Marcus was giving Mark 11. And we saw that Mark 11, when he did play that ball a lot quicker, he managed to go on a run of his own, snatching the equalizer and going back to 4-4 at that point. So I think Naylor will enjoy the space that Marcus gives. I think overall the game plan from Naylor will be to go nice and direct.
Right, Mike, I just need one word. Who's winning this losers bracket final?
I'm not giving you one word. I don't like that. You're not going to limit me. Look, I want to comb his mustache. I'm going with Marcus Gomes. I don't know if that's weird or not, but
I don't know. I'm trying to. Yeah, it's
Valentine's Day.
It's allowed. Yeah, it's allowed. I'm gonna go with Marcus Gomes as well. His fingers are nice and warm. His hands are hot. And Nate, I mean, you're gonna finish it off for us.
He's gonna go with Treaders. Of course he is. Come on,
Marcus Gomes.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Right, Nate, Treaders, it is over to you guys. Our losers bracket final.
Thank you, Kyle. Mike LaBelle will forever be rent-free in my head. Don't you worry about that. The loser bracket final, Treaders. It's taken a long while to get here, it feels. No extra time, of course, no penalties today. But these games are going right through to the end. Just how closely matched are the competitors?
It's absurdly how close all of these competitors are, particularly with the way that this game has panned out with FIFA 21 spreading into more of a defensive mindset rather than see how many chances you can create, see how many chances you can score. With the way it was previously, it benefited so heavily the likes of Naylor and Mark 11. But now, as we draw towards the back end, the game, the styles of attack get shrunk down, and you have to perfect all those styles of attack.
Marcus Gomes with a few mistakes on the big stage. You can do those in Weekend League. No one will really remember. You do them wrongly. Do you think Marcus Gomes, having been here, done that all before, can put those out of his mind and look ahead afresh? Or do those sort of linger around a little bit?
It wholly depends on the way his headspace is. I'm obviously not in his headspace. I'd love to have a chat with him. He's just such a nice guy. But it all depends on where his head is at right now in this moment, whether he's able to clear those, or do they become some kind of scar tissue in his brain thinking, oh, here we go again. Is this another chance for me to bottle? But I think it just depends on how he gets his start in this matchup. Playing the 5-3-2 will allow him a few more mistakes in defense than a number of competitors, simply because of the bodies behind the ball and the strength of the blocking mechanics in FIFA 21, with, as we saw, the perfect demonstration of that block from the Fonz, Alphonso Davies. So I think he will allow himself a little bit of a breather. Hopefully, for his sake, he's being kind on himself and blocking out those mistakes and thinking of the positives heading into this matchup.
A good mantra for anybody playing FIFA at any level. Keep it positive, and maybe that ball will bounce your way. We were talking off air about those three centre backs. Sometimes they help you out, sometimes they just get in the way. Poor Naylor has been waiting and waiting. He can wait no longer. It is time for the loser bracket final. It's Naylor versus Melbourne City's Marcus Gomes. Naylor with that very impressive 8-2 win over Mark 11, but it's Marcus Gomes. The first attack that is not where he intended that cross to go. Makes the most of it though. 2 backheel passes not coming off. Then Naylor with that very tight, tense 0-1 defeat to Direwolves Dylan. Marcus Gomes lost 2-0 to Dylan before beating Marco 4-3, and then that incredible encounter we've all just witnessed, a 5-4 win over Mark 11. He has to do it all again.
And Marcus really starting this game off strong by his use of his fullbacks. And Naylor, in response, is very concerned about those runs. Marcus will get into your head by making you think that he will continually use those fullbacks on the overlap. But his biggest source of threat comes when he's linking up his beautiful passing play straight up the middle.
Tries the pass inside. Naylor with bodies in the way. Marcus, as humble as always, saying that he absolutely rigged Mark 11 and somehow he moves through. Naylor, so strong yesterday. I think many were shocked with that result against Direwolves Dylan, our confirmed grand finalist. Either way, these competitors have both played him and they'll need to go again. The pass inside from Marcus Gomes. He likes to start strong. He does it often and he does it with aplomb. It's CR7 on 19 minutes.
The lob pass, the chip pass inside, finding his CR7 in space, and all built up from the beautiful passing play. Naylor will have watched Marcus's gameplay and will hopefully have a game plan involving an aggressive press, considering the mistakes that Marcus made when holding on to his lead. Uncharacteristic mistakes, but Naylor will look to arrest the tempo back. But Marcus taking that 1-goal lead, that will most definitely settle the nerves that generated at the back end of that previous game.
The inform CR7 finishing that all day. Marcus can make his patented exchange. Pogba for Davies. Alphonso Davies. The foot item that Marcus Gomes will be talking about on his stream to all and sundry. Remember, in the Oceania Qualifier 2, when he scored that goal, scored that other goal, made the clearance before the line. It is a curious but wonderful part of FIFA, where the foot items that do so well for you fight for the badge, if you will, become a favourite of you when you watch them on the real football pitch. Marcus Gomes very much in the present, sticking with his 5-3-2. You see that right wing back out of position. So Firmino is forced to track back. And then Cancelo nicely back into position.
And the problem with the 4-2-3-1, the 5-3-2 is effectively the 4-2-3-1 killer, because it stretches your wingers, stretches your four at the back with those wing backs, if you allow it to. And then in possession, the 3 centre midfielders at least equal your own midfield. And there's just so many bodies back behind the ball it becomes incredibly hard to create any kind of effective attack. That's where it's really come in as the meta for FIFA 21. As much as a football purist like myself isn't the biggest fan of the formation, seeing that there are so many other effective counters to it. But Marcus, one of the best users of it in possession, particularly when he gets enough space straight up the middle of the pitch.
It's obvious that competitors are always searching for goals, but Naylor will just have that extra impetus. 8 against Mark 11. Left without a goal over 2 legs against Direwolves Dylan. Yet to score in nearly a half here in this first leg. Those things can play on the mind, a little similarly to strikers playing football. You've always got someone to let you know how long it's been since you've scored, but you know it damn well yourself. Naylor will try and stay calm. These two have met on enough occasions. Naylor has been watching Marcus play. He'll know exactly what's coming. He'll just need to stay patient because Marcus, with his 1-0 lead and the 5 at the back, can pass it around there all day should he choose.
He just waits for those passing lanes to open up, waits for Naylor to commit to the press, and that's iconic for Marcus Gomes' playstyle. That cross whipped in, and indeed that final cross draws the end of the first half. Marcus, one of the best competitors so far at getting those crosses on, getting those headers on target. In competitor mode, a lot of players and competitors alike may not be aware of this, but in competitor mode, the headers are totally manual. So when you see a player get it on target, it's taking a lot more than what you would be used to seeing in your normal foot champs or div rivals or even squad battles if you're so inclined. So it just takes that little bit of extra skill, that little bit of extra practice really pays off. And it has paid off for Marcus in that previous game and almost paid off again in that situation.
He's been scoring more and more the longer the tournament goes. Marcus Gomes, 2 goals, then 4, then 5. Naylor, particularly if he stays with the 4-2-3-1, will surely prove a tougher nut to crack. The 5-3-2, sure, has its distinct advantages over that system. But as always, keep in mind the competitor behind the controller. Yesterday, I called Naylor the most underrated competitor in Oceania. You'll do well to do justice to that tag here. Marcus, ruthlessly winning the ball back as soon as he loses it. It is a possession masterpiece. And part of that involves, on those rare occasions that he does lose the ball, winning it straight back.
Just a stalwart of Marcus's gameplay is his composure in possession. That's why it was so surprising to see those mistakes as he works that into the box, but it is very well cut out from Naylor, using that player lock to open up the pitch. And he needs to work that from right to left nice and quickly to make full advantage of the numbers that he has forward in attack. Potentially utilizing his DMs a little bit more may serve him well, using them for an overlap. But at the moment, Marcus, with his 8 players back behind the ball, is very much in a numbers advantage when it comes to taking on Naylor's 4-man attack.
Trying to bridge his way through, but Naylor well aware of what was coming. Player lock used for a brief moment. Naylor will try and mix it up, make sure his attacking patterns aren't too consistent. His main trouble so far is just getting a hold of that ball. That's the pro clubs of Naylor right there, shining through, having a bit of fun with it more than anything, trying to drag Marcus's 3 centre midfielders out of position. Try and get it to his front men. And then it's the small task of taking on the back 5. For now, Hernandez to Firmino. He's looking for Ronaldo, but Marcus Gomes is well and truly locked in at the moment.
And when a competitor takes an advantage when they're playing in the 5-3-2, your options are either get numbers forward as the cross is left wide open and it's whipped into the back stick. So simple, 2 passes involved in that attack, and Marcus doubling his advantage right before the end of the first leg.
"2-0 for Marcus Gomes." Naylor will be very frustrated with how this has unfolded so far. Unable to get possession and show us the beautiful attacking skills that he's capable of. Foul by Marcus Gomes. I assumed it was. You don't want to assume too much. Naylor taking the free kick short. Trying to find the gap there, but there's the back 5 treaders. There seems to be no way through for Naylor on those rare forays forward.
And it's unfortunate for Naylor that he hasn't attempted to change anything with the way that he's attacking, simply assuming that he'll be able to break Marcus down. But when you're outnumbered by the defenders, when you're attacking, your mission goes from very hard because of Marcus's defensive ability to almost impossible. So Naylor will need to switch things up to get either his midfielders more involved or get those fullbacks more involved, either through a formation switch or just an overall mindset shift.
Naylor fans in the chat getting a little restless, but the 5-3-2 isn't going anywhere. And then the bait. The far post was open. That's what good keeper movement can do. Put doubt into the mind of the attacker. Naylor managing to keep things at 2-0 for now.
And this game very much being played at the pace that Marcus wants. A little bit reminiscent of that first matchup between Dylan and Naylor, where Dylan came out on top. So resolute was Dylan's defending in that matchup. And the difference in this game is that Marcus, unlike Dylan, has dominated possession and has sat so comfortably on the ball for such long periods of time without too much pressure coming from Naylor. And when Naylor does inevitably press, as a rather comical mistake made in midfield, not too much Naylor could have done about that. But when the press does come, Marcus is able to utilize that space to create some very good scoring chances.
One feels Marcus will be extraordinarily happy if it stays at 2-0. We'll try and keep this ball until stoppage time to then launch what he hopes will be the final attack. 1 minute only. It has been fluent, straightforward, and utterly brilliant. Marcus Gomes in this first leg takes an incredible, dominant 3-0 lead.
And it's incredibly surprising, or not surprising, that Marcus is scoring these goals. Marcus is playing his game extraordinarily well, and his game plan is perfect.
as close to perfection as you may well see in a 90-minute game of FIFA 21. I want to talk about Naylor, Shredders. We keep talking about Marcus Gomes. To be quite frank, he was not given the opportunities. No possession, no really excellent, clear-cut chances. What can he do heading into this all-important second leg?
Well, this is going
It's the toughest question I may well ever ask on broadcast after watching that.
I think, well, it's for me, I'm just trying to use my words as kindly as I can. But at the moment, he hasn't really tried anything. Like, Naylor has stuck to game plan A and conceded 3 goals against a Marcus who has also stuck to game plan A. It's very strange that Naylor hasn't made any kind of adjustments, and this is coming in comparison as we see some of the goals scored right there. Those goals, brilliant. Marcus executing his game plan to perfection, but it's in contrast to the way that Mark set out to play, and bang, adjustment, goes the goal down. Oh no, I've got to make 600 changes. And then Naylor's like, we'll stick this one out. It seems almost, I don't want to, I know I'll get roasted for this, but it seems almost like Naylor is saying, he's playing the 5-3-2. I can't beat that. It's just throwing in the towel early. And I really hope I'm proved wrong in this second leg. And if he's listening, he takes it as a shot and fires up in the second leg, or anyone who could communicate, his coach, whoever's listening, to fire him up, get him switching things up, get more players involved. He needs to take risk. That was such a generic game of FIFA 21 in that first leg. That credit to Marcus for executing his game plan, really controlling the rhythm, controlling the pace of the game. But Naylor didn't really do anything to disrupt Marcus's own rhythm.
We will get on to Marcus Gomes, don't you worry. I thought we'd start with Naylor because I've been saying Marcus Gomes, and yes, that is how it's pronounced. Thank you, Twitch chat. On and on and on. It's brilliant, isn't it? You were worried you get roasted, Treaders. I assure you it's going to happen no matter what. On to Marcus Gomes. If Naylor was sticking to his game plan, Marcus was doing the exact same thing, the difference being that 5-3-2 with brilliant goals. We saw them there. But the defending, Treaders, I don't think Naylor had more than 4 or 5 passes to string before Marcus filled those gaps with his centre mids, with those wing backs, and won it back immediately.
So efficient in his possession as well was Marcus in that first leg.
We're a little stunned, Treaders and myself, hoping that Naylor is stunned into some movement, into some action. It may well be it was just an off game. He sticks to that game plan, the 4-2-3-1, and he plays something altogether differently. But for now, we stick with the full credit to Marcus Gomes. The 5-3-2 played to perfection in that first leg. It's all on Naylor in this second of the loser bracket final. Early drag back. He comes out from where he came and ready to prove the doubters wrong. It's CR7 on 7.
And that's the Naylor we know and love. Firing that shot near post, executing his skills to perfection. When you get into that area, Naylor is one of the biggest threats in the OCE community. Brilliant execution from Naylor there. And playing so direct, catching Marcus off guard from the kickoff. And Marcus will stick to his game plan. And if Naylor continues to play like that, the goals will continue to come.
I'll take 0 credit. It's just we've seen it before. You wonder why competitors stick with a certain formation. Even Desari, before he was able to pile on 10 in a game, was behind and looking a little average. He dare not change his system. He knows what he's about. And he's back at 3-1. Marcus Gomes finding himself in a slightly different situation. You do feel, though, Treaders, he needs to continue to attack. Sure, take care of that ball. But 80 in-game minutes, far too long to just do that.
And the depth has clearly been upped by Naylor in this second leg. Will look to win that ball a little bit higher off and not just let Marcus sit comfortably in possession. A little bit unfortunate with that player switch, just not execute, and Marcus seeing the amount of space he was in and taking that shot on well over the bar though.
I was a bit worried with that goal kick too. I believe that would have been Naylor just trying to, as you do habitually, skip through. The goalkeeper passing it out to the centre-back immediately. No harm, no foul. Naylor. No foul given there. Player having a little bit of a cry. Marcus carries on to Cancelo, the City man. He'll happily bring it back. Oh, how wonderful it is to see Marcus Gomes return to his very best. So many years competing at the highest level. He's met youngsters before. He's seen a lot of them off. And Cancelo it is on the overlap. That's why you get those wingbacks forward. The no celebration. But for mine, that's brilliant vision and a finish to match.
And those fullbacks do not trigger that run without user input. So credit to Marcus Gomes for seeing that he had Naylor totally over to one side, realizing that Naylor was ignoring that overlapping run of the fullback. And indeed, Marcus manually triggering the run very well and finding Cancelo, who in kind finished with some style.
The first time swerving shot into the side netting. We got the great angle for it on the replay. Unfortunately, a technical difficulty or two. We'll get that restarted for you soon. The positives, Treaders, a bit more of Marcus Gomes, or as the chat has reminded me this time correctly, Goatmas is apparently what he and they prefer. But great to see some Naylor attacking that we're used to seeing. The 8 goals not that far ago, not that long ago. He sticks to the 4-2-3-1, but this time gets possession and executes.
Absolutely, but the thing that kind of reigns in my mind, in the back of my mind, is that was quite early in the game. And when you're switching around with tactics, players aren't in the positions they need to be. Since that goal that he scored, there really hasn't been much to write home about from Naylor. Credit to Marcus Gomes, though. He's cutting out every single passing lane necessary. And in attack, this man is on a mission, seeing passing lanes that make him who he is. He's back to playing the way that he is globally recognized for. If you take away the gamer tags or all the indication that it's Marcus Gomes, if you look at the game, you see these passes being made, you see the way he's playing in possession. It's very easy to detect when it is Marcus Gomes.
Easy indeed, particularly if you're from Oceania, if you've been watching Foot Champs Cups, E-World Cups, FIFA Interactive World Cups from back in the day. He has been there, he has done that, and more than that, he's done it with a style so recognizable. It is, of course, the traditional football or even pure FIFA style. Passing it around, these plethora of skill moves just simply weren't available back in the day. You fashioned your chances by playing that ball around, using an overload of numbers, using systems like the 5-3-2. That was me in FIFA 9. I haven't forgotten, still got the trophy. But Marcus Gomes is doing it in a way not comparable to me or anyone else, because he's doing it in FIFA 21 up against an incredible skiller, attacker, and all-around player that is Naylor.
Indeed, and he's really showing, basically putting on a tutorial. If we watch this game and see the options that he uses in possession, and I'd love to see his tactics, because I think they're just going to be balance, 5-5. It's all from Marcus being so expert at picking out passes, knowing which passes will work, knowing which ones won't, what passing lane is covered, what passing lane isn't, what is open to him, and is this the right time to take on your opponent one-on-one, or, which it never particularly is, unless there is no one behind it at all. It's very much a tutorial coming out from Marcus on how to manipulate your opponent's positions when you're in possession of the ball.
We've talked a lot about this 5-3-2 system. I know, 5 at the back, it's here again. Some people getting frustrated. Treaders maybe one of those. But what about in an attacking sense there, Treaders? That build-up for the Marcus Gomes most recent goal, the centre mids passing it around, the strikers holding the space, and then it's the wing-back, João Cancelo. Again, the City link there is a little bit cute. On the overlap, manually triggered forward by Marcus Gomes. He is just on another level at times.
And as a defender, when you're playing against a 5-3-2, the one thing you're terrified of is that they will trigger that run from the wingback, because generally, if you're defending it smartly and defending it well, that run will never be triggered. So you can happily just park yourself in the middle, cut out those middle, force it out wide. But Marcus, realizing that's what the game plan is from Naylor, and seeing that run and manually triggering it, that manually triggered run is so crucial to enabling that chance. It's in contrast to the 3-5-2, where those runs will automatically be made because those are midfielders rather than wingbacks. But your wingbacks will generally sit out here in the corners and just get ignored, won't get the ball for most of the game. Whereas in a traditional football sense, they just simply keep possession and rotate the ball.
Things are back to the way they were. You know it to be true when it's Pogba out, Alphonso Davies in. A reminder that it is 4-1 on aggregate. Naylor making it 3-1 before the fourth was scored. That Cancelo goal that we can't seem to stop talking about. Straight upon the restart. Or is that giving the ball back? It seemed to be given back on the first stage. I'm sure things will be restored to normality now. Schmeichel bombing it forward. Marcus Gomes throwing his players forward. How do you think the competitors might feel after that slight break in play? Does it change anything, Treaders?
I'm sure Naylor will have had a chance to reassess the way things are going, reassess his tactics. He seems to be a massive fan of just spamming his X button when that ball, when he has the opportunity for a goal kick. And Marcus doing so well to read these passing lanes so early, has that many numbers behind the ball that when he gets a few goals up, it just feels a little bit inevitable that Marcus will come out on top, barring a couple of huge mistakes from Marcus that we saw uncharacteristically when he was playing against Mark 11.
You'll continue to play it out from the back, will Naylor, giving me a mini heart attack, but everything's fine. Marcus bringing one of the centre mids out to try and pressure. Davies in behind with the pickup, and there's another overlapping fullback run. The cross inside, and this time it's on the volley. It is 5 of the best over 2 legs for Marcus Gomes.
Just so straightforward for Marcus to create these chances. A turnover in midfield from Naylor, resulting in Marcus running down the wing, whipping in a trademark cross. He is finishing those chances more than any other competitor, and he's taking these chances. So it's a little bit strange for these competitors to come up against this. It's just unusual to see anyone cross as frequently as Marcus has in these 2 legs.
That team of the year, Mbappe, with 95 for volleys. He probably didn't need half of that to finish from there, but certainly made the basic look spectacular. And that might be the blueprint, the summary of one Marcus Gomes. He does the simple things so well to a level that few other could ever dream of achieving. Naylor with his own fluent, skill-based defensive patterns are currently no match for that 5-3-2. He has an incredible task ahead of him to try and stop Marcus Gomes from cakewalking to a grand final appearance.
And looking ahead for Naylor, I'd love to see him try out a different formation, maybe something that counters the three center backs, even a narrow formation where he can hopefully drag at least one of those center backs out so that when he fires off a shot like that, oh my goodness, he has tried that from all the way back there. That is incredibly strange, but nearly coming off.
I'm very sure the competitors wouldn't have the broadcast on. However, you call a man brilliantly simple, and then you see him try that straight away. Intriguing. Naylor, 4 goals behind, has got one on the board here in this second leg. Now needs to find his way through that 5 at the back. Referee says play on. Mbappe, what a leave, but Walker there just in time. A few little tricks, something a little different coming into Marcus' gameplay. Naylor with time, he's done it before already in this tournament. 4 goals in a half against Mark 11. He needs to do it now in this loser bracket final against Marcus Gomes. Good covering defense from Theo. Naylor at the last minute making the player switch. And maybe now, Treaders, it is that time for Naylor to change systems.
And immediately we saw in that closing stage of that possession, we saw Naylor bombing forward with his fullbacks for the first time in these 2 legs, which is something he really should have been doing earlier on, particularly with those wingbacks being utilized by Marcus and indeed the 5 at the back. Now, just thinking back to that initial so-called chance that Marcus took off the kickoff, it may have simply been Marcus resetting the ball so that neither competitor took advantage of a kickoff situation. Maybe something to ask the competitors after this leg.
I sincerely hope you're right, Treaders. Otherwise, it will be struggled to be explained. Imagine if it went in, though. We'd have another story entirely. The story at the moment is Naylor absolutely dominating possession. But Marcus Gomes does not care. He has a 5-1 advantage. His 5 at the back, holding resolute. He's looking for number 6. Walker in the way again. Naylor attacking with his fullback. Hernandez bombing forward. First time Mbappe to Sanchez. Back to Mbappe. And then have a look at those darker coloured jerseys in the middle. That back five, the midfield three, almost looks impenetrable.
The beauty of attacking with your fullbacks when coming up against the five at the back, it means that the midfielders have to slide across to cover that additional run if the competitor wants to win that ball back. And trust me, Marcus would like that more than anything, to have infinite possession. Tactical foul from Naylor. Not called back, advantage accrued. And Marcus with the Berber spin. And he indeed finishes it. And he's really asserting his authority on this clash. So straightforward, so brilliant, and doing the simple things, the basics, better than anyone else is Marcus Gomes.
We questioned how his mental state might be, those mistakes, the nerves, the tweet. You never truly know what somebody is going through. It seems Marcus Gomes is a man reborn, refreshed, and ready to retake on Dire Wolves Dylan in your Oceania Qualifier number 2 Grand Final. With all due respect to Naylor, he has thrown everything he could at this five at the back. But today is not his day. He'll take these learnings, he'll review the tape, I'm sure even make some changes to the team. Maybe a keeper run or two.
And I'm not sure how you can go so many legs of FIFA against a five at the back and not attempt to get your fullbacks more involved. Maybe Naylor at this stage just trying to stop the bleeding, acknowledging and conceding defeat to the 5-3-2. But for mine, the 5-3-2, whilst not the easiest of tasks to break down, for these competitors, you need to give yourself every chance of breaking it down by either flicking those fullbacks onto balanced, as we see Naylor start to just recycle possession and run this clock down, attempt to stop the bleeding.
I think as well, he's looking to see if those centre mids will leave their spot. Marcus Gomes, despite assuredly being in this grand final, will not stop. He is zoned in. The pass inside from Mbappe to CR7. Wider still Davies. Why not try it from there, Marcus? Try and add a heavenly 7. CR7. And a rare miscue from Alphonso Davies. Keeps things at 6-1 on aggregate.
And we're seeing Naylor still just struggle to create any attack of real threat. The narrow formation brought out, unable to turn on the ball. And Marcus really starts cooking. McGeady spin this time. And the attack fizzles to nothing. But looking ahead to this final, Nate, between Direwolves Dylan and Marcus Gomes, I just can't help but feel that it'll be incredibly cagey for such a long amount of time, similar to their first encounter.
The grand final awaits for Melbourne City Marcus Gomes. Naylor, perhaps earlier than expected, admitting defeat in that clash. We cannot forget, of course, how well he's done to get this far. I said he's one of the most, I didn't say that, I said he was the most underrated competitor in the region. We hope you've enjoyed his efforts this tournament. Treaders, a few learnings for him ahead of qualifier number 3 for sure.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest of those will be to just have more adaptability, have more game plans at your disposal. Particularly, this 5-3-2 isn't going away. But credit to Marcus, his possession play, his game plan, everything about that game was executed to perfection, and Naylor really didn't get a look in.
We will see Naylor back for things better and brighter. But for Melbourne City's Marcus Gomes, through the losers bracket, he will face Direwolves Dylan in a rematch in that grand final. Kyle and Mike, I bet you can't wait either.
Wait, indeed. Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Mike LaBelle, we need to break this down. Marcus Gomes, he's made his way through to the grand final. What impressed you most about his performance?
That was a tactician. He eliminated a lot of the small mistakes or even the big mistakes that he had in some of the previous matchups. And you saw the value of having that wing play. Marcus Gomes might be the most impressive player I've seen this far with crossing. Maybe Marcus and Dolan Mike, but that's good company. Dolan Mike is a champion. Won the previous European regional and really brought to life the 5 at the back. And you have to be able to have this in your gameplay. Look at the whip cross, but the header. That is not easy, and I know we keep stressing it. Try to score a header in FIFA 21. And then let's come back, let's revisit, let's discuss, let's open up that conversation because it's very difficult because of the aiming. It's not even about the cross. The cross is one portion, but being able to convert that first time is very important for getting a competitive advantage, but that skill set, you have to develop it.
Now we're seeing here, Marcus Gomes was 3 goals up going into that second leg. Naylor obviously found something absolutely hilarious as he pulled one back, and we thought, could a comeback be on? But Marcus Gomes stopped any thought of that happening. He pushed and pushed. He was relentless, found the space, found the back of the net as well. He made it 4, and they just kept on coming. Mike, when you're looking at Marcus right now, are we seeing a different Marcus than we used to?
We're seeing someone who has mastered the 5-3-2. Having this 5 back, they're involved in every attack. And you got to say, if Dylan's watching, which I know that he is, he's got to say, I got to take that away. Because he did hold Marcus to a clean sheet previously in this tournament, but championship Sunday Marcus, Valentine's Marcus, that guy's looking a little bit different. And you can see it hard hitting, scoring goals, being clinical, being efficient. And the word is tactician. You told me, give me one word, Mike, tactician. You could see that he was tactically more sound in every way. Look at that. One shot given up to Naylor. One shot on target. And this is one of those guys that is offensively gifted. We compliment him. We build him up with superlatives of how innovative, creative, what kind of mastermind he is offensively. That wasn't there. We didn't see any of that. Marcus completely shut him out.
We can have a look at our bracket right now. This is how all the action has unfolded. Right in front of our eyes, Marcus Gomes dropped down into that losers bracket at round number 2. He took on Jazz, who had beaten his brother GZ Dylan. And then he beat him 4-2, making his way to round 3, where he met Mark 11. Managed to get the win over him 5-4 after a couple of mistakes, but there was 0 mistakes in that losers bracket final, beating Naylor 6-1, and he makes his way through to that grand final where he's hoping to force a bracket reset. Yes, he's got to beat DW Dylan twice to be able to conquer, to be crowned champion of this region right here. We're going to get straight into that in a few moments time, so make sure you stick with us on this Championship Sunday. It is Marcus Gomes taking on DW Dylan just round the corner. We'll see you in a minute.
FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 2 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. My name is Kyle Walker and we are here. Championship Sunday Grand Final is just round the corner, and breaking it down with me is Mike LaBelle. Mike, this is a rematch of the first match we saw yesterday on day number 1. That one was 2-0 to DW Dillon, but this is a very, very different Marcus Gomes coming into this Grand Final.
It's also the first time that we've had a competitor reach the finals without conceding a goal. If you recall, Dillon's gone back-to-back, also the least amount of goals scored ever in order to be in a grand final, just sitting pretty. He scored 3, conceded none, and that's over 2 matchups, 2 separate oppositions, over 4 legs. So easily, hands down, the best defensive player we've seen in Oceania, and maybe the least innovative attacker as well that we've seen. So it's kind of a battle of both worlds here. We always say defense wins championships. You're not going to lose if you don't concede goals, but I do not think this version of Marcus Gomes is going for clean sheets. I can't see how he's not going to generate attacks, even versus a very impressive Dillon, especially on the defensive end.
Oh, I cannot wait for this grand final. If you guys are at home, we've not just got some excellent FIFA 21 action coming up for you, we've also got viewership rewards tailored just for you. Now, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards, and for the first time, you'll receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world competing at the highest of levels. All you have to do is simply link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on the select weekends, and you'll receive 1 FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend. You can see the dates right here. There's only 4 left, I can see just there. Yes, you could have got yourself 10 tokens. There's 4 of them to go. Make sure you're getting involved. Remember, these tokens may take up to 7 days to appear in your accounts, and they are redeemable in repeatable SBCs in FIFA Ultimate Team with some great pack rewards up for grabs. Now, the more tokens you earn by watching on the selected eligible weekends, the more flexibility you'll have to decide which rewards to get. So do not miss out. Link your accounts, watch the FIFA 21 Global Series, and redeem those rewards. Also, we've got something else, something extra special, something just to sprinkle on top just for this weekend. Yes, if you are watching and you have a linked Twitch and EA account, you'll also receive a Resende Tifo. All you have to do is watch 1 hour this weekend on Twitch with those linked accounts, and you'll get that the Xbox champion on the South America qualifier number 3. So make sure you're getting it done, and you can have that Tifo with that celebration that Mike LaBelle is doing just there in your FIFA Ultimate Team.
I mean, this wasn't planned, or I don't think it was planned, but it aligns well for Valentine's Day. I'm just saying, we got spreading the love, but doing it in like a flavorful way. This is like, hey, I love you, but I still got some swag behind me.
You can score lots of goals against your opponents, and then it cuts to the Tifo, and you just show them that you do love them right there. Something else we're sharing even more love. It's called FIFA Face-Off. Yes, an opportunity for members of the community to get a chance to participate in a FIFA-themed game show, and we've got this short video that tells you all about it.
Hey, what's good, FIFA community? It's Castro here, and listen up. The FIFA Global Series Face-Off is about to launch, and we want to know if you...
Me?
What, me?
Yeah, you.
And we want to know if you have what it takes to participate with FIFA pros and celebrities.
For a prize pool of up to $25,000.
Team up with FIFA pros and celebrities in a brand new game show.
FIFA Face-Off.
Teammates, because they're playing to win you money.
Brilliant. What are you waiting for?
I'm bringing all the smoke. You ain't ready for this?
Nah, come on. It's about to go down.
Ready? Click on the URL and enter for your chance to participate and win.
Right, make sure you get those videos submitted. You've got 5 days left to be in with the chance to become a contestant on FIFA Face-Off. Head to ea.com/FIFA Face-Off. Submit those videos by February 19th for your chance to team up with FIFA pros, celebrities, and your chance at a $25,000 prize pool per episode. Mike, let's do a U-turn. Let's jump straight back into the action here. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. We've got our grand final around the corner, and we need to talk about this because DW Dillon's come through on the winners bracket side of things. Marcus Gomes has come through on the losers bracket side of things. So it's double. He needs a double win, Marcus. Can you explain it for us a little bit, Mike?
Perfect. So because Marcus is coming up from the losers bracket, he's already lost a game where Dillon has not lost any games. Therefore, he has a competitive advantage where it's basically a 2-for-1. So Marcus gets to win the first set of games, which forces a reset, and then also win the second set of games in order to actually win the series and become your champion, where Dillon would only need to win the initial set of the matchup, or only one time. That should come together very smoothly. You see the picture. We're describing it properly as you see Dillon's profile on screen.
Yes, you can indeed. Favorite club, Manchester City, taking on Melbourne City's esports player Marcus Gomes. The battle of the CFG right here in a way. DW Dillon, though, does represent Dire Wolves' first FIFA title, FIFA 16. And I feel like when it comes to Dillon, he's had a bit of chance to relax. He's probably got all of his weekend league games done, but he's coming up against an opponent in Marcus Daniel Alfonso Henriquez Gomes, we should say. I mean, Mike, these two going head-to-head, it should be very exciting.
I'm looking forward to it because it's just a different package that Marcus Gomes is bringing from their earlier meeting, which ended up being a 2-0 defeat for Marcus, and then, of course, a 2-0 win for Dillon, and he progressed. Marcus went to the losers bracket. Now Marcus has started building momentum, confidence, looking better than ever, and the big key to this matchup is going to be the wing play. Who wins that battle? Because Marcus is very reliant both offensively and defensively with those wingers, and thus far, Dillon has shown that he's been able to stop that. But we are getting a better version of Marcus in comparison to before. So I'm looking forward to it. I know that Treaders is going to come in with an extremely biased opinion because he works together with Dillon, and I'm waiting for him to somehow bring this argument together in a way that doesn't sound extremely biased. But I think they're texting, calling. He's getting insider tips and insider trading. I'm just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. That's what I think is happening.
Well, let's give him a chance to defend himself. Let's bring Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here. Treaders, I'm going to come straight to you. I'm going to ask for your prediction. You're going for Marcus Gomes, yeah?
I 100%. It'll be even without the bias, and I'm going to try to stay as neutral as possible, despite working with him so closely. I think Dillon's defense will hold him so strongly. Whoever scores the first goal in this matchup is going to be so crucial, because we saw Dillon score that first goal and was able to just sit off and absorb the pressure. And same thing happened with Marcus right then. And I think if we go back, Marcus has scored the first goal in pretty much all of his wins so far. So whoever scores this first goal, look for them to hold possession and essentially wait for the other team to make a mistake.
I like that. You're kind of on the fence, but you're looking over into Dillon's side, all right? So you're going with Dillon. Nate, who are you going for?
I'm going to stick with the man in form, Marcus Gomes. We'll talk about it a little bit later. But Dillon's actually not been feeling that well, from what I understand, and has also hated waiting. He's sitting there in FIFA 21 trying to get friendlies, and he's struggling to find them. I think we've seen a champion through the losers bracket before. I think we'll see it again today.
That's why I kept on getting those invitations. He obviously wanted to play against me to help him before this grand final. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
Well, I can confirm that we've seen multiple winners via the losers bracket. In theory, it's a disadvantage to come up from the losers bracket because you have to win 2, where your opposition only has to win 1 in terms of the series. So I think Dillon's sitting in a pretty good position. However, I've been combing the stash. I'm trying to grow the stash. I want the stash. And I also want to tell the story of Marcus Gomes being on top of this region. Again, I think it's really, really cool to see someone that came out of the scene in FIFA 17 and really created the scene to a certain degree, built the scene, developed it, and so much of the culture that's with that. And some people were saying after last year that maybe he's done. I don't think that's the case at all. Marcus seems to agree with me, and I'm going to take him for the upset in the final.
Now, as it is the grand final, as I am hosting the show, I'm not going to make a prediction because I've got to speak to both of them possibly. So I'm not going to make a prediction in this one. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys. Let's get our grand final kicked off at the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. I'm sure that Mo will happen in time. But there's only one Mo we want to really talk about right now. It's that of Melbourne City, Marcus Gomes. He's coming up against Direwolves Dylan. I touched on it earlier, Tritters. Just how much of a big deal is it not having played any competitive games and then going straight into a grand final, such is the case for Dylan?
Well, it just takes a little while for the competitors to really adjust to the nerves, to the pressure of competing at this level. Marcus has been there the most recent with playing games all throughout today. And so his, not only the hands being warm, I think Dylan will have played enough friendlies to keep his hands warm, but it's more the mental side of things that will be the struggle, making the adjustment to the higher adrenaline, higher focus gameplay.
I guess that's what I'm getting at. It's all good and well playing. He could play some squad battles if he wanted. There is no replication for a grand final. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. Well, we're at its summit. Who will climb the mountain and become your champion? A reminder that Marcus Gomes needs to win not once over 2 legs, but twice. These competitors meeting earlier on, of course. You've seen it yesterday. And I don't think we'll see too much change. Lovely ball forward, Mbappe. And it was talked about the crucial first goal. Well, it's Marcus Gomes again, like he has every game today. Dylan with the eye roll, Marcus with the ball roll, and the goal after 7 minutes.
Unfortunately for Dylan, not able to track that opportunity, and Marcus so composed in possession. He seems to have so much time on the ball, and that through pass weighted expertly onto the left foot of that team of the year, Mbappe. And sometimes we see competitors criticize the weak foot of Mbappe, but not in that situation there.
The early strike for the man from Melbourne City. He has been competing, not just playing, competing in FIFA esports since FIFA 17. Dylan, seen as many as the rising star of the region, only started competing properly in FIFA 20. Some dabbles before that. Here he is with Neymar, eventually hitting the feet of that team of the year, Alphonso Davies. He did then beat Naylor 1-0. After that Marcus win, and after that loss against Dylan, that 4-2 win over Jazz, 5-4 over Mark 11, and then 6-1 over Naylor. He has, in fact, increased his goal-scoring rate as Championship Sunday has continued. Dare I say, Treaders, we're not about to see 7 over these 2 legs against Dylan.
Indeed, one of the strongest defenders in our region. And one key feature of his attack will be his use of those wing-backs to draw the midfielders out and to tempt Marcus into making challenges that he otherwise would not make. And that just opens up so much space for him in the middle. But at the moment, Marcus all over him in defense, waiting for him to attempt a turn with one of those central attacking midfielders. And again, well marshaled the counter-attack, not coming off for Marcus in that situation, holding a lot less possession than he was against Naylor because of Dylan playing a little bit higher. But that's the way that he likes to play and attack. Indeed, wonderful through pass. Oh, it would have been a wonderful through pass if it hadn't been misdirected, but the vision was there, but the defense was even better.
Again, Marcus Gomes in that Melbourne City away jersey. You can use that, of course, but you can also use the Direwolves one released in a drop of FIFA esports kits. Very popular, only gaining in popularity in FIFA 21. Marcus Gomes with the hot hands. He has just been so good today. And yet, the task ahead of him still looming large. If you are just joining us, yes, this is the grand final. But no, it is not simply whoever wins over two legs. Dylan has that luxury. Marcus Gomes would need to repeat the dose, as Dylan is yet to lose. Rather, in this second qualifier, don't tell me, a rather soft penalty, I guess, if you go in manually with the challenge. You might expect it, but the player barely unsettled regardless. The smile from Dylan says it all. A big moment for Dylan. CR7 makes no mistake. Dylan makes the most of that opportunity. And we're locked up at 1-1. 34 minutes played in the first half of this grand final.
And Marcus will undoubtedly feel a little bit unfortunate, but will have to stay locked in, block that from his memory. But credit to Dylan, working that ball high up the pitch, using his fullbacks, being a little bit more unorthodox, a little bit more aggressive than we see a lot of competitors, and getting into a half-decent space. But definitely quite fortunate to get that penalty.
To his great credit, Marcus Gomes not shaken, barely even stirred. He knows that there's a long way to go. He's got it with Alfonso trying to dribble past. Dylan defending well with the Rangers fullback. Who would have thought we'd see a Rangers player being used in grand finals of qualifiers around the world? It's always a personal favourite of mine, and I'm sure many of you watching along. Yes, to see R9, CR7, Mbappe and friends. But the occasional Tavernier, Nick Pope, and other unsung heroes. Maybe you could put Renato Sanchez in that bracket too. At the end here of the first half, Marcus cannot force his way through. I think this is the template for this grand final. We might as well get it out in the open, Treaders. It's not going to be a goal-scoring bonanza. These competitors have gotten to this grand final in a massive part due to their excellent defending.
Absolutely, and both competitors playing two of the most defensive formations in the game. 4-2-3-1 gives you three midfielders coming back, and then you get your wingers coming back, and before you know it, you have 8 or 9 players behind the ball, and excluding the goalkeeper. And then with Marcus playing the 5-3-2, that is just bodies everywhere, covering every single passing lane, covering the through balls. It requires you taking a little bit more risk in your build-up. But for Dylan, he can take heart in the fact that the 5-3-2 is quite difficult to counter-attack with. but he will still not want to give Marcus too much possession.
A few personnel changes made. Those wing-backs so crucial to the 5-3-2. Not just, of course, in defense, but going forward. We saw that Cancelo goal on the 22nd minute mark in leg 2 of that loser bracket final. You wonder if they've got another significant role to play. Mendy through ball for Dylan. To the on-running Mbappe, passing behind, Neymar, lovely pass, lovely finish on the turn. And Dylan leads this contest 2-1. He is warming up quickly.
And if anyone is wondering how to break down the 5 at the back, there is no better example in FIFA than what Dylan just executed there. Using hold-up play to wait for the runs of his players, and then utilizing the unmarked fullbacks to send a through ball in behind. And from that through ball in behind comes a very good scoring opportunity. Marcus will be a little bit disappointed, and Dylan happy to watch those crosses come flying in. But that is the reply that Dylan would have wanted. Now with Edison with the ball at his feet, and Edison, when he's got that ball at his feet, you can expect potentially an over-the-top through ball in behind the defense, considering his strength in his kicking game.
Forward again, this near side with a bit of joy for DW Dylan. Well read by Marcus. AI initially short, but make sure he switches to that player as soon as he is able. He is in full control, and he's got Adama on. It is the halftime sub he loves to make there at left wing back. From left to right, Dylan covering that right wing back. So he goes back left again. It's lovely passing. And Ronaldo, with a shot very much off balance, draws out the save. Keeper called out for a moment. Corner taken back here. This is the meta. This is the template for corners. I did say it's only Jazz that seems to differ. He got some joy earlier, but Marcus, despite being 2-1 behind, happy just to settle back into his familiar attacking pattern.
And the finesse from Marcus sails over the bar. But that's what playing against Dylan will do to you. He'll make you take on those shots that aren't necessarily the highest of percentage. We've already seen Marcus take on crosses, take on finesse shots from outside the box. He won't give you those high percentage chances. So strong is his defense when it comes to defending narrow. But when he's in attack, he plays incredibly well structured. Giving that ball away there would have been better served. Sending that to the fullback, as we saw previously, giving him so much joy. But these two competitors, very similar in the way they structure their gameplay. And that cross, again, attempted by Marcus, but Dylan, with his defense, is up to the task once again.
Mendy coming off. He's been good in attack for Dylan, but preferring the more solid defender, if you like, of Hernandez. Kulusevski on. Mbappe switching flanks. The 4-2-3-1. It was used by Naylor. It's being used in a very different capacity by Dire Wolves Dylan. He's got his game plan. I'll say one more time. He's not out here looking to score 5-10 goals. He's here to shore things up defensively and get the 2 or 3 required from each leg. Marcus Gomes. Sticking with the 5-3-2, Firmino inside, Bruno. And on the left foot this time, Marcus. And that is animated as you see him get. He'll go to the water bottle for a well-earned little mini break, because it's CR7 on the 76th minute, and we're all square once more.
Brilliant attacking play by Marcus. His vision is just superb. Dylan overcommitting to one direction, and Marcus, with the form that he is currently in, so clinical when he gets enough space.
Dylan will have to go again. Can't afford to focus on what was. And rightly, we should credit, as Treaders did, that vision from Marcus Gomes. Who needs Wonder Vision? We've got Marcus Vision. He is one of the best in the world at finding the open player. When the angle looks tight, he will find a way through. And you see there exactly what it does. Dylan stopped tracking the ball carrier. He was waiting for that pass to come out. Marcus, the expert that he is, realizes this and instead dribbled on straight through for a time. It is such an intriguing battle.
And now Dylan looking out wide, using that fullback. And the fullback pass inside was good, but the next pass not quite on, with Marcus reading that lane so effectively, getting so many bodies back. The struggle with the 5-3-2 is your ability to create your goals. Defensively, you should be quite solid. You have that many players behind the ball. It is inevitable that a block might come out, but to win a game of football, you have to score at least one goal, if not 2 or 3, particularly when you're playing against competitors of the caliber of Dylan and Naylor in the previous leg.
Just win on penalties, Shredders. No goals needed, but we do love them so. Ball played out to Mbappe and happily out of play. We are no closer to finding out who will be our champion of Oceania. It goes this way, that way. That penalty incident will stick in the mind for a while, Treaders. But still, I think it's fair to say evenly matched, not just on the scoreboard, but in terms of their style of play.
Both incredibly defensive players and both incredibly methodical in the way they attack, having structures, not overly reliant on skill moves, even though they both have those at their disposal. And I think we'll see them utilize skill moves more and more with the cancels and directional nutmegs if it comes down to a shootout, or indeed both competitors end up opening up and looking to simply outscore their opponent.
Thankfully, we don't need to watch the incident to award that penalty kick. We just see it converted. Lovely through ball roll, and that first time pass from Neymar. Other competitors might have tried to go on. Marcus Gomes using those 3 centre mids. And yes, sure, a little fortunate. I see you, chat. But we've said it time and time again, and we'll never stop saying it, Treaders. You need to make the most of your luck. The good news is, Twitch chat as well, you have a chance to win something of your own. The final little reminder for you for this weekend is that Turtle Beach are giving you the opportunity to win a headset. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Follow them at Twitter at Turtle Beach. And there's the hashtag Stealth600. If you tweet that out, if you at them, you could win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. It is a feature of competitors all around the world. Some listen to a coach. Some have music playing. Is it Dylan, Treaders, you'd probably know this better than most, that listens to some French tunes to get himself ready for FIFA?
Yeah, for some reason, it's something about not being able to understand the language, and it just becomes, I guess, a comforter, a bit of white noise, but it enables him to get into that flow of creating chances, of finding passes and reading passing lanes, and that's so crucial, just feeling as comfortable as you can. He's also got his coach, Lenny, as well in his ear, a mainstay for him when he competes at these qualifying events. The German pro playing for, I think, Hanover, I believe, over in Germany. And yeah, it's so crucial for him that he's able to stay focused using that French music and whatever works for these competitors, whether that's nothing at all. Some competitors want absolutely no sound, but others, like Dill, will prefer having a little bit of music, particularly the French music.
For whatever reason, it works. Stick with it. What is the phrase? If it's crazy, but it works, it's really not that crazy. Marcus Gomes has found a way to settle in to his groove throughout the day. He has known at every opportunity, at every stage of the losers bracket, one defeat, and his tournament is over. He is certainly matching Dylan stride for stride in these low-scoring games, Shredders. Are we going to see a moment of luck, a moment of magic, or is it going to be that moment of quality brought out by that focus we're talking about?
Well, the issue that arises with playing a defensive game, particularly in real-life football as well, but even in FIFA, is that when you play defensive, low-scoring, when the only differential in the result is scoring goals, you're only one piece of bad luck away from conceding a shocker, which is why some competitors just say, defense, I don't need to do that. I'm going to try and score as many goals as I possibly can. Just get 7-8 chances in a game where the rest of the competitors are looking at 3 or 4. Dylan, normally, depending on the competitor he's playing, can create these volume of chances, not to the extent of Naylor or Mark 11 or Marco, but when he gets going, he still can create those chances, particularly if his opponent's playing an open game. But in this situation, with Marcus and Dylan opting to play the cagey affair, it might just, unfortunately, come down to a piece of bad luck or a moment of sheer brilliance.
It happens in football, it happens in FIFA. I guess the reason we're going through it now is to prepare you, viewers from all around the world. You're used to your high-scoring affairs. I do keep looking at your comments. It's not going to change. They have gotten to this grand final playing in a particular way, and I'm sure, regardless of the result, both competitors will know, sure, they've tried their best. But due to that style of play, anything can and inevitably will happen. We are 2-2 after that first leg. CR7 at the double for Dylan. Mbappe in the 7th minute. And then CR7 in the 76th to get us to this point. If Dylan can find the win here in this second leg, he will be crowned champion of Oceania. If Marcus can get the W, he will force the reset and will do it all again. It is the latter making the attack. Bruno Fernandes, no options forward. Dylan covering them well. Pogba, in his few minutes he gets to play for Marcus Gomes, trying to do something. Good pass inside, first time. Firmino, it's looking good for Marcus early. Mbappe, as the centre-back to beat, cannot find a way through.
Indeed, Marcus will be hoping to get that Pogba out of the game as quickly as possible, hoping to get this ball out of play because he's just not quick enough to keep up with Dylan's attackers and indeed his cam. As you're seeing Dylan attack out wide. Lovely lob pass, the drag back into the pass, and it's dispossessed well by Marcus. still dealing with Pogba being on the pitch instead of that lucrative Team of the Year item, Alphonso Davies.
Looking ahead at the passing options for Dire Wolves Dylan. You understand why, surely, watching on at home, at work, on the train, wherever you are, why it has to be slow, methodical build-up. He gets through with Neymar. What a ball! And he'll finish that all day, Ronaldo. We like talking about goals, the strikes, the finishes, but that assist is world class.
And the build-up from the very start from Dylan, world class to the very definition of the word, utilizing his fullbacks to drag those central midfielders out of position. For Marcus, he will be disappointed that he didn't get to start Alphonso Davies, because he would feel that instead of having that Pogba sitting back, watching that goal go in, maybe he might have been able to have an impact. But the time for wondering is over. Alphonso Davies on the field now for Marcus, and Dylan taking the advantage once again.
Amazing to think that the CR7 in-form foot item was not going to be a part of Dylan's plans this week. It is that foot item, among others, that got him into this qualifier, or this stage. During the week, he was buying and selling different foot items, trying them out, eventually deciding the in-form CR7 would be his go-to man. He has all of his goals in this grand final. Interestingly now, not even 1.5 legs through, Dylan has doubled the goals scored in his tournament. Of course, beating Marcus 2-0 and Naylor 1-0. Really good defending from Marcus there. You can see the difference. Team of the Year Davies makes, and up the other end, Mbappe with a slightly heavy touch before the ball roll. And Edison, being called out, does what he's there to do.
The sweeper keeper coming out to make a crucial stop, a crucial save. Dylan getting caught in possession in a central area. If he's going to turn that ball over in any position, he would want to turn it over out wide. It's just a general rule of football, particularly when you're playing up against a formation which is so strong, straight up the middle. When you have numbers forward, you do not want to turn that ball over in the middle of the park. You need to turn it, if you are going to turn it over and risk it, turn it over out wide. That pass not really on there. Well tracked by Marcus with his 5 at the back.
There's just no way we'll see Marcus change his formation that's got him through to this grand final. Unless that goal tally does change. Play on, I believe, indeed. Advantage not really there. Don't get too excited about this free kick. We resume normal transmission, rather. Bruno just waits for the players to take their shape again. Look at that marshalling. Dylan straight away is back. Alphonso on the left. Can't get it past Varane. But Marcus seizing a bit of momentum. Capitalizing with possession. Backheel. Ronaldo. And it's a lovely move. The pass is better than the goal again. And Marcus Gomes is behind it all.
And that decoy run triggered by Marcus allowed him to simply backheel chip that pass through to his striker. I wish we could see that pass again because it was that good that Dylan got convinced that Marcus was going to lay it off to either a midfielder or another striker. And indeed, CR7 open to receive that ball and capitalizing on the opportunity as he always does.
This game taking on the very presentation we gave it, and yet it is still utterly compelling. Low scoring, chances at a premium, and they are being taken. You cannot take your eyes off this contest as we hit another halftime, this time in leg 2. We are still all tied up.
And I can only imagine how these two competitors must be feeling right now. I think for Dylan's team in particular, the reason it has to be so limited in his attack is because he's still using that 84 Renato Sanchez, whereas a number of other competitors, we're seeing 93 Alphonso Davies, it just limits his capacity to go forward using those defensive mids with passing being limited. But in saying that, he does so incredibly well to work that ball to when he stays composed. At the moment, Marcus is the more composed of the two competitors, finding these passes and looking like he has 1,000 years on the ball every time he's in possession.
The second half of the second leg. This slow burner, if you like. Comforting yet frightening at the same time. I can only imagine how these competitors are feeling. We love the gameplay, sure. But the competitors and their stories, Marcus Gomes has not just been a competitor for so long. He has copped such unwarranted, horrible flack on occasion by people whose names are not worth bringing up because they will be forgotten. Marcus Gomes will be remembered. He is a Oceania FIFA esports immortal, and he's showing he still has us with plenty of quality FIFA to come. Dylan, fighting through his studies, now having a look at university, further education. How does he balance a life beyond FIFA esports with his God-given abilities? They might be at very different stages of their careers, but these paths have merged as they did yesterday. And in this grand final, there can only be one. Marcus Gomes coming forward with Mbappe. Tracking back is Dylan. Does not mind letting his opponent play those through balls in behind on occasion, Treaders. He is so adept at tracking back those runs and winning those tackles.
And both Dylan and Marcus defend at their very best when they manually have time to get those players back behind the ball. And particularly with Marcus having those three central midfielders, those three central midfielders do not track back nearly as far as the two defensive mids that Dylan has. Even though both sets of midfielders don't really track back all that much, the starting position benefits Dylan just that slight little bit. And when we're talking about FIFA 21, when the margins are as small as ever, that can be the difference between you scoring 5 goals and not being able to score any.
We resume at 3 apiece. This grand final will have a winner. The question on everyone's mind is, who will it be? But more so, where will it come from? We've tried to caution you, the viewers, into how it might result. But to confirm one final time, these competitors well aware of their defensive dominant strategy will be happy to live with whatever the result is. It has got them to the grand final after all. Dylan trying to move that ball from side to side. Marcus with his 3 centre mids making that near impossible. Dylan more directly then tries the through ball. The inform Kyle Walker foot item might not be as high rated as many other centre backs, but it certainly proves effective. Here's Adama for Marcus Gomes to the byline, cut back, and Marcus Gomes in the mid-section of this second half of this second leg. Gets excited, just like I, for a moment, before turning his attention to the task ahead. Lovely cutback, Treaders, not once, but twice.
The composure from Marcus Gomes heading out wide. And we saw a little fist pump, a little show of emotion from Marcus when he won that ball back. Dylan had quite a long spell of possession in the build-up to that. And now Marcus will start to look to hold on, change his game plan to a little bit more conservative. But Dylan will undoubtedly have secondary game plans up his sleeve to take down a more defensive 5-3-2. The finish of this first matchup, because if Marcus wins this one, it forces a reset, will be thrilling for sure.
I wouldn't mind a reset, Treaders. Give me plenty more of this. It is an amazing display of clinical finishing, making the most of your chances. Good timing, digital infographic. There have been 3. All 3 have been taken. Methodical, planned build-up, met with some wonderful assists and some excellent finishing. Dylan winning that ball back a little higher than maybe expected. Kulusevski and Alfonso. That's probably half the foot item, Treaders. Half Marcus himself. Cutting out that ball brilliantly.
It's unbelievable the impact that a single foot item in midfield can have on the game. He just turns up time and time again. Brilliant composure there from Marcus. The ball roll out down the wing. The cutback again. Who else but Alfonso? Blocked well by Dylan. Foul given away. Marcus knowing the threat of the counter-attack from the 4-2-3-1. The through ball not quite capitalized on. And the counter-attacking opportunity goes begging again. Wonderful possession play. Moving that ball so quickly is Marcus. And a tactical foul given away there by Marcus because Dylan had such a good opportunity on the counter-attack.
If you're new to FIFA 21, you might be thinking red card all day, sir. However, in this iteration of the franchise, sliding challenges are not met with the harshest possible punishment, particularly often. It is something that will be on Marcus' mind, and I think we may well see the switch to the 5-4-1. Marcus did this, of course, earlier today. He doesn't believe that it gives him the opportunity to score. It is all about bodies behind the ball, and with that time ticking on, 12 or so in-game minutes left, he believes now is the right time.
And Marcus getting some final words of advice from his coach. Speaking to someone. Would love to know who it is giving the advice. But now, not too long left before this game gets reset and we go again from 0-0. Dylan will be hoping to really capitalize on some extended spells of possession towards the back end of this clash.
If it's played out according to the script more or less so far, you can expect significant changes with that formation change. It will be Dylan on the attack, moving it quickly. It will be Marcus with all bodies bar the striker behind the ball, playing exclusively on the counter-attack. Strap yourselves in. Here we go. Marcus up 4-3. At this stage, he would force the grand final reset, and we would do it all again. Dylan, a win in this game would see him champion. Carrasco to Neymar, forward to Ronaldo, somehow gets that shot off, somehow gets the ball back. Kulusevski, Carrasco, dribbling forward, keeping it close. Neymar, what a pass! He goes for one more. Arguably, could have taken it across the face. Wanted the extra pass, but nothing doing. Trying to make his way through. Marcus will hack anybody down that stands in his way of this incredible turnaround. Carrasco again to Ronaldo, drag back. Neymar, Mbappe loses control, gets it back to Mbappe. Dylan just spamming the shoot button. It will not be enough. And we go again. Marcus Gomes rolling back the years, proving that you can do it with a 5 at the back. You can do it with the 5-4-1. Any more minutes than the 13 he used it with, it felt like a goal would be there eventually. I guess you'd say he's timed it to perfection.
Perfect timing from Marcus. The final change-up, roll of the dice from Dylan. Unfortunately, just lacked the composure on the finish, but they were good signs from him towards the back end, particularly knowing that he will create the chances required to come from behind if required. But credit to Marcus, when he's required to hold on to possession, he can most definitely do so.
Marcus Gomes, you just cannot write the man off time and time again. He shows why he is one of the, if not the leading competitor of Oceania. To break down that intriguing grand final, let's throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
And Treaders, yes, here we go. The bracket has been reset. Marcus Gomes, Goatmas, he's managed to pull it back. Mike LaBelle, what did you make of that one?
You got to love to see players, how they handled the pressure. This is what we want in a finals. It was very tense. You could feel that. I don't know what's going on with Nate either. Nate's kind of contradicting himself, as you see in the highlights on screen. He's saying, well, he's old. He used to be the man. He is the man. He's going to be the man. He's soon to be the man. What is he, Nate? I need to know, because I don't think Marcus ever really fell off. He didn't play his best FIFA last year. That's it. But we're talking about guys that are in their low 20s. And they talk about retirement. They talk like these guys can't move around anymore. Like their eyes don't work. And Gomes put on a clinic. It was a really good game to watch. Extra pass there from Dylan. Very key extra pass. Traditional goal, but at the end of the day, you have to score the simple finishes. If you don't have the mastery of some of the build-up play, the triangles, the tiki-taka, it doesn't matter about the skills and the extraordinary, as you see, just a quick turn there, 2-all, and then we hit into the second leg.
We did indeed, and it was Dylan who was pushing to break that deadlock once again, finding the space, finding the right pass, and finding the back of the net. Going ahead 3-2 right there, but it was Marcus who again had to find something. He had to find a reply if he wanted to stay alive in this grand final, and he managed to do so, bringing it back to 3 apiece. And in that final second, 45 minutes right there, it was do or die for Marcus Gomes. He finds the right pass, he finds the back of the net, and he finds the win 4-3 taking it into a bracket reset. That means it's one apiece effectively in this grand final. DW Dylan came through the winner side of things, so he has a 1-0 advantage. But then Marcus Gomes has brought it back, making it 1-1, meaning the next person to win over 2 legs of FIFA 21 is crowned champion here, the Oceania region. And Mike LaBelle, this is what we live for. This is what we want right here.
I was gonna say, Kyle, don't complicate it for the people. It's sudden death now. It's been reset. Whoever wins here wins the whole shebang. I like it. This is what I'm here for. Every game today has been amazing. We've seen extra time. We've seen late goals. We've seen comebacks. We've seen early opportunities. We've seen the 5 at the back. We've seen the little bit of crossing. We had the intricacies in the midfield, the 1-2s, the quick touches, the skill move sessions. We now have a bracket reset. My energy is uplifted. It's 9 a.m. in New York City. We've been up since maybe 2:30.
Wow.
And I'm vibing. My app, I'm lifted right now. Absolutely ready for the final.
That's what FIFA 21 action can do for you, so make sure you stick with us, all right? Make sure you do stick around. That grand final matchup is coming up round the corner. Mike, I want to speak to you about this one, though. It was so close. It could have gone either way. So in this next matchup, absolutely anything could happen.
I expect it to be more of the same. I don't think this is going to be a big spread for either of the competitors. Dylan doesn't make mistakes like that. Gomes right now is not making any of those errors. He got his mistakes out of the way earlier on today. Was able to scoop by a couple different competitors. So it's going to come down to who's more clinical and who really seizes those key moments.
Right, that matchup is coming up for you just round the corner, so make sure you do stick around with us. Drop in the Twitch chat who you think is going to take this one. DW Dylan taking on Marcus Gomes. It is our grand final at the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2. We'll be coming back in a few moments' time. Oh, we can go straight to the casters. We can go to the casters? I think we can. And that grand final, it's on its way. Let's go.
No need to hang around. No need to wait. Kyle and Mike, thank you as always. Nate Patrick and Joshua Treadwell back for one final effort. It is rather straightforward, Treaders, but let me break it down twofold. Number 1, from our view, former competitors' view, current competitors' view, the storyline is clear. Marcus Gomes is a champion. Always has been, always will be. Secondly, unfortunately, that's just not how he's seen by some critics in our region and around the world. People will judge him on titles won, so I guess that's where we're at right now. In some people's eyes, forever a hero, a champion. If he takes this win, though, Treaders, there can be no doubting anyone that says otherwise will look a right fool.
Absolutely, and Marcus Gomes is the reason that so many people in Australia, in our competitive scene, are in the scene today. I think before he particularly got involved, Australia might have been more leaning towards your career mode side with so many career mode YouTubers and that sort of thing being in our general pop culture. But with Marcus entering the mainstream through his FIFA 17 run, through his signing for Melbourne City, I remember seeing news articles and it just breeds a curiosity. I think for myself, without Marcus being both the person and the competitor that he is, I personally wouldn't be sitting here today.
It's just the way that it happened to unfold. If there was anyone that would have rather it had on someone else, it would be Marcus. He doesn't crave the spotlight. He doesn't crave fame. He was born incredible at playing FIFA. And you're quite right, Treaders. It happened all around Australia, in New Zealand as well, on cable TV, on news programs, spread all over the internet in editorials. It was Marcus Gomes, FIFA Australia champion. Marcus Gomes, first competitor to sign for an A-League club. He has had these headlines, and with that, as mentioned, criticism that is completely disrespectful and untoward. It does remain, people are entitled to their opinions. From where we're sitting, making the grand final in this qualifier 2 through the losers bracket, he could never and will never do any wrong if he can get this title It's just going to shut a lot of people up, Treaders. There, I've gone and said it. No more Marcus Gomes naysayers. We're out now with the formalities. We're going straight through to brass tacks. The champion of Oceania. Who do you think it is? You know what? It doesn't matter. We're about to find out. The grand final reset underway. Dire Wolves Dylan and the eternal Marcus Gomes. It was always due to be a closely fought encounter. Despite Marcus being unable to score when they met yesterday, Saturday, the first day of the event, Dylan could only manage 2. Then we head through to that first grand final 4-3. It just feels like we're going to see the same. You can disagree if you'd like, Treaders. Do you see this one blowing out to even a 2-goal margin, 3-goal margin for either competitor? The more they play, surely only the closer things become.
Indeed, I think it'll come down to who has more attacking patterns at their disposal, particularly, or who can be the more disciplined defender. We see at times both competitors not pushing up overly much with their centre backs, but indeed pushing up with defensive mids, attempting to put pressure on the ball carrier. But when you're playing a defensive play style, the one thing that you need to be able to rely on is your structure and your shape.
The well-practiced, well-rehearsed 5-3-2, as I mentioned, will be used until it really runs out of shelf life, and that would only occur if he became or found himself 2 or so behind, which we just don't see coming. Dire Wolves Dylan, the 4-2-3-1 narrow, used in FIFA's past. It was used by Atlantide Marco, by Naylor. They used it well, but not quite to this level. Lovely over-the-top through ball. Running on here, kept in play. Dylan says, thank you very much for the touch. I'll start an attack of my own.
And Dylan still backing himself with that 4-2-3-1, trusting that he can use those fullbacks, use the defensive mids to create enough space for his attackers. But it's such a harsh task indeed for him to find those passes through to his two central attacking players in his cam and his striker. Indeed, that Alphonso Davies just constantly seems to be between Dylan's players and the pass to his striker. And again, right on cue, that Davies making a crucial interception. So quick to make those reads is Marcus, and if anything else, it's a lesson or a tutorial in how to switch to that central, and how important this central midfielder, the central midfielder, not the wider ones, because they seem to sit a little bit higher and get more involved in the attack. But the central midfielder for Marcus is so crucial in enabling him to defend as well as he does.
Utilizing the player instructions as well. A lot like when he used his 4-3-3. Hold that thought for a moment, because on the break, it's Dylan with the through ball, and it's CR7 with yet another goal. He takes the advantage once more, but this time in the grand final reset.
Huge goal in the context of the game. Marcus attempting to move the goalkeeper to that side, able to predicted the opportunity. But when you have CR7, particularly in form, you'll find that those chances are unstoppable. Great build-up, great finish, and very direct, not allowing Marcus to get his players back and get settled. taking that Alphonso Davies, the key man for Marcus, totally out of the equation.
Good challenge by Dylan with his fullback once more. Switching it to the left-hand side. Using the full width of the pitch, and we've seen that before. The Mendy through ball down the line. This time he brings it back. Neymar, Vieira, back to Neymar. It's good quick passing from Dylan. Marcus has had quite enough of that. Brings the right centre mid across to make the challenge, just to finish the earlier thought or comments. Much like his favourite formation, Marcus Gomes, his 4-3-3. The centre mids will have different instructions on them. One attacking, one box to box, and one staying back. They can be altered on the fly. That would be his default. Dylan with the early crucial lead. 1-2 pass, and then the challenge right at the last, keeping Marcus Gomes just 1-0 behind.
And just so many bodies back. Again, the 5-3-2, we go on about it, but it allows you to be so secure in your defense, knowing that if you commit a body to a challenge, that there isn't too much risk of you losing out on the opportunity for one of your other center backs to block the shot if it does come. But the challenge for Marcus is creating these chances. That pass played a little bit too early to an offside runner.
The seconds tick on towards half-time. It is Dylan with the one great piece of attacking play between the pair. No shots for Marcus. 2 for Dylan. Plenty of time, don't you worry. However, it's a repeat dose, Treaders. We do it again and again and again. If we played throughout the early hours, you feel they'd just level up once more. I guess the good news is, if it is still level, after the 2 legs, it'll be extra time, and then if needed, penalties, to crown the qualifier number 2 winner once and for all. Have you seen much of a change, Treaders? Any little changes? I'll take anything at this stage. Or is it more of the same from both?
Just more of the same. Both competitors backing their game plans at the moment, trusting in their FIFA ability to take on and beat their opponent. With there isn't too many changes that would be without risk at this stage for both competitors. Marcus only a goal down, and Dylan will not want to push on too much. So I think we'll see more of a holding pattern unless things stay this tight, with a 1-goal advantage either way towards the end of the second leg.
Indeed, that's where we saw our changes in the grand final number 1, if you like, the OG, where Marcus switched to that 5-4-1 for the final 13 minutes. It certainly changed the tempo of the game. But for now, leg 1 of the reset, it is as tense as it is familiar. Dylan really trying to force that pass. And that's why he's a bit more aggressive, trying to win it back. He is looking, just by the way, if you're wondering, to intercept passing lanes, to get bodies in the way. It's just that Marcus is so good at holding possession and reading the play for the most part. Maybe, Treaders, fatigue could be a factor the longer we go on.
And particularly when you're trying to play this play style of being so defensively minded. And an opportunity here for Dylan to bring out his set play. Would be incredibly surprised if we did see him go direct, but that would be undoubtedly a pleasant surprise.
He goes with the left footer and then brings in the runners. Often the initial free kick taker will run over the ball and then the pass will go to him. Instead it goes to Neymar. Close dribbling from Dylan, waiting for the spaces to open up. Adama Traore subbed in at half-time by Marcus Gomes. Had quite enough of that. There is Alfonso. He continues the run. Vieira in his way, but he simply doesn't have the pace. Alfonso Davies for Marcus Gomes. Byline. Mendy coming across to make the challenge. We know how the corners go. Adama. Dylan knows. Look at that. Already on Alfonso with his Mbappe closing it down. It's why I said if we played all evening, they'd only level up again. The set play routines, the general gameplay, the passing structures on loop until the end of time. That pass, uncharacteristically heavy. Dylan either unhappy with himself or with the foot item.
It looked like he was about to throw up just then. So disgusted was he with that pass. But now that's created an opportunity for Marcus to go down the other way. The one limitation of Alfonso is Dylan's being very risky with playing out the back. The one limitation of Alfonso is his 3-star weak foot. So when he gets caught on the byline, there isn't too much more he can do. But now Dylan able to go up the other end. We'll try and cut it back earlier. And Marcus reading it well, responding well. But it results in a goal kick for Marcus Gomes.
I believe it's a 4-star weak foot, Treaders. Let's not sell it down the river completely. We have seen the right foot finesse finish from Marcus Gomes earlier on with the aforementioned foot item. And you see him there casting a thoughtful figure, no doubt having a little chat or at least some self-affirmation. Dylan. It all seems to be about these fullbacks and these wingbacks, Treaders. When you look at the subs typically in a FIFA esports game of any kind, it's the attackers doing the running, making the runs. Maybe they've just been ineffective. You bring on another attacking weapon. But so crucial are the wingbacks to Marcus, the fullbacks to Dylan, that it is them being changed mostly.
Indeed, with the fullbacks being tasked time and time again to track these overlapping runs, and particularly with Marcus substituting his wingbacks fairly regularly, the last thing you want is for one of your 4 defenders as Dylan to be running out of gas in crucial situations. Pass over the top, available down to the bottom. But with that Renato Sanchez, that would have inevitably gone out of play. So instead he opts to recycle and he still maintains possession. Very responsible play. And if that's one way to describe Dylan as both a human being and as a FIFA competitor, it is responsible.
Playing it back to Neymar. The shot on goal is golden. The fist pump from Dylan. Sometimes we don't see big celebrations for a 2-0 lead. But for games like this, on occasions like this, 2-0 is a huge differential indeed.
Brilliant attacking play there from Dylan, creating the space with the running fake shot, the scoop turn, opening up enough space. And now Marcus left in an unfamiliar situation going into the second leg will be desperate to steal a goal back here before the end of the first leg, while Dylan's players are running a little bit light on for stamina. But indeed, Dylan's game plan is working to perfection, trusting himself to be able to create chances against the low block of Marcus Gomes. And so far, it is paying dividends.
It is very tempting, as I read in the chat, to demand a different formation, to demand substitutions. But both competitors have rehearsed for this very moment. For Dylan, that involves the 4-2-3-1. It involves reliance on repetition until it's second nature. You know the system. You know where the players will be. And you back that despite losing. Grand final number 1. You trust yourself for the reset. Unless there's a quick turnaround here for Marcus Gomes, it will stay 2-0. Flying in right there. It's Ronaldo near side for Dylan. 2 players to beat. He wants the pass inside, gets it before James cuts it out. And it does stay 2-0 in leg 1 of the grand final reset. To repeat for you, we have had a grand final. Marcus Gomes was the victor, but as that only helped Dylan to his first loss, we do it all again. And Dylan enjoying the reset more than the first Treaders.
And that ball roll just showing Dylan's close control and execution of skill moves to create the space. And this build-up was incredible, utilizing that fullback to draw Marcus in. And that scoop turn, simply brilliant. And the celebration, very well deserved and well earned in that situation. Both of these competitors full locked in. No time to really change too much about their game plans. But Marcus, being the competitor that he is and being so experienced, he will have a plan B should it come to that. I think we'll still see for the first 30 minutes or so that Marcus does back himself, backs his traditional game plan with the 5-3-2. But as it draws out, we might see a few changes of tactics.
And that's the very question I look to ask you, Treaders. Obviously, before any event, we spend the week researching, coming up with different formations for competitors. Marcus, directly and indirectly, his reliance on the 5-3-2. It has been so evident in all your different research conversations, Treaders. What would a plan B potentially look like?
I don't think Marcus is one to take too many extravagant risks. I think, if anything, he might switch to a 4-2-3-1 or even a 4-4-2 and try to catch Dylan out on the counter-attack. The risk he runs with running the 5-3-2 is it's very reliant on scoring that first goal, particularly with the way it's just not a great pressing formation. I'm going to say particularly again, because there's so many specifics that go into this, but if Dylan's willing to use his fullbacks as much as he is, Marcus will have players sucked across to a left back, to a right back, and in a 5-3-2, you've only got 5 players actively pressing, with the 5 at the back really not wanting to commit too high. And when they do commit too high, there's going to be the chance for Dylan to play that pass in behind. So if the press is required from Marcus, I think even the 5-4-1, if he is desperate to stay in the 5 at the back, not the worst option. But I think we'll see a 4-2-3-1 more than likely, considering, or what I'd love to see is the 4-4-2, because that will open this game right up.
I'm glad you got there eventually. I had 4-4-2 written down here, just trying to see what you'd been thinking. Marcus Gomes loving the 4-3-3. He has used it in weekend leagues. You can catch him on stream. Wonderful to chat to. Always happy to lend some advice to build out your FIFA Ultimate teams and indeed shape their strategies. While the 4-3-3 might be fun to use, you get to this stage of competition and it's all about stopping the flow. Disruption has been a word used frequently. There is no more time to ponder, no more strategizing for us to do. One game of FIFA 21 to decide the King of Oceania. It is Dylan with the 2-0 lead. Dare I say, one hand grasping said crown.
And the usual substitution from Marcus will be made at his earliest availability. Although, at the moment on this current screen, we can't see if he has that pause cue just yet. So hopefully for his sake, he'll remember in the moment that he really to substitute that item on. That Alphonso Davies, so incredible in both defense and in attack.
Dylan it is, looking to attack right now. First time ball to Neymar, heel to heel. Ball inside the area. One of those three centre-backs coming across to get it done. It will be interesting, at least from where I'm sitting, to see what type of pressure Dylan brings out. It's an easy thing to want, and I'm seeing it in the Twitch chat. To see him go aggressive, you're saying he's already got 2. Surely he can give us some more goals. But it's human nature to want to be in control. Possession, the main way to feel that out. Renato Sanchez dropping back very deep in between those lines. Playing it out to the near side. For all that time that ticks down, Dylan gets a little bit closer. And maybe now, Treaders, will get that change you were talking about.
And I don't think Dylan's defensive game plan will shift at all. He has alternative strategies for going about if he needs to score a goal back. But if he's trying to hold onto the lead, the 4-2-3-1 is up there with the best formations in the game, particularly if you know all the passing lanes as well as Dylan does, because you continually are able to get so many bodies back behind the ball.
The change made. Bodies back behind the ball. Not what the fandom at large want, but you're not competing for the Global Series points, for the cash prize, and for the title of Oceania champion. Dylan coming out with his centre-back. It leaves a hole. Bruno Fernandes was onside. Save brought out of the keeper. A rare moment of scrappiness. And it's fair to say, only fair to say, we called out Marcus Gomes for some rather uncharacteristic mistakes earlier on, particularly against Mark 11. Ever since that time, Treaders, he has been virtually mistake-free.
He's been so clean at all aspects of the game. It has taken brilliance or a bit of luck from Dylan to create these chances. And indeed, he does create another chance through the directional nutmeg, but the chance not quite on because of the interception yet again from Marcus. Really showing how balanced his game is. Getting control of all facets where he wants it, whether that be in possession or in defense. And that is not a good turnover, though. There's the first mistake of the game. Forced out from Dylan, the counter press, and a wonderful through pass, allowing Rashford to charge forward but he is dispossessed. Marcus getting numbers back. For the first time, we see the game opening up the slightest bit.
Marcus without Alphonso Davies. Firmino, Mbappe, twisting and turning. Bruno with the extra pass, and there it is again. Patented, vintage Marcus Gomes from right to left. And it's game on here in the grand final reset, 2-1.
Extraordinary passing play there from Marcus. Just waited for his opportunity to get the tiki-taka passing happening, and he finds CR7 waiting at the back. And when you leave CR7 open, you only have to watch as that ball settles in the back of the net.
Two-1 on aggregate. It looked almost like surprise from Dylan. You might have known what was coming. The surprise perhaps at the quality from Marcus on the big moment, the big occasion. He'd been left scoreless for so long, and just like that at the other end, very similar to what we saw back in grand final number 1. And yet again, it is Dylan stepping up to take the penalty. Peter Schmeichel to beat, and it hits the frame of the goal. A huge moment in the grand final reset. Some will think justice has been done after a considerably soft penalty. It doesn't really matter what you or I think. The facts are, it stays 2-1.
It's just the risk you run when you manually tackle. And unfortunately for Dylan, unable to green time it on that occasion. The aim probably wasn't too bad, but when he's aiming for that bottom left-hand corner, it just needs that little bit of extra composure. And in these big moments, I guess we see how composed these competitors can be. Ball rolling, doing really well to keep possession with Mbappe with those ball rolls right there. But the ball won back by Marcus, who thumps it clear at the end of the first half of this second leg. 45 minutes remaining. The score is 2-1.
Huge moments at both ends. Marcus Gomes master crafting a goal, and at the other end, I can see both sides of the argument. Soft penalty. Well, he pressed the manual tackle button. That's what happens if you don't get ball. Regardless, Dylan unable to convert. Interesting to note perhaps as well, Marcus called the right way as well. It's all speculation, Shredders, but we do like to give credit where it's due. Marcus did guess the correct way. So Dylan's miss maybe would have gone forward either way. It's been a tale of sticking to systems. Marcus sticking with the 5-3-2, and only just, but it is working.
And Marcus clawing his way back. Again, when you manually tackle, those situations can allow you to simply give away penalties, whether you like it or not. And now Dylan, with a little bit of possession early on, right after kickoff, will have to make every single possession both as long as possible and as efficient and effective as possible.
In a goal of limited game of limited opportunities, it is those moments inside the penalty area that are most evident. Penalty given away, but not converted. It stays 2-1. And we may well only have a second half left to play. I'll say it one last time. Extra time and then penalties if required. Any confusion in that chat right now can be cleared right up. This is the end, my friend. We will crown our champion in just a moment's time. Theo, the left wing back for Marcus, running out of pace. Ball out of play. Dylan appears to be a little unhappy with something. I'm not sure if he's about to make the changes because he's staying still. Maybe this is our first tactical timeout, Treaders, where you just take that little mental break.
Saw a big reaction from Dylan when that through pass didn't find its way to his Neymar. Seemingly that his Neymar ran out of gas, stuck on the spot a little bit. So Dylan taking this opportunity to reset his head, ensure that he's in the right frame of mind, heading into these final moments of this matchup. Marcus more than happy to take these corners because his routines are so effective.
Adama kicks it out. We saw it last time. Dylan with the read. This time, Marcus gets away. Big save from Edison. Mbappe's left foot goes missing somewhat again, as it did yesterday for Marcus Gomes. He comes back again. Needs to find the equalizer with only 1/3 of this second leg remaining. All the way back to the centre backs, he says. Let's try and find some space. Mbappe, good tackle by Dylan. Renato Sanchez again. Edison's distribution good. Dylan avoiding the press. And things may well speed up that little bit more as Marcus chases this all-important equalizer.
And the press really starting to get put on a little bit. And as time ticks on, we'll see the press get more and more aggressive. And through that, we'll see Dylan move that ball quicker and quicker. The reactions of these competitors will be put on display for all to see as time ticks on. Wonderful through pass. Neymar one-on-one and unable to make the opportunity count. Was waiting for an additional runner. A little bit frozen on the spot. But now Marcus with an option up top if he's able to get it there. Indeed, holding the play up, allowing options to make their runs through.
Adama 1-2. Fernandez cut across Edison. Mbappe, it's Varane off Davies. He'll be ruled offside. Dylan puts his hands up. And we're going to let that one sit. I dare say we spoke about it. We called it in a game with few goals, one mistake, one moment to switch off. But we'll look at it, as always, as positively as we can. If you're a Melbourne City fan, City Group fan, Marcus Gomes fan, it is game on in this grand final reset. An absolute gift wrapped with a pretty bow delivered to Marcus Gomes. And he says it's not my birthday for another 20 days, but I'll take it. And we play on.
Unfortunate for Dylan. He was absolutely fuming at himself for giving it away. And as simple of a finish as it can be. He's made his job that much harder by making that mistake. Somewhat in disbelief, still in shock, and unable to compose himself following the chance that Marcus missed out on just before. And the 5-3-2 for Marcus, holding strong, holding firm. Still yet to score in this second leg is Dylan. Not from the lack of trying, still trying to get that ball forward, but Marcus being so resolute in his game plan, and it's paying off so far.
Dylan probing, desperately demanding an advantage restored. 2-0 up. The big fist pump. He was full of beans, so to speak. His mood could not have changed any more dramatically. You want to see quality. You want to see spectacular goals. Life doesn't always work out the way you planned it. Dylan missing a penalty. Marcus Gomes strolling through. And it's Dylan's reaction again, where he seems disappointed despite winning that ball back eventually. He's losing a little bit of control, it appears.
And I think a little bit more relief that he's able to survive these attacks from Marcus, knowing that Marcus seems to be able to turn on the jets, turn on the afterburners at any moment, within a moment's notice. And Dylan will look primarily out wide to stretch Marcus's 5 at the back, but Marcus will look to prevent Dylan from establishing control of this final attack of this second leg.
He still has a chance to put things right as he would see it. 2-2 on aggregate in the decider. Extra time looming large. He waits until stoppage time before launching the final attack of regular time. 1 minute to work with. Vieira Neymar needs to go forward. Time running out. Marcus Gomes with you-know-who. Alphonso Davies, exactly where Marcus needs him to be. And we are headed to extra time. The reactions of both competitors could not be any more different. Dylan trying to secure, hold things down, if you will, without a shot on target in this second leg. Marcus Gomes with only 40% of possession. But it's not about possession, Treaders. Our first line of the first event of the season. Possession is a myth. It stands true here in the Oceania Qualifier number 2 Grand Final Reset.
Absolutely, Marcus picking his moments to go forward and just wearing down Dylan a little bit towards the back end. We saw both competitors allowing themselves to exhale and more pressure to be applied in extra time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's go on together. Extra time in the decider. CR7 has been scoring all of the goals. He scored both goals for both competitors in the reset. He has scored all of Dylan's goals in the grand final and the reset. The foot item he loves so much needs to come up clutch one more time if he is to be the champion. Ronaldo. Kulusevski sprinting inside, looking for the pass inside. Can't find it. Marcus Gomes marshalling well, sliding in with Walker on the turn! Dylan with the most anguished face of anyone that's taken the lead in a grand final over the foot of Schmeichel. No surprise which foot item it is. Marcus needs to respond again.
And I doubt that we'll see Dylan be as generous as he was previously. What build-up from Dylan forced Marcus to commit with his centre-backs, and Alphonso Davies unable to get back in time. And now, Marcus forced to play direct, not the way he would have wanted this to play out at all. And now the press will be on, the tactics will be changed, and the pace of this game will go up another notch.
Yet again, Dylan with a heavy pass. He'll be annoyed at Varane. But you can see on your screen how much power is being applied. And it is again slightly overhit. Regardless, we move. Dylan 3-2 up on aggregate. Plays the through ball. Adama, the most unlikely of defenders, you would have thought. They're in the way. And Ronaldo misses the target. Dylan looking like Jared Leto's Joker right now. Hysterical. Cannot believe after scoring every goal for him, he chooses that time to miss the target completely. Lip readers among you can probably work out what is being said. I need not repeat the words out loud. A deep breath for one and all. Dylan has found his one shot on target. He has found his goal. He has found his lead. Advantage Direwolves Dylan. As for Marcus Gomes, can you make us go crazy, go wild, at least one more time?
And we're seeing the adjustment made for Dylan for the first time, retreating into the 5-3-2. Seems in agony every time something doesn't quite go the way that he had envisioned in his brain. But that is the luck of the draw. Only 15 in-game minutes to go.
The Twitch chat absolutely exploding. Fans of competitors, neutrals who've jumped on board, have been through said agony. One group in particular will experience the ecstasy that can only come from being the champion of your region. The 5-3-2 used by Marcus throughout this tournament, now being employed by Dylan, and that player is onside. It's Vieira, not who you really want here. Vieira charges on, ball roll. And not liking his options, Dylan bailing out of that play. Marcus gifting back possession somewhat. 10 in-game minutes remaining. The seconds ticking down for Marcus Gomes.
What a run that was. What a crucial run as well from Vieira. Player brought down. Marcus committing to these manual challenges. And the tactics of holding this possession will need to be exerted to the fullest of Dylan's ability. Marcus will read so many of these lanes. And the team press will be activated. And Dylan may well just seek out the corner flag. Indeed, he takes on the shot, and another foul given away by Marcus.
Just look at the expressions on the face of this young man. Searching his first major success. He's had little victories. He's experienced nothing quite like this. Adama Traore back to Vieira. 3 minutes remaining. Dylan yet again so close to victory, and the last touch is off that man. Marcus Gomes straight underway. Adama down the line. Alfonso being deployed wider now. Ronaldo into the feet of Mbappe. Ronaldo again. Marcus Gomes coming forward. Ronaldo on the left foot. Do you believe it? In the last minute of this clash, he refuses to go away. 3-3 on aggregate. You cannot deny the quality that is Melbourne City's Marcus Gomes.
Just incredible. And it begs the question, where has the 4-4-2 been from Marcus this whole tournament? The man has stuck to his game plan, the 5-3-2, switches to the 4-4-2 and creates simple goal-scoring chances through overload. He's such a high-level competitor, and the man refuses to go out by any means.
We've often remarked on the mental strength needed to participate at this level, let alone to compete, then to qualify. But Marcus Gomes, with the mindset at least of a champion in waiting. Dylan, with opportunities to seal this grand final reset, has not been able to take them. CR7 again, but there is still time. It needs to go forward quickly. Dylan, maybe not realizing how little time was left, has given it straight over. Mbappe tackled by Vieira. It will be a penalty shootout to decide the champion. Marcus Gomes saved by Edison. Adama Traore for Dylan. Looking to the right, goes left and hits the same post as before. Adama for Marcus. We are in some type of terrible purgatory where this grand final will never end. Hernandez. Finally, we have a conversion. 1-0 to Dylan. Marcus Gomes. It's that same post again. Dylan with the chance. He takes his time. Kulusevski. The Panenka is saved. Marcus needs a goal. He's got Mbappe. And now, it's Dylan for the win. He cannot get there yet. He'll get a second chance. Marcus Gomes, 4 penalties, 4 misses, and 1 crucial make. Dylan has thrown away chances. He won't get one better than this. Standing up, it's saved. 1-1. We play on. Straight down the middle for Marcus Gomes. He's come back time after time. Dylan, it's saved! Marcus Gomes shows the character, the absolute qualities, the veracity of a champion. Get on in here, housemates. Melbourne victory, Melbourne City. It's all good. The most phenomenal grand final to a man who could not deserve it more. That is Mo Zwed in the background there, his housemate, who Marcus Gomes has credited with helping him through some ridiculously tough times. On your screen now is Dylan with 3, 4, 5 chances at being this region's champion. Treaders, some things are simply not meant to be.
Just unreal. What an experience for Dylan, but wow. Marcus, too much class at the end of the day. Stuck it out. Was finished for all money 3, 4 times. And Dylan just unable to strike the finishing blow. What a game from Marcus. Composure until the last penalty kick.
Marcus Gomes has endured more than you or I will simply ever know to be in his shoes, to have that mindset, and to come through to be the champion of Oceania has taken mental fortitude, gameplay ability, and Moswed to reach this moment from myself, Nate Patrick, and Joshua Treadwell. What a grand final, and congratulations to the champion of Oceania, Marcus Gomes.
I mean, if you would have heard the noises I was making during those penalty kicks, I'm sorry, Nate and Treaders. I even unmuted my mic just so they got the full feeling of it. Mike LaBelle, we're going to try and break this down. Marcus Gomes missed his first 4 penalties and still crowned champion.
I'm at a loss for words in that. I've been a part of many penalty kick shootouts firsthand, watching them, commentating over them, you name it, every capacity. I have never seen a penalty kick shootout like that in any FIFA installment where somebody misses or has saved or puts it wide the first 4 penalty kicks and somehow ends up winning. That was wild. So congratulations to Marcus Gomes. You see the highlights on screen. I mean, you can't be disappointed at all from a gameplay perspective today. We had so much. Every game delivered as well. We weren't missing any of the action. Every affair was close. You hate to see the real low-scoring games. None of that happened. We didn't have clean sheets. That wasn't part of today's agenda. You had a lot of everything. The comebacks, the late, the great, people that couldn't close out, moments where there was a lot of struggle. There was tension. You had emotion. I was just waiting for Marcus to celebrate and break something. It just felt like there was so much energy there. Maybe I just am a fan of things getting broken. That's more relatable to me. If I win that in penalty kicks, I don't think I can control my release. So whatever's in front of me, it's happening. Because you got to think that Marcus thought he lost that penalty kick shootout three different times. And you see this throwaway here from Dylan as well. It's like, what's going on? I know it came from an offside, so I'm assuming that maybe he was hammering down the pass command just to skip the replay. Didn't realize the situation he was in, but you could not have gift wrapped a better opportunity. That is a Valentine's gift if I've ever seen one before. This is good work here. Again, I thought the game was over. We're in extra time now. Dylan's ahead. But of course the game's not over. 120th minute. Throwing bodies on bodies forward. Adama. 1-2. And you just work it into Ronaldo. Let Ronaldo be himself. Look at that turn. Beautiful fake shot. Batters it across the body. And you're going to see the penalty kick shootout. Wild.
It was so wild. As I said, Marcus Gomes missed his first 4, managed to finish the last 2, went to sudden death, and he saved DW Dillons. We can see his reaction. That is what it means to him. Housemates running in the lot. Oh, banging the table, headphones going all over. And as you can see just there, it ends 3-3, but on penalties 2-1. Yes, 2-1 after 6 penalties apiece it was. And we can introduce him into the broadcast. Let's see if his headphones were broke or not. Marcus Gomes, our champion here at the second qualifier in Oceania. Welcome. Congratulations. It feels so good to say congratulations to you, Marcus, to be crowning you champion. What's going through your head right now?
I'm actually speechless. Like I was listening to what Mike was saying, and I thought I lost one time in normal time. Penalties. I've been practicing my swear, guys, but I just obviously push came to shove. You just guessed them all. And I was saying, I was on call with Sue, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. And then I just say sometimes you feel you've got your luck. And today I definitely had my fair share of luck. I could have gone out 2 rounds ago to mark 11. The game was close against Jazz. Obviously, Ryan, I played well, but this game was back and forth. I just can't believe it. Yeah.
It's got to feel good, though, right? Especially after the Panenka attempt. Because when you see, I don't know about you, but when I see a Panenka, if I save it, I feel a whole different type of way. It's almost as if you took a penalty kick with your goalkeeper, and then I countered you in the 90th minute. That's how good it feels when I make those saves.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that Panenka was, but it was just the whole game was crazy. Obviously, he had a penalty. It was missed. He basically gifted me a goal as well. The goal that he scored, it wasn't me, but it's like it's the game, and then he gave me one more chance. Thank God that was a goal kick instead of a corner. Otherwise, it's probably game over. So that was, I mean, you guys were there for the Pro Ends game I played 2 years ago in Bucharest, but that's probably the craziest game I've played. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I can tell that the emotions are running high as well. You talked about feeling the pressure, wanting to prove something to yourself as well. Does this do this, Marcus? Have you proved it to yourself now you can go on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always wanted an OC chip. Obviously, this isn't like the major chip, but I've lost the E-League and console finals, obviously the grand final. I've lost many, like a lot of times here. I've just never had like a chip to really like show what I've achieved. Like everyone always asks me, what have you achieved? And I was like, oh, I made the final of this, or I lost this, and I made a lot of events, but I've never actually won a final. And to do it through the loser's bracket, back-to-back games, penalties, 120th minute goal, I'm just happy. I'm just satisfied, like with what's happened today.
And please correct me if I'm wrong here, but this kind of reminds me even of Chris to a certain extent, kind of your teammate across the group with the City group, where Chris from North America, New York City, Chris, he's had so much success internationally. Same with you. You've traveled really well. And that's where a lot of people struggle. They can win their region, but then they don't travel well. I feel like you've been able to travel well and compete against the best in the world, but you didn't have that at-home, domestic, I'm the champion. And that just happened for Chris. It just happened for you here, where now it's like, all right, yes, I can travel. And you guys, a lot of the people competing against you don't travel well. And now I also have the hometown victory.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like one of the first thoughts was like Chris eventually got his title. Obviously, it's not like the big title. We want to both want to be E-League and MLS champions and win bigger things, but it's just that initial stepping stone of like just mentally getting over that hurdle of no, you can actually become champion. Like you're not always going to lose every single final. And like I'll message him as well. I'm sure he'll message me, but I was so happy when he won, and I'm just happy that we've both done it. I can't believe I've actually just won that game, to be honest, because like it hasn't really sunk in that I've actually just won that game. Like it's
And we saw that Mo came in after the win as well. Where is he now? Is he patiently waiting? Has he gone back out?
Yeah. I told him I've got this interview. I wanted to have him in the background, but I was so happy. Mo, obviously listening, heard me yelling, and you still watching with a bit of stream delay. So he's probably like, I must have won, obviously. And Mo supports me. All the boys support me. I just check my Twitter, and it's flooded with support. I think a lot of people realize how much this means to me. Like I've been playing since FIFA 17. I don't have a domestic title here. So speaking of Mo, he just opened my door. You want to say hello, Mo? But saying hello. Yeah, Mo came in. I'm so happy he came in. But
someone clip it. Clip it.
That's clipped. And Saul as well. Big shout out to Saul coaching me all this year. And like it's one of the big reasons why my game has been able to elevate. And I can't believe it.
Right, final thing I want to say. I struggled to get a reply to my DMs from you anyway. Does this mean no replies at all? Now you've got this win. I'm never going to get a reply, Marcus. No one is.
Yeah, I am not the greatest on social media. Let's say that, but like I will try my absolute best to get back to absolutely everyone tonight. As Mo said, we're not sleeping tonight. It's just going to be like celebrations because. If everyone that supported me throughout, since FIFA 17, really, where I've gone to the scene, all the highs and all the lows, this is for you for sticking with me and also, believing that I can actually hit that level and actually become a champion and not just lose. So a lot of people have faith in me, more so than I have in myself. So this one's definitely for them, but it's also for me just to kind of prove to myself that I actually can do this. Like even through interesting circumstances with 120th minute and penalties, I was able to do it. Yeah.
Honestly, it's unbelievable. Marcus Gomes, we're crowning you champion of the Oceania region, the second qualifier right there. Well done. Congratulations. This is all for you. Well done. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Well, there we have it, our champion for the second qualifier here, the Oceania region, Mike LaBelle. It's just nice to see. You can see how much it means to Marcus.
I thought I was going to get emotional. And I do want to stress a big congratulations to Dylan as well. there's only one winner at all these competitions, and that's why you're seeing such emotion from Marcus, because he's been so committed year in and year out. And some years the game flows better for you. Sometimes you get the bounces, sometimes you don't. I mean, that game took everything out of me watching it. I couldn't believe the penalty kick back and forth or the late drama. From a neutral, you had to have been extremely entertained. But I just wanted to make sure that we push congratulations to everyone, because it's a true grind just to get to the bracket stage, yet alone to make a run during the bracket stage. And then to do this from the losers bracket the way that Marcus did, he had to face every hurdle possible in order to win today. And he's earned it. I hope that he has a fantastic evening. I don't know what time it is in Australia. Someone wants to do a time check for me.
It's late. It is very, very late. Let's say that. He said he's not going to sleep, but it is fully deserved right there. Marcus Gomes, our champion of the second qualifier here in Oceania. Right, we need to jump back into the action. Mike LaBelle, we need you to break down our match analysis presented by PlayStation.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And it only seems fitting that we talk more about that game, and of course more about the champion, the main man of the hour, or many hours being here now, Marcus Gomes. And I really like this play here. It might seem simple, but he's going to use almost a no-look pass, or he's using a look away. So you see there's a lot of space, and I consider this very clever passing. So with Mbappe, he faces that direction. He's actually going to make an intricate pass into Ronaldo. You're going to see the pass right there. He dinks it into Ronaldo, and Ronaldo scores. But that space only opens up because he's overselling where the space is and the way that he's facing. And it's a very clever usage of how to incorporate or how to dissect and integrate into the final third without having any of the skill moves. Because so many people ask, do we need the skills? Do we have to be fancy? Do I need the flicks? Do I need the tricks? And the answer is not necessarily. And it all starts with the basics. You have to master the basics, and then you can use what's been given, what's been provided to your advantage. And that's all that he was doing with that goal at the highest level. He looks this way, passes that way, just a typical no-look pass. We like that. I don't know if you needed me to act it out, but it's a high-quality goal in those moments.
It is very high quality right there. We can have a look at our bracket. Yes, the action is done and dusted here. Oceania Qualifier number 2. And this is how things have ended. This is how things currently look after our final game of the day. Marcus Gomes dropped down into that losers bracket. He managed to overcome Jazz, and then he took on Mark 11. He overcame him narrowly, and then it was Naylor in the losers bracket final. He made his way all the way through to that grand final. He forced the bracket reset and then somehow managed to find a last-minute equaliser, the 119th minute of extra time. It went to penalties. He missed his 4 first penalties and then somehow still managed to win by saving them. Mike, there was so much drama.
That is the first time, and I'd love a stat check on this, that I've ever seen a penalty kick victory from missing your first 4.
I don't think we've ever seen that. I don't think we'll ever see it again, not for a very long time. Anyway, right, we need to have a look at our top 5 goals of the day.
Marco going the same way again. Ronaldo again on the turn, right foot. And just like that, it's 2-2.
Marcus does turn back inside, takes the advantage back as well, going 2-1 up with a simply brilliant bit of dribbling on the edge of the area. Marco doesn't predict an occasion for Mark 11 to create a shot, and indeed Mark 11 capitalizes on the space and creates a stunning finesse goal.
Davies in behind with the pickup, and there's another overlapping fullback run. The cross inside, and this time it's on the volley. It is 5 of the best over 2 legs for Marcus Gomes. A free kick here for Mark 11. He thinks about taking it directly. Marcus moves the player back. And so he plays it around instead. Look at the numbers in the middle. Left all alone. Bruno Fernandes. And you've called him the comeback king.
That was the top 5 goals of the day here on Championship Sunday, the FIFA 21 Global Series. Oceania Qualifier number 2 is done and dusted. Mike Lebel, we've seen Marcus Gomes crowned the champion. We've been there on so many different occasions where we've seen him get so close, but now he finally does it. And we're getting closer to playoffs, closer to the FIFA E-World Cup. Things are starting to hot up now.
Yeah, we're into the nitty-gritty where you're either going to be qualifying for playoffs or you're going to be eliminated, or it's not going to be feasibly possible for you from a point perspective. It's getting near that point now, and I think competitors are starting to feel that, and the investment has been real. We're also into a later stage of the game. We're no longer in the beginning cycle. We're definitely mid-cycle to later cycle. And what that means is if you haven't figured it out by now, it's going to be tough to say that you're going to figure it out. The reality strikes in.
Now, at the beginning of the day, Mike, I asked you for 3 words to sum up yesterday, and I said, you've got a bit of time. I need 3 words to sum up Championship Sunday. You've had 6 hours of action, and it ends that way. We need you to close the show. 3 words to sum up Championship Sunday by Mike Lebel.
Wow. 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 Happy Valentine's. I'm going to go get flowers for myself after that. I'm going for flowers and chocolate right now. This morning.
After that ending, I do not blame you. Wow, wow, wow. Definitely sums it up. That is the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 2 done and dusted. Our champion is Marcus Gomes. He made his way through the losers bracket. He forced the bracket reset and managed to even miss 4 penalties before taking the win in a penalty shootout. It is much deserved. And all that's left to say, Nate Treaders, thank you so much. Mike Lebel, thank you so much. And everyone that's joined it over these past couple of days, thank you as well. We will see you on the next one. Stay safe. Goodbye.